be our next race of the day, and that is going to be our men's Cat 5, the amateurs, the weekend warriors. The men's 35-plus Cat 5, 48 brave souls trying to navigate their way through the crit life, trying to navigate their way to possibly upgrading to a Cat 4 next year, where you're not doing it for pride and beer and well, bragging rights. You try to get it for some prize money. So right now, no money for the Cat 5s, but they'll be out here working harder than you are, so make sure you let them know how much you appreciate that. Coming up next, men's Cat 5. Once again, we're going to do our podiums coming up right away for the men's Masters B. Congratulations, Elijah Baker, our winner. Stephen Cruz brings our second Peloton of the day. Welcome, gentlemen. No prize money, all bragging rights. Gentlemen, we will have a podium. It's like I said, a lot of this is bragging rights. But guess what? We need to recognize it. You got to put it on Facebook, put it on your Instagram. We will have a podium at the end of this race. Like I said, bragging rights. A couple minutes away. Looking at our 48 brave souls here. And our men's Cat 5 35 plus. Some familiar names and faces from the Tulsa area. And also some visitors from out of town. We appreciate you coming here to the 17th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Down here at the Tulsa Arts District Criterium. St. Francis, of course, our lead sponsor and all the great sponsors bringing you Tulsa Tough. We are going to be, once again, it's a truncated race. We have 25 minutes for this one as well. Originally, these guys were going to race 30. So you know what? You almost got your training should be peaked. It's not like you train for an hour race and only have to do 15. We'll give you a full, almost half hour out here. A little water still out here on the course, but starting to dry out. Temperature's much cooler than yesterday. We're about to have wave number 2 here. On day number 2, let's look back at some of our, look at last year's results and some of our men's Cat 5. Try to recognize some of those winners. Get this race underway. On schedule, last couple minutes here. We're going to wait for the final hand signals from Steve Cruz to let us know. Count this on down. Reminder, if you are involved in the podiums, make sure you hang out close. Don't head anywhere. Head straight across the way here from our finish line truss to the St. Francis Tulsa Tough podium as we are counting it down. 1 minute, 60 seconds to go, gentlemen. Nothing but glory ahead of you here as we take on the L-shaped race course here in downtown Tulsa. 17 years, it looks a little different than that 2006 edition. The skyline, the Guthrie Green, but the energy has always been here. And gentlemen, we're going to convey it to you. We are navigating it on down. The tension builds. Literally moments away. We got 10 seconds, and we're going to count it down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And with the whistle, we are underway. Second race of the day, men's Cat 5, 35 and above, the novice group. Gentlemen, taking off. You're going to have some of those really brightly colored kits of DCC, Destroy Cycling Club. Ben Croft hosting the DCC team. He's not just hosting the team, he's out there racing in their kit. And one of his teammates already early off the front. Trying to get some of those numbers. So that'll be number 950 for DCC. That is Lavelle Wimberly out of Florida early on, making a flyer. Early attack here off the front, literally from the opening whistle. Wimberly going off the front. Racing with DCC Destroy Cycling Club. Make their way on around that corner. So about a half a lap in here. Once again, racing about 25 minutes or so. So we'll count the clock up before we count the laps down. So if you're down here at the start-finish line, you say, hey, this is a race. You say 1 to go, you go 2 to go. How do you know? You got to wait. They'll establish the laps 5 to 10 minutes into this one. We'll kind of get everything figured out. And I'll let you know how many laps we'll have to go. But right now, we're just about 90 seconds in. So second wave of the day, Wimberly making his way down the hill. Opening up that early gap. Looking back, there's a group of 48 on the original registration list, but once again, similar to our men's Masters B, maybe not 100% participation as we're going to roll through the Jaguar. The Jaguar, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. Our pace cars, here comes Wimberly. 1 lap, done and dusted. Let's make it 2:02. So 122 seconds into this one. He's got that gap. Second place right now, second wheel rolling through will be David Walker, Brazos Bike Lounge, as he will make his way on through. Also racing with DCC, that's Everett Schmitz, my boy Everett. Got his Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat DCC kit on. His teammate Wimberly up the road right now. We got the split screen on the Jumbotron, looking at Wimberly off the front, and the rest of that peloton making their way on that turn number 2. Right in front of Griffin Communications. Wimberly, still a big gap here. So once again, just 2 laps in. Just under 3 minutes into this one. So we had discussed some of the great sponsors. So the official, some of our new sponsors as well. So Aon, presenting sponsor of the Fondos. Tulsa Bone and Joint, official orthopedics partner of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Tulsa For You, our official DEI partner. Diamond Cellar, the official jeweler of the Tulsa Tough. Mineragua, official sparkling water. Quick Trip, the shuttle sponsor. Reese's, our rest stop supplier for our Fondos, Saturday and Sunday. Cook Engineering Solutions, official Williams County hospitality crew. Cabin Boys Brewery, go have yourself a bearded theologian courtesy of Cabin Boys. It's the official beer of our corporate challenge sportif. Also, PepsiCo, our restaurant, one of our rest stop sponsors. Source Endurance, official training partner of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Tribe, PEO, official HR and benefits provider. The OK Pop Museum, hosting our Sportif Awards banquet. And Moo, the official cycling apparel for our 2023 editions. Here we are, another lap done and dusted, 4 minutes in. So we're going to recognize our podium coming up momentarily for our men's Masters B. So right now, some new names to the front, some of the Arkansas racers racing with Walmart BMC up towards the front. 962. Yeah, not 962, so maybe have to get that number figured out there. Who was at the front. It could be Michael Hankins with BMC Walmart, possibly 912, but right now, just about 3 laps in. So without further ado, we want to recognize our men's Masters B podium as they get a chance to get recognized. 3rd place in our opening race of the day, one of our local heroes racing with Centeer, Todd Swain. Coming up out of Texas, racing with McKinney Velo, it's Charlie Houston. And making his way from the 2nd step last year to the 1st step this year, racing with Team 6 Project, it's Elijah Baker. Your winner here on day number 2. Podium back-to-back years for Baker. Taking the top step here with Team 6 Project. So Baker, Houston, and Swain, 1, 2, and 3. Your opening podium here, the Masters Men's B. So when our men's Cat 5 comes through, we're going to show them 9 to go here. So 6 minutes in, and now we're counting the laps down. It'll be 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. So 9 to go, and next time they roll through, we're going to ring a preem. So our men's Cat 5, we do it for bragging rights. We don't have payouts, but we do have some preems, but then we race them for merchandise. So it'll be a cash preem for our men's Cat 5. That's the incentive to Cat up to Cat 4 next year. When you get a little cash in the higher categories right now, men's Cat 5, it'll be a preem lap. Tokyo Tony Miller rolls on through. 9 to go, Tokyo Tony. 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. Looking towards the front. So Wimberly had been gathered back into the fold. Looks like that will be a Tulsa Wheelman that's up at the front. Possibly, maybe Maybe one of the Corsi brothers. Possibly. Have to see that number there. Looking back, you'll see some of the DCC riders up towards the front. Ben Croft setting about fourth wheel, third wheel in that peloton. Right now, looking for the Tulsa Wheelman number as he makes his way up Sound Pony Hill. He'll make that turn. We'll have to catch that number next time around. All right, so under 9 to go, it'll be 8 to go. We're going to ring that bell. It'll be a preem lap coming up, a preem lap, 1 of 2. We're going to pack 2 preems in these next 4 laps because we don't want to do a preem with under 4 to go. So right now with 8 to go, we're going to ring that bell. There'll be some merchandise. That merchandise courtesy of the Tulsa Tough Expo. We're going to ring it up. There'll be a little bit of a carrot here. Maybe it's 9:05. That is. That's John Corsi. I said Tulsa Wheelman, Team Sarco there. John Corsi. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. So Corsi registered with Team Sarco, but it's a Tulsa Wheelman. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. So here's the thing. Preem, 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 preem. Corsi, we have just put a carrot out there for the chase. The hounds chasing the hare, and right now, John Corsi is the said hare on this preem lap. He'll make that turn in front of Griffin Communications where we saw that crash on the final lap of our Men's Masters B race. Still some standing water in spots across the race course. As Corsi will look back, still has that gap. The distance is kind of deceptive on the Jumbotron with the telephoto lens there, but he'll make that turn. Looks over his shoulder. Not always good when you look over your shoulder, maybe thinking they're going to be coming closer, but I tell you what, he's halfway up the hill, and they're just now making that turn. Looks like a United Cycling Team racer, probably one of our Texas racers there. Do not have his name just yet for you, but he was setting towards the front, but now you got an attack. That may be Wimberley again. DCC, Destroy Cycling Club, making an attack there, starting to move on up as the wind is picking up. Possibly some more weather coming our way here. But Corsi will make that left-hand turn for the downhill. Trying to kind of gauge the wind direction. Maybe coming out of the north, so it'll be a downhill, maybe a tailwind there. Corsi up out of the saddle. Coming down the hill, trying to take this preem lap to win some merchandise, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So that will not be Wimberley. That will be another one of the DCC Raiders. So it's not Wimberley or Croft or Everett Schmitz. We'll try to see who that is there. But Corsi will make that left-hand turn. He's got the straightaway. And coming up onto his wheel, maybe 9:54, and he's going to come up. They're going to come sprinting to the line. The preem sprint, the preem sprint, preem sprint. As Corsi will be overtaken here in the final 50 meters or so. 9:54, don't have a name for 9:54 just yet, but we'll get that to you coming up. But he will take the preem here with 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. And that's our first of 2 merchandise preems, so we're going to give them a chance. We'll have 1 lap and getting the heart rate down. But when they roll through and we see 5 to go, we're going to ring the second and final preem of our men's Cat 5 35 plus. So that was the first preem. We're going to give them 1 lap to cool down, and the next time, so 2 laps from now, we'll ring the final preem, and that'll bring us to 5 to go. And we'll be rolling that second preem. They finish up, and we'll show 4 to go at that time. A lot of math there, a lot of numbers, but the key point is once you get to 4 to go, we'll have no more free laps. All the sights and sounds. Looks like an old World War II era bomber there off to the north, flying through the sky. Don't know what you'll see here at Tulsa Tough. But what we're going to see right now is our men's Cat 5 35 plus peloton make their way down the hill, trying to chase bib number 954. My man Everett. Merciless. Steve, you could have been merciless and just make him do another lap. All right, Tokyo Tony, he'll roll on. They'll finish up his race here, racing with Air Assurance, powered by AVB Bank. Looking back, we'll see the Jaguar, our pace car. We'll see the lead moto, and we'll see 954, our leader. Quite the gap. He's got not quite half, almost three-quarters, I'd say over half of the straightaway here is that lead for 954. And it depends on how big that gap is next time they roll through here. 15 seconds now, but I tell you what, if it grows significantly here on this lap, when we ring that preem bell next time through, we may not do it for our leader 954. We may do it for the peloton, the incentive to chase him down. So we'll be establishing that coming on up. Right now, 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. And when they roll through, we're going to show them 5 to go, and it will be the preem lap. Once again, men's Cap 5, the amateurs, no payouts, but we will have merchandise. So this preem lap will be a merchandise courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So it was 15 seconds. That was the lead for 954. Last time they came through the start-finish line truss. Looking at that peloton, BMC Walmart. Once again, I believe that's Michael Hankins. That is Michael Hankins, number 912. Couple bike links ahead of that peloton as they make their way on the backside of the OK Pop Museum. But right now, 954, I tell you what, we got to make a decision. Got to decide if we're going to preem him or preem the field. And that's the decision. We will preem the field. Democracy works. In that case, it's one vote. And it wasn't mine, so we're going to do the field. So our first preem winner, congratulations. You got one. We're not going to give you the second, so we're going to put the carrot out there to chase you down. So we're going to show 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. We're going to let our leader, 954, roll through. So he'll roll through. Here comes the galloping peloton. We're going to ring the bell for them as it will be a preem for the field. Preem for the field merchandise, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Preem, preem, preem. Gentlemen, preem in the field, preem in the field, preem in the field. Hankins, Acosta, Croft, 1, 2, and 3 in the field. We put the carrot out there to try to chase down our leader, 954, Hankins, BMC Walmart at the lead. As we look, 954 about to make his way on that right-hand turn to head up towards Sound Pony Hill. As it will be 4 to go. Next time we see our race leaders roll on through. Next time we see the first off, the Don Thornton Automotive Group Jaguar, our pace car, when it rolls through. It'll be the first of many wheel vehicles that we'll see 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go coming up. So right now our leader heading up the hill. Looking back, Hankins, a lot of time, his nose in the wind, and Acosta and Croft just letting him go. The question is, are you setting up for something later on and really just gonna wait to try to sprint for this preem since it is a field preem? So 954, once again, we don't have his number here, but he is the first preem winner and your race leader right now as he makes his way down the hill. The field just now making that left-hand turn and a couple meters away of making their way down the hill as they navigate it. You look at the Jumbotron and up the hill, you'll see the field. But our race leader about to make his way on to Reconciliation Way, and that's exactly what's happening right there. So here he comes. So he'll roll through the line and we'll show him 4 to go. But right now we're going to be paying attention to the field. The field behind him that will be sprinting for that preem. Merchandise preem in our men's Cap 5, the amateurs, the weekend warriors. So we'll look as there's the peloton. This will be a sprint for the preem, sprint for the preem. We'll clear out the race course. Here comes the sprint to the line. Acosta trying to come up late, but it will be 941 that takes it. Acosta second on the sprint, but it'll be Chris Thompson out of Oklahoma that takes the second preem of the day. He'll make his way through turn number 1. Looking back, I believe that's going to be Ben Croft, DCC, sitting there at the front. basket. Did not have the United Cycling number there, but the Preem winner taking it, the Okie. Number 941, Chris Thompson. So 954 once again making his way at the head of this. Trying to get the chase clock here for you. As he makes his way up the hill towards Sound Pony, towards the Canes Ballroom, towards the location of our big ride, Ghostland Observatory. I'm jealous. Not going to be able to have a chance to stay here tonight to watch that free concert up there at the top of the hill outside. Inner Circle Vodka Bar, but Ghostland Observatory, the headliner here tonight. I've seen him before over at Canes Ballroom, seen him down at Austin City Limits. A great show. If you're going to be here all day long, hang out for the after party, courtesy of the Big Ride, up the hill towards the Canes Ballroom at the Inner Circle Vodka Bar. So right now, under 4 to go, it'll be 3 to go. Once again, the nameless man, bib number 954, winner of the first merchandise Preem, and your race leader. He has almost the entire downhill to himself there. You look, he makes his way on the reconciliation way, and we'll show him 3 to go. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Final 3 laps here, our men's Cat 5 35 plus. Our great audio visual. That's a nice way to say audio visual crew here, the video team with the telescopic lens. The show 954 making his way through the start-finish truss, about to make his way on the turn number 1. And here we go back towards the peloton with 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. John Corsi, Tulsa Wheelman back up towards the front. 9:39, that'll be My Side Fitness. That is Justin Stringfellow. Another Stringfellow, they're all over the place. Seen them all over the race course here today. Right now, Justin up towards the front of that peloton as they make their way on turn 1 and heading towards turn number 2. So bib number 954 already making his way. Tell you what, that's a short little distance there from turn number 2 to turn number 3. So if you navigate it, it's one of those, you kind of get away and you're kind of out of sight, out of mind. I mean, they know he's up the road, but if you don't see the rabbit, kind of maybe de-incentivizes the chase to catch the rabbit. So right now, 954, he will now be in eyesight of that peloton, but just barely as he makes his way on the backside of the OK Pop Museum. The shadow of 244. They got the barriers set up. Used to not have barriers there on that north side there, the shadow of Highway 244, and you would see that oh so small, about 2 to 3 inch curb, catch people unawares all the time, making their way into the barriers, or not the barriers, into the hay bales that used to be up there in the shadow of 244. Now, a little more protection there with the barrier, less of a soft landing though, with the yellow barriers up there at the top of the hill. So 954, he'll roll through. We're going to show him the penultimate lap. It will be 2 to go. 954 as we once again see some people making their way across the course on the backside. A reminder, we appreciate everybody out here cheering on. The fans, the frenemies, the families. But make sure you are paying attention to the course marshals at all of the crosswalks. So 954, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. The penultimate lap. Start the chase clock. He rolls through. 20:30 is on the clock with 2 laps to go. We'll see what that gap is. It was about 15 seconds, about 2 or 3 laps to go. It's got to be more than that. It will be more than that now. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 2 laps, 2 laps, 2 laps. Hankins at the front, and that is 20 seconds. So 20 seconds. He's put another 5 seconds on the field the last couple laps. So even though it's a larger group, they are not working together. And once again, the names at the front are doing all the work. Hankins and Acosta. Also, I believe that's Dwayne Robertson. First time we've called his name, but he's been up in that front group as they're doing most of the work. So the question I have is, who's been tail gunning? Who's been setting out there? And it's probably too late unless you make the attack right now. Maybe you have some fresh legs because you haven't been towards the front. But somebody needs to make a move because 20 seconds with 2 laps to go. This is something, you don't have a big organized train. You have the big teams here and the horsepower to be able to say, okay, I'm going to put 4 guys at the front and pull this back. Under 2 to go. Tim Whiteside knows it's under 2 to go. Next time through, we'll be ringing the bell for bib number 954, and it'll be 1 to go for our men's Cat 5 35 plus. No payouts, doing it for the glory, doing it for the bragging rights on the coffee ride come next week. So the downhill descent. I tell you what, 9:54, he is almost at the bottom of that hill, and our peloton have not even made the turn onto the top. He'll get towards the bottom. It'll be pretty close. Almost that entire stretch of road next to the old Lady Brady, the Tulsa Theater. So 9:54, he'll make his way. Setting the pace here. It was 20 seconds was the lead before. We'll start the clock with 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. The nameless man, the nameless wonder. 20 seconds was the lead last time through for 9:54. The peloton just now making their way on the Reconciliation Way. If you look off to the west, making their way west to east. Esteban Duran, hungry like a wolf. Duran. Let's say 24 seconds. So he's put another Esteban Duran has put a couple more seconds in as it's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. The final lap. 9:40, that'll be Johnny Taylor, formerly of Air Assurance, moving his way towards the front. Sitting right behind our United Cycling racer, Andy Live, out of Texas, bib number 915. But right now, that was another 3 seconds that Esteban Duran had put into this peloton here for the final lap. So once again, as you look into the Jumbotron, he's got his head down, hands up on top of the hoods there as he makes his climb up past the OK Pop Museum. He'll make that turn, the Shadow 244, but right now, the chase just now making the way onto Main Street. So what was 15 seconds went to 20, now 23 seconds, that lead. As he'll now make his way down the hill one final time. Esteban Duran went away, won that first preem early. We had to preem the peloton to try to incentivize the chase. Didn't do anything. If anything, he had a larger gap after that second preem. But I tell you what, here they come charging, but he's got almost that entire length of the downhill. He'll make that final left-hand turn. Esteban Duran making his way west to east. If you look off to the west, you'll see your race leader. Only so many meters left of tarmac ahead of him. Looking to take the win here in under 25 minutes, as he will. Esteban Duran, hungry like a wolf. The reflex to take the win. Once again, as our peloton rolls through, we'll have to get the official podium for you. But right now, we don't need to wait for any type of slow-mo replay to tell you that Esteban Duran takes the win here at our men's Cat 5 35+. A reminder, we'll be doing our podiums right after these races. Amy, she's got cat herding duty all day long. Make her job easy, will you? And head on over as we'll be doing those podiums after our races, usually within about a couple laps of the start of the following race. So once again, you stay close. I see a Juan Francisco. You never know who you'll see down here. Juan Francisco Camacho, a local celebrity. He is to me. He's a great guy. Cole Cantrell, you don't know who's going to roll on out. All sorts of people roll on out. I'll see you Monday. I will see you Monday. Everett Schmitz, one of our hosts for the Destroy Cycling. Not only do you get a chance to host the DCC race team, you also get a chance to throw on their Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat colored kits and race out here with them as well. An unofficial open track right now for about 4 minutes. Unofficial. Steve didn't tell me that. I went on my own, kind of going rogue here. USA Cycling will sanction me for it, but a couple minutes of open laps here. But once again, coming up next will be our third race of day number 2. which is going to be our men's novice under 35. So it's the Cat 5 under 35. So what you're going to see, you're going to see a bunch of young pups, guys that'll probably, they could be Cat 3 by next year. The up-and-comers here, men's Cat 5 under 35. That'll be our next field coming up. The third race here on day number 2. So still a couple minutes away. A couple minutes away of open lap, so to speak. Our provisional start list, 28 is at least on the registration list here for our men's Cat 5 under 35. Coming up next. So if you're just joining us, thank you. It's a little bit of a delayed start to the day. 9:30 start became an 11 o'clock start. The pre-7 a.m. Fondo became a 9:30 start. But hey, we're underway, and we are getting it done here. Truncated time zone. Kind of condensed the day here, especially on the front half. Took some time out of these races. 40-minute races becoming 25-minute races. 30-minute races becoming 25-minute races. Unfortunately, the kids' race was a casualty today. We had to cancel that to compress everything. But tomorrow we will have the kids' race. 9 and under will be down there on that flat straightaway down to the McElroy River Park's Criterium. We won't put them up through the craziness of Crybaby Hill, but they'll have that straightaway, an A to B sprint for our kids, 9 and under tomorrow. As we said, today's kids' race has been canceled due to the weather delay and our late start to the day. So if you're down here, we appreciate you. If you got to leave at some point, don't go, but I can't keep you here. But if you want to watch and follow along with the racing, multiple ways to follow the racing if you're not here on site. You can go to TulsaTough.com, look for the Tulsa Tough live feed. It'll be across the World Wide Web. Audio, visuals, broadcast over the internet. Also, if you're looking for race results for the entire weekend, you can go to livelinksresults.com, like the cat. LYNX, livelinksresults.com. You also go to the Twitter account, One to Go. It's the same site, One to Go. One to Go, One to Go, One to Go. We say it a lot, but also you go head over and check out One to Go results on Twitter. So livelinksresults.com. Once again, you can follow all the race results, not just for here. If you have any type of cycling event, you want to know what's going on here in North America, John Gallagher and the crew. Gallagher and the crew will get you taken care of, especially for this weekend here at Tulsa Tough. You can check out those results all weekend long. If you're bored in a couple weeks, you want to relive some glory, you can go back to see, hey, was I 17th or was I 18th in that race compared to my coffee ride buddies? Now, still a couple minutes away from the start of race number 3 will be our men's Cat 5 and novices. Once again, the Weekend Warriors, no payouts, only going to get merchandise and bragging rights. But with these guys, and let's say kids as well, you're going to see some youngsters here. 17 years old, a couple 15 years old on this start list. Some of these racers may be a Cat 3 by the time you get to next year's Tulsa Tough. Of course, Bike Club, great organization here in Tulsa, Oklahoma City. It's been expanding all over the place. Dave Weaver and the crew with Bike Club always taking care of that, getting the kids going. Some of the great stories. You get some kids don't have a chance to have a bike. Guess what? Bike Club, through their sponsors, went and bought a bunch of bikes. They bring the bikes to the schools, get the kids on out, and give them an opportunity to ride a bike if they don't have any.
Check. I'm on color. Color 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is color. I'm not very loud in my headset. Play-by-play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Color. color, color, color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We're a couple minutes away from the start of our next wave, the third wave of the day. We've already sent our guinea pigs out. They're testing the wet spots in the course. So, gentlemen, no worries, it's a dry course. Kinda. Heads on a swivel, boys. 28 racers here in our men's Cat 5 under 35 as we're T-minus 2 minutes under that 120-second mark. You head on down. We actually have 21. Originally 28 on the registration, 21 here on our start line. Tell you what, some people do double duty. Jason Bixler with Centier, he's doing double duty. He's down there cooking hot dogs. By the way, Centier race team, you head down to the west here of our start-finish shoot. Find the Centier tent. We're cooking hot dogs for a donation. All of the proceeds going to Special Olympics of Oklahoma. Great. They do a lot of things as far as helping out charities. A lot of the funds they get from the Centier Sunday races also has made their way towards the coffers of the Special Olympics, trying to help out that great organization. So once again, Jason Bixler, JJ Heineke and the crew. You'll find Cyborg down there, as that'll be a Centier racing team. They're taking donations off to the west of us here, down at the Centier tent. As we are under 1 minute to go here, ladies and gentlemen, our men's Cat 5 under 35. They got 25 minutes of racing ahead of them. Here's the thing, don't just wait to cheer at the final lap. Get on your feet now and let them know. As we have 30 seconds before we kick this one off. The third race of the day, day number 2, 17th year, the 2023 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, down here at the Tulsa Arts District. FC Tulsa, our lead sponsor. Of course, you won't have this possible without the St. Francis Health System. As we're under 10 seconds to go, and we're now going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And with the whistle, we are underway. Men's Cat 5 under 35. It's the glory. It's the bragging rights. No payouts. So you know these guys must like punishment because they're doing it for free. We will throw out a couple of preems coming up. It'll be merchandise preems, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough Expo coming up. Throw a couple of those out in this race, 25-minute race in our shortened race here due to the weather. But in a couple of seconds, we're going to recognize our men's Cat 5, 35 and above podium coming up momentarily. Alrighty, let's recognize our podium here at the men's Cat 5 over 35 on day number 2 here. Their first race of the weekend as they make their way to the podium. Finishing in 3rd place, racing with Grind City, it's Danny Smith. Making his way onto the 2nd step, racing with EP Cyclist Race Team, Osvaldo Morales Gutierrez. And your winner here on day number 2 in the men's Cat 5 over 35, hungry like the wolf, Esteban Duran. Congratulations to our podium, Duran, Gutierrez, and Smith, 1, 2, and 3. our men's Cat 5 over 35. So a chance to recognize our podium here for second race of the day as we finish up lap number 1. Here comes the Audi. Don Thornton Automotive Group, our pace car, leading our 21 racers here. 28 originally registered, 21 towed the line. Finishing lap number 1, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So 132 seconds into this one. We are one lap done and dusted. Got a feel of the course, figured out where maybe some of those slick spots are as they will navigate turn number 1. So here on lap number 2, our peloton making their way right-hand turn, heading up Main Street. The uphill drag, the only real climb here of the day on day number 2. They're spread out about 7 or 8 wide, so you know what? We may throw a pretty early in this one. Let's just do it now. Next time through, we're going to ring the bell for them. They're hanging out. They were sitting about 5 or 6 wide up that little climb towards Kane's Ballroom and Sound Pony Hills. You know what? Enough of that. We need to get this thing stretched out. May not be a big field. We're going to make it an exciting field here. So we're going to toss in a preem bell when our peloton rolls on through. We're going to do it early. Real early in this one. It'll be on lap number 3. That'll be a preem lap. So we'll look up at the Jumbotron. Start getting names and faces assigned with those bib numbers for you here as we check out the peloton making their way. So they're going to make that right-hand turn. Once again, still kind of spread out. Got that wide berth there, so a lot of room there for the peloton to come through, but we're going to ring the bell. Early preem, early preem, early preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Merchandise, boys. Merchandise, merchandise, merchandise. First one off the front will be Sound Pony's own Andrew Battagliano. Maybe it's Battaglino. I'm going to give him a little bit too much emphasis on the last name there. But Andrew Battagliano out of New Jersey, but racing for Sound Pony supposedly, even though he has a RNR NYC kit on. Sound Pony is known to take people, some lost souls under their wing. So maybe that's why he's registered here on the registration sheet under Sound Pony. But right now, Andrew setting up on the front of our peloton. Got a couple bike links. He'll be the first one to make that right-hand turn onto Main Street here on our preem lap. First of 2 preem laps we're going to throw in here. Race was originally going to be 30 minutes, but it's cut down to 25 due to the weather delay. Third wave of the day. I tell you what, a couple bike links was expanded there. He's got quite the lead as he makes his way on the backside of the OK Pop Museum. Early on here for Battaglino. So AB, Andrew Battaglino, making his way down the hill. Now, there's a little bit of an emphasis there in the chase, but once again, the telescopic lens there on the Jumbotron can sometimes play with some optical illusions for you. But right now, I do not think they'll be able to navigate all that much. No, they're not going to be able to catch him here. He's going to make that left-hand turn. Final left-hand turn. This preem lap early on is going to go to the racer from New Jersey, old A.B. Battaglino. Here comes the sprint behind him, but a little too late. Battaglino will take it. He'll take the merchandise. But here you come, 8:03, coming out of Arkansas with BMC Walmart Cycling Team. It's Ty Brazil, that is. Brazil, the 15-year-old. We talk about some of the youngsters. The 15-year-old making this move out of the peloton. So 3 minutes in, on to lap number 4 here. And now we're going to be showing them the lap counter counting down, so it should be 9 to go. So next time through, we'll see if it's 9 or 8, but definitely under 10 laps to go here. A reminder, if you are walking on our race course, well, don't be on it, first off. But if you're going to be crossing, make sure you're only crossing at the designated crosswalks and pay attention to the volunteers. They are here first and foremost to protect the racers, not you. Had to say it. I had to say it. Because the racers are working harder than you are, so let them know how much you appreciate it by not stepping in front of a wheel. So Battaglio taking the preem. Still a couple bike links up, but that gap starting to come down a little bit as they will finish another climb up Sound Pony Hill. Looking off to the north, seeing some of our Fondo finishers starting to roll on in. The pre-7 a.m. rollout did not happen. They got started about 9:30 in the rain. We had to cancel the Ace, but they do have the Medio, so no 100 miles, but they did have the 60-mile Fondo today, and they'll have the 60-mile tomorrow. As we watch those finishers roll on in. So still in the lead, though, Battaglio. I'll tell you what, maybe starting to open up the lead a little bit. So 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Battaglio rolls on through. Let's get a nice little gap. Right now, trying to chase him down will be Jake Burris with Fat Tire Racing here out of Oklahoma. 8 seconds. Let's say it's 8 seconds. There is that lead. So we are now under 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. With the race shortened to 25 minutes. More compact time to throw in our two preems. So the last race, we waited late. We had two late, the final 7 laps or so. Here we did it early. On lap number 2, we fired off that first preem. So we'll give them a couple more laps here. We'll fire out that second preem. And also, we'll have to keep an eye on Andrew Battagliano. Oh, almost got a little squirrely there. Our 15-year-old Ty Purcell with BMC Walmart Cycling almost found the barriers there in the shadow of 244. We got a Bobcat sighting. Sammy. The Bobcat. His tires are too skinny for Sammy. He needs knobby tires out here. So Battagliano, gap has come down. So they've come back together here. So we will not be preeming the field as opposed to the last race where we had to preem the field because the lead was so big for our eventual winner in that one, Duran. So here we are, 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Everyone's kind of looking around. Moving his way up towards the front will be Jacob Walker, Weaver Technologies Racing, coming out of Texas. Alrighty, under 7 to go, we'll go 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. Next time we see that peloton here. Like I said, registration was 28, probably only had 21 at the start line. Still, I think we still have all 21 out there. Not sure we've had any attrition so far here in the first 11 minutes and 40 seconds. It did get kind of close there for our 15-year-old Ty Purcell as he almost rolled into that fence there in the shadow of 244. So it will be 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. And we're going to wait. But whenever they go 5, we'll ring that bell for that second and final preem. It's merchandise. No monetary payouts here for the Cat 5s. They're novices. Weekend warriors. Doing it for the bragging rights at the beer and coffee rides. We will have a merchandise we give out with the preems. We said those preems on the merchandise side, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough Expo. And speaking of the Expo, head on over here, right across from the start-finish line in the Guthrie Green. As there we go, they're rolling here through the line. That's 806 Nash Clark out of Mississippi. First time we've called Nash Clark's name. Number 806. Once we figure out our GoPro racer, I believe. That was our Weaver Technologies racing. Jacob Walker still sitting there in the top 3. Maybe Juan Cardona now moving up to the front out of Texas. Bib number 827. But next time through, we will ring that bell. Next time through, we will ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. As it will be a preem lap, as we're going to show them 5 to go. And our racers have come down. A clashing of wheels in the backside of the peloton. Still have free laps to go, 826 and 817. So that's Matthew Rogers out of Oklahoma and Tyler Wynn with Team Eyesight Fitness coming together. Just crossing of the wheels, I believe. Looking at the slow-mo instant replay. Oh, what it was. Racers had crossed wheels in front of them. Actually, Justin Lum, 815, he had caught a wheel, had to swerve to keep it upright. And when he swerved, it took down Wynn and Rogers. There are still free laps, though. You can still get back in, so... Oh, no free laps. We are 6. Apologies for what's going to be done. We are under 6 to go. It's going to be a preem lap, so no more free laps. That's what Steve's here for, to set me straight. Alrighty, real quick, we're going to show them 5 to go. 5 to go. Should be our laps here. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. It's a preem lap. It's coming up next time, guys. Not this time. Next lap will be a preem lap. And by the way, hey, if you're out there in the audience, we appreciate you being here. If you're out here cheering everybody on, appreciate you being here. You got your eyes on the race course, right? Do you have your eyes on your bags? You got your eyes on your wallet? You got your eyes on anything? Just keep an eye out. We've had pickpocket sighting out here, so just keep your eyes out here. If you got bags or anything else, make sure you're not leaving stuff out because stuff is walking away down here. So, once again, keep your eyes on the race, but also keep your hands on your bags. Unfortunate announcement. That's sometimes what we got to do. Let you know to keep an eye out as the pickpocket is out. So we had some stuff walk away on us here. All righty, so as we clean everything up here, next time through it will be 4 to go, and then we're going to ring the second and final preem bell. As looking at the racers make their way up the hill, trying to get some names and faces. A couple new names up towards the front. You see Brazil sitting there in 3rd. Not hit the number of our first place racer, but Juan Cardona maybe, 827. So when they come through, we'll show them 4 to go, and it will be a preem lap. Ringing the bell for the preem lap. So Cardona was setting about 2nd wheel. We're now trying to see who is going to be up towards the front that we're going to ring the bell, and it's going to be a preem lap coming up. Opening up a little bit of a gap. Great timing there. Timing is everything here for our racer on the front. Flapping in the wind a little bit. He needs to get those numbers a little tighter. That's going to be Asher Brown out of Kansas. And we're going to ring the bell for him. It's going to be a preem lap. 4 to go, but a preem lap. Preem lap. This is a preem lap. Merchandise, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Expo. Preem lap. So this will be the 4th to last lap of this race, but we're going to have a preem in it. Get this out of the way so the next person that's first across the line, next time they roll through, will win that preem. And then they will have 3 to go here. Our men's Cat 5 under 35. So we talked about our racer out of Kansas, the 21-year-old Asher Brown, setting on the right side of the road right there, looking back. Jacob Weaver and others trying to pull him on back. Juan Cardona as well. Right now, a little solo stake by number 804, Asher Brown. He'll make that turn. Trying to take this preem, so makes the uphill. Starts the uphill, that is, as you head on that right-hand turn onto Main Street, heading north. You're going to have Sound Pony on the right side, the iconic Cane's Ballroom on the right side. You're going to have the Inner Circle Vodka Bar where the big ride party will be tonight. Ghostland Observatory, free concert. Got a VIP tent and everything else that you can sign up for as well. The not free VIP tent. And then also the OK Pop Museum there on the left side. So they've made that turn. Right now, Asher Brown will go the Shadow of 244. In fact, he's already passed it on to the downhill. So maybe not quite the white knuckle downhill that you saw in years past. Early today, as they were trying to test out, especially our men's Cat 5, our Masters B, the guinea pigs on the wet race course. As it dries out, and that turn, the final turn of the course is super dry, they're going to be taking more and more risks, more and more turn of speed there as they navigate their way onto Reconciliation Way. So here it comes. Looking back, Andrew Battagliano trying to come out of that reduced peloton, but right now Asher Brown with the lead. But here they come, trying to pip him at the line, but he has enough daylight between himself and Battagliano as Asher Brown, the 21-year-old out of Kansas, will take the preem as we go 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, gentlemen. Third race of day number 2 here, 17th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Rain and weather affected, so not a full 30-minute race. We're going to race for 25 minutes, and we're coming to the business end of those 25 minutes as we are under 3 to go. So Asher Brown, having taken that second and final preem here, our men's Cat 5 under 35, slows it up a little bit. He'll be gathered back into the fold, but right now they're not letting him. Jacob Walker, that is, with Weaver Technologies, saying, I'm not going to let you set back in here. We're going to make you keep pushing up towards the front. You've already spent a couple matches. I want you to burn a couple more. Do a couple more watts. But now, finally, Asher Brown will swing off to the right, and the rest of our men's Cat 5 reduced peloton here, the 35 and under men's Cat 5 peloton, will move back up here together. We had that crash a couple laps ago that at least took out one, maybe two of the Cat 5 under 35 racers. So looking at this, probably only about 14 left, maybe. They're all still there together. One of our racers with Jesuit race team, I believe, one of the junior teams out of, I shouldn't say junior, but one of the teams out of Texas, I believe, just off the back of that group. But right now, we're going to come to the penultimate lap. It's going to be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, to the barriers. If you're at the house, off the couch, scream. They can hear you all the way from your house to the World Wide Web. As we're going to go 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Men's Cat 5 under 35, they're all together. It's a coffee ride. They're hanging out. No big deal. Nash Clark leading the way, number 806, as it is 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Smaller field. The novices, also a little difference, maybe someone that's a little stronger, kind of getting in, just now getting started. This is where you may make a solo attack and just leave the rest of this field. No team tactics. You get down here to a smaller group in this lower category race. The novices learning the trade, flying the trade, figuring out the strategy of Christmas here at the FC Tulsa, St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So the business end of this one, 25 minutes of racing coming down to the final lap and a half. So we're under 3 minutes or so to go. Maybe three, just over 3 minutes. So we're looking, they're all back together, but here comes Sound Pony. Here comes an attack from Sound Pony. The new kit. So So here with under 2 to go, the attack there of 820 possibly. Trying to see that number. It's the new Sound Pony kit this year in 2023. Still got a lot of that day glow yellow in. So the Sound Pony racer at the front. Here comes BMC Walmart. Here comes Weaver Technologies. Here comes Primal. Asher Brown racing with Primal out of Kansas. A lot of freewheeling there at the back as they're letting the Sound Pony racer set the pace and turn the wheels over. That's 8:28. Jack Carlo. There it is, Jack Carlo racing in the new 2023 kit as it's going to be the final lap. One to go, 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 one to go. Jack Carlo, the youngster, leading the way. On his tail, Ty Brissell, another youngster. One to go, one to go, one to go, one to go. So you got a 17-year-old leading the 15-year-old. The two youngest racers in this field, leading them on the final lap. They'll navigate turn number 1. About to head their way on the backside of the Guthrie Green into turn number 2. Smaller field, so not really the crush that may push them into the right side barriers, so they will make it. Everyone keeping it rubber side down. Our first preem winner, Andrew Battagliano, he has been spit out the back, so he will not be part of this. So winning the early preem, but he will not be competing for this podium. The racer out of New Jersey. As we'll see now, a little bit of a gap opening up, and here comes our second preem winner, Asher Brown with Primal. Opening up a little bit of a gap, so Jack Carlo got gathered back up there into that peloton, at about 6 wheels. So right now it's gonna be Asher Brown. It's gonna be Jacob Walker with Weaver Technologies, a little bit of a gap, and here comes Ty Brissell with BMC, but here they come back together. A fourth rider has entered the chat, Justin Lum with Move Company. So those four there together. Long, thin line as they're gonna make the turn. They're coming down the hill, past, getting ready to make their way the downhill towards the Old Lady Brady, the Tulsa Theater. And now Weaver with the GoPro, trying to film his mighty moment here as he moves to the front. But Asher Brown right there with him. So right now, middle of the road is the Weaver Technology racer Walker. And he's gonna try to take the inside line. Asher Brown will take the outside line. Brissell's still there as well. Here they come. That's a long sprint. That's a long sprint started early there by Walker. Look to the west, ladies and gentlemen. They're making their way, trying to finish this one out. The sprint coming to the line and taking it out of Arkansas. Ty Brissell with BMC Walmart Cycling Team. Unofficially your winner, the 15-year-old. Takes it in our men's Cat 5, under 35, we said. Some of these racers, you'll see them on the podium here at the Cat 5 this year. They could be Cat 3s by next year. So your unofficial winner, Ty Brissell, BMC Walmart Cycling Team out of Arkansas, out of the NWA, 15-year-old racing age. Ty takes the win. So Ty Brissell out of Arkansas, taking the win here. Able to come from probably about third wheel. So the sprint was opened up. And this is one of those things, it's deceptive. You think, man, you make that final turn, you have this high rate of speed, the downhill. You navigate that downhill past the Tulsa Theater, and then you turn, and it's still a long ways from that downhill till you get right up here to this finish line. We're all the way over here at Boston. So you make that turn, you got 2 full city blocks, another downtown city blocks here, but still, you make that left-hand turn and you still got, it's the first stop sign's Main Street. And then the second one, it's gonna be Boston up here at the finish line truss. That's a long distance. So sometimes the racers maybe open up their sprint a little early and don't want to just have a little bit of patience. Try to set in and maybe just set on that wheel for a little bit. Let the racer in front of you and maybe opens up that sprint. Just keep your nose out of the wind, save a couple watts before you open it up. And on that one, that's exactly maybe what happened to Jack Walker. Jacob Walker, Weaver Technologies. We'll see. I think he still finished on the podium. We'll get the official podium coming up next. No velodromes out here, but we'll still have Chris Carlson out here racing. World champion, Masters world champion, multiple disciplines. Definitely on the track. Carlson racing with Torchy's Tacos, Richardson Bike Mart, out of the Dallas Metroplex area. Got to thank all the volunteers making this possible. We can talk about the sponsors, and we do. We probably don't talk about them enough. We're going to recognize all the help they do. But the volunteers, whether or not it's the Crosswalk Marshals, whether or not it's the USA Cycling Official, whether or not it's the Doctor's Crew, it's all stuff that basically this is a 365-day endeavor. And it involves lots of golf carts taking water around the course. It involves lots of, hey, did the wind blow over a barrier on the backside of the course? Is it Tim Whiteside brushing water off the finish line? It's all of that. And then some. You got the Stinson family. You got the bell ringers up here. You got everyone, the family that makes this happen. And we got to thank them once again, the thankless job of bringing this. So, hey, I was talking about the big ride. If you check the Jumbotron, you're at the house, and you're looking away from your computer, your iPad, your iPhone, take a look at it. Tonight, the big ride. The festival starts at sundown, headlined by Ghostland Observatory with sports and DJ ECOG. It is live. It's the EDM after party. It'll be Saturday tonight. And that's presented by Flywheel. The big ride party presented by Flywheel. Go see Ghostland Observatory. I've seen them just across the street at the Canes Ballroom. It's a great show, laser light show and all that. Hopefully you don't have an epileptic seizure watching them, but it's a great show. And they will be out there on the lawn next to the Inner Circle Vodka Bar there on the west side of Main Street, up Sound Pony Hill. That is tonight. Music starts at sundown. The Big Ride, presented by Flywheel.
Check. I did myself.
I got you, got me. Check.
I don't have you.
And this is on the spare.
Yeah.
Check.
I don't hear you.
I got you nice and loud. Am I?
We're about 4 minutes away. Starting that race, 12:45. It'll be our women's Cat 4, Cat 5, women's Cat 4, Cat 5.
Color. I hear myself.
I
1, 2,
got
3.
you. Check.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not hearing you.
Check.
You're here.
That's right. Yeah. Check. Check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check.
How do we? Hello, good afternoon, ladies. Welcome to Tell So Tough. This is your race. You're scheduled for 25 minutes, and I'm not going to pull anybody. Normally, you're welcome, because I'm that way on this race. So you're welcome. I know it's going to get kind of chaotic toward the end of the race, and that's fine. We can live with it because we've got good judges. We got me. We got good pit people, good motor refs. Everybody finishes this race. All right. Thank you. I need everybody to point. Where is your pit? It's back behind you on the inside of the course. It's the black state tent. Go there for free laps. And we'll get going here in 1 minute. Have fun. Be safe. See you in a little while.
All righty, T-minus 60 seconds here. Just almost 60 seconds. So we're going to have two different podiums here. So we'll be recognizing the women's Cat 4, and there'll be a Cat 5 podium as well. So if you're a Cat 5, think you're in the top 3, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Whether or not you're 4 or 5, we want to recognize both of these podiums within a couple laps at the start of our next race. So once again, congratulations ahead of time for you podium members. So we'll be throwing out 3 different cash preems. It's going to be compressed schedule due to the weather, but guess what? Doesn't mean we compress the dollars. 2 $305 preems and a $100 preem. $100 preem courtesy of Bicycle Tulsa. The 2 $305 preems courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. The Divas raised $1,200 just for the women's 4-5 fields for Saturday and Sunday this weekend. So keep your head on a swivel and listen up. We are going to be throwing some cash out today. 10 seconds ago. We're going to count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And with the whistle, we are underway. Nothing like $710 of cash to motivate our women's Cat 4, Cat 5. 31 racers out here on the start line. And like I told them, keep their head on a swivel and listen, we're going to be ringing that bell for the preems. Opening lap here in our women's 4-5. Like I said, thank you to the St. Francis Tulsa Divas. $1,200 raised for the women's 4-5 field, just for the women's 4-5 field. And so they're going to have 2 different $305 preems that we handed out. Plus, I mean, nothing to take a stick at. $100 preem courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. But the Divas, they do it big. They had to overshadow you. Sorry, BOT. Reminder, Centier is cooking hot dogs. I almost said selling, not selling, but they are taking cash donations. So if you head down to the west, Centier Race Team, their 10th, they are cooking up hot dogs and taking donations for a great cause, the Special Olympics of Oklahoma. Once again, head on down, find Cyborg and the crew down there, as we're going to recognize our podium coming up in just a second. I'll look for Amy for the thumbs up. Let me know if we are good to go. We are good to go. So, opening lap here for our women's 4-5. And without further ado, let's take care of the podium in our men's Cat 5 under 35. Making his way to the third step, racing with Move Company, it's Justin Lum. with the GoPro to prove he did it and to brag later on YouTube, racing with Weaver Technology Racing, Jacob Walker, our second place finisher. And the 15-year-old coming over from the NWA, racing with BMC Walmart Cycling, Ty Brassell. Brassell, Walker, and Lum, 1, 2, and 3 as we are done and dusted. Opening lap here of our women's 4-5. And once again, when will we throw out the preems? We got 3 big cash preems coming up shortly. Alrighty, you know what? I've talked about it enough. Is it just all lip service, or are we actually going to throw out some cash? We're going to throw out some cash. Our first preem, our first Diva preem, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Divas, is coming up. We're going to ring the bell for him. Here comes the Volkswagen, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. And it's going to be a preem lap here. 4 minutes in, why not? Let's throw a preem. $305 cash preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. A preem lap. $305, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. The Volkswagen, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. Let them through as we're now just 2 laps in. Why not? We got a lot of money. We have $710 between the three different preems that we're going to be handing out. So you got to have it early. Press schedule due to the weather. So you know what you do? You incentivize the race. Let's make it exciting. Maybe shorter. Let's make it more exciting. So the first $305 preem coming up. So they make their way on the climb up the Sound Pony Hill. About 5 minutes in. So once again, we're counting the clock up before we count the laps down. But right now, take an opportunity. If you want to help a local hero, head on over to the, if you head to the west of us, you're going to find the Tulsa Fire Department cadets. They're all in red shirts down there. It's basically, this is to help out one of their own. They have a firefighter that's battling cancer. Harrison, he's over at MD Anderson. So the deal is, we actually have a crash, and racers are down there on the backside of the course here. But if you head on over to the Tulsa Firefighter Cadets there to the west of us down there, past the CG or GC3 racing tent, past the staging, you head on over there. They have these flyers that got QR codes. And so these QR codes, what it is, you're scanning for a raffle. So you scan in and you get registered, and they're raffling off giant bicycle and a Hasty Baked Charcoal Grill. So they're going to be awarding those raffle tickets and doing all that tonight, as there's a block party between 7 and 11 o'clock tonight over at Marshall's Brewing and Cabin Boys over in the Pearl District. And here they come. It's a $305 sprint coming up. $305, $305. That is close. But I believe we will see who it is that won the $305. That's a delaying tactic as I wait for the action. 217, Daphne Smith. 271, Dyslexia, it's my friend, Joy Bloser, Texas Fixed. Joy Bloser, $305 preem, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. $305. So the Divas raised $1,200 just for the women's 4-5 race. So we'll be giving out half of that here today, and then half of it out tomorrow. But once again, just to finish up, to help the local hero, like I said, Harrison, he's a Tulsa firefighter battling cancer right now. He's at MD Anderson. Head on down to the Tulsa Firefighter Cadets. They're in the red shirts off to the west. Scan the QR code. Like I said, they got a raffle for a $6,000 Hasty Bake and a $5,000 Defy Advanced Pro 2 TI2 Giant Race Bike. Harrison Mosby, once again, one of our local heroes here with the Tulsa Firefighters Department. The Cyborg, Isaac's out here doing a great thing. He's going to be handing out, once again, you can't see this, but if you could see it, I got a yellow handout. So you'll see them all over the race course. So try to hand them out. Go see the firefighters down there. They'll let you scan the QR code to register for that raffle. Once again, 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock tonight. Here we go. Oops, you're going to see these around. Once again, Harrison Mosby, Tulsa firefighter, battling cancer, MD Anderson. So once again, a great cause. Another thing that Tulsa firefighters and also Cintier, Steve Isaacs, and Cyborg, racing with Cintier, they do lots of great things. And this, once again, this is a great thing. Alrighty, so a lot of stuff going on, right? We're only 8 minutes in. We've only thrown out, already given $305. It's not going to stop. They have $405 more dollars to give out. Another $305 premium and another $100, and a $100 premium coming up as well. So right now, let's take a breath. A lot going on, right? Great weather. Now that the rain's gone away, is they're going to put 7 laps on the board now. 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. So here's the thing. We don't want to do a preem too late in the game. So it's about to get really chaotic. Really exciting in the next couple laps. We have 2 more preems probably in the next three laps. I mean, really. In fact, you know what? We're just going to ring it right now. We're going to ring it right now. Next time they come through, $100 preem coming up, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So a split in the field. And once again, that crash probably helped form that split here. 31 racers towed the start line. Looks like split, not quite in half. Let's just say, we'll call it 50-50. We'll say almost half and half now. Big gap between the front group and the back group. But right now, this preem will be for the front group that we're going to ring the bell next time they come through. So, reset here. 9 minutes in, under 7 laps to go. We've already given out one $305 preem. This is a $100 preem. And next time they roll through, it'll be 6 laps to go. And guess what? That'll really, really stir it up because we're going to have to give the other $305 preem really in staccato order. It's going to probably be 2 laps after that because we're going to get to the business end of this one real fast. Emily McKenzie, Team Sound Pony. Who are we? Sound Pony. She'll roll on through here. Part of our 4-5 field. So that crash, it took a couple racers out, but really, I don't think it really caused the split because the 2 racers that went down were kind of on the backside of the peloton. This is just the natural course here with having a Cat 4 and then having Cat 5. Once again, your novices, your early entries into crit racing in the Cat 5s, and then someone that's a little bit more seasoned in the Cat 4 that's already made the upgrade. That's what we see here. So here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group Volkswagen. And it's going to be a $100 preem, $100 preem. This is a preem lap. $100, $100, $100, $100 preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. A reduced peloton there altogether. They're kind of looking around. You got to be careful. I say keep your head in a swivel, but not when you're making turn number 1 there. Crossing of the wheels. Find yourself into the barriers there underneath the Jumbotron there. For the FC Tulsa football team, our local soccer club. One of our main sponsors here on Saturday. Down here at the Guthrie Green on Reconciliation Way. I mean, I said we have super fans, but literally we have a super fan out here today. Alrighty, so as we look to the Jumbotron, this is a $100 preem lap. And we'll look for our leaders coming to the front. Maybe DCC is Anna Puga. I tell you what, that is a familiar name because she has been all over some of these podiums that we've had in the Midwest here, whether Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas. We've seen her all over the place. She's actually out of New York. Actually, I say that out of Texas. She's raised in Texas. I've definitely seen her up here in Tulsa Tough before. But right now, she is trying to lead this group down that hill towards the Tulsa Theater because it is a $100 preem. $100 preem. We're looking off to the west. We're going to wait for the Volkswagen. Here it comes. There's the lead moto, and then here comes Anna Puga. Anna making that left-hand turn. A little bit of daylight between her and the Chasers for $100. Stays in the saddle, but here comes 219. That will be Megan Whitford trying to get up out of the saddle. They're trying to catch up, and they are not going to catch her. Here comes Anna. She will take the $100. DCC in the money. $100 preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So we've done 2. We got a third one, and guess what? It's another $305 preem. We're going to wait. Let's get the heart rate down. Bring the excitement down. She just won $100. She may want to win $305. So we'll find out. We're going to not do this lap, but the next lap. So when this shows us at 4 to go, we're going to ring that bell. For the final preem, another $305 preem. So right now, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Women's Cat 4, Women's Cat 5. Looking at the Jumbotron, we will see the Fat Tire truss work down there on Main Street. You look all the way down to the south of the Jumbotron, you'll see the State Wheel Pit, which is off here to the west of us here on Reconciliation Way. Our main drag here. We had talked about how sometimes the kick on the sprint you can go too early. Anna on that one had enough of a lead and stayed in the saddle. Didn't have to get out of the saddle to sprint to take that $100. Whenever we ring the bell in about a lap and a half for the $305, once again, what type of tactics do you want? It's going to be late in the game. We're going to throw a $305 preem in here with about 4 to go. Do you want that $305 more than a chance at the podium? Do you burn some matches? Do you burn too many matches there? We shall find out right now. We're going to be watching. Once again, not ringing it just yet. We'll let Superfan over there. He can ring his bell all he wants. That's not the preem bell. Powered by PBR and not an official beer sponsor of the St. Francis stuff. That'll be Marshall. Cabin Boys, actually. Cabin Boys Brewing Company. All right, so here we come. Looking at the Volkswagen. So they're going to roll on through. Once again, we are not ringing the bell here. Not ringing the bell. But they will see 4 to go. It's 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, but at 3 to go. It'll be the next one. We have to give them a lap. I want to bring it down. It's going to get chaotic. We're going to wait. So not just yet. So 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. 4 laps, 4 laps, 4 laps, 4 laps, 4 laps, 4 laps. So here's the thing. If they're listening up on the Jumbotron in turn number 1, we're going to give you a $305 preem coming up next time on through. If you hear us down there in turn number 1 for our race leaders here in the women's 4-5. It will be a $305 preem, but once again, wait. It'll be the start of the next lap. So right now, that race leaders, it's strung out a little bit, so let's say it's about 12 or so. About 12 racers there. You got the Volkswagen ahead of them, the lead moto. They're about to pass the lead moto, probably getting ready to capture a overlapped rider, about to get lapped on the backside there of our field. She'll pull off here to the right side, about a half of Main Street or so to go before that field catches her, but they're definitely going to catch her before we get to the preem. A chance before we get to the preem. But right now, looking up the front, let's get Arkansas represented with BMC Walmart Cycling. BMC had the winner in the men's Cat 5 under 35, Ty Bursell. Trying to see that could be Chassis Kirby out of Arkansas, racing with BMC Walmart. So right now, up out of the saddle at the front, Megan Whitford again. Spectra Racing, powered by Early Bird out of Texas. So there are going to be about 3 riders are getting ready to get lapped there. So once again, going to try to keep it clean there. They need to stay off to the right side, which they are doing. And that reduced peloton, a little freewheeling here. They are not going to be freewheeling when they hear that bell coming up with 3 to go for $305. A cash preem, the second $305 preem, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. So, got some lapped riders. They'll make their way first there. They'll move to the right. Going to see those 3 there on the right, but here comes Anna Puga with DCC driving the train here. And guess what? They want to hear the money bell. It is going to be a preem lap, preem. $305, $305. It's a preem lap, preem, $305. Daphne Smith, 217 up towards the front. A preem lap with 3 to go. We put the action at the end of this one. The pointy end of this one got a little more sharp with a $305. You got to make it a little more difficult. It can't just be $300. A $305 cash preem here with 3 to go. Preem lap at the business end. So they're going to be sprinting it out, and then guess what? They'll be immediately onto the penultimate lap with 2 to go. So 3 to go, under 3 to go, and it's a preem lap as well. So looking back, we've seen some of those Spectre Racing teammates, Megan Whitford, Alyssa Candoza. Trying to figure out the third number. There's 3 of those racers all up there in that top 5. Here comes Anna Puga. Anna, familiar face and name here at Tulsa Tough, moving her way to the front. Here on the backside of the course, they've made their way on the backside of Kane's Ballroom, about to start heading downhill. It's that long downhill, and Anna at the front, looking to drive on here, and just setting in her wheel though. That may be Megan Whitford to Spectre Racing. They're just kind of single file line there, letting Anna very diminutive, she's kind of short, kind of out of the wind. That being said, there's a little bit of draft happening, and that's exactly what they're doing here. It looks like they're going to spread out a little bit. Going to have a long right-hand turn. Number 2, even possibly, Ariel Mencius, Moxie Racing. As here they come. This will be a $305 preem sprint. Anna up out of the saddle. Here they come, running to the line. Are they going to be able to overtake her? Maybe be a 3-up sprint, and they will not. Anna Puga takes the $305 preem. And now, 2 to go. Was it worth it? Was the effort to take that second preem for Anna worth it? Because now you got to get the heart rate down. You got to calm down. You got to get the oxygen back in the lungs. Because guess what? We're in the final 2 laps. The pointy end continues here in our women's 4-5. Reminder, we'll be doing 2 podiums, one for the Cat 4 and one for the Cat 5s. So Anna takes the preem, but you know what? They're going to let her sit at the front. Nope. Okay, there's a little bit of a counter here. Racers now moving up on the left side as they get ready to make their way on that right-hand turn onto Main Street. A little bit of a move still, Anna towards the front. Interesting, you'd think maybe they would try to make her put some extra effort because she's shown the turn of speed to take those 2 different preems. Now she's trying to kind of weave around the road. Tell you what, she said, I'm just going to shake these people. I'm just going to move off. I'm not going to have them sit on my wheel. We're going to overtake some folks, and then the chase is going to have to go to Spectre Racing. So Anna takes that left-hand turn. The shadow of 244, the second to last time that they'll navigate that. But right up onto Anna's wheel will be Megan Whitford with Spectra. So they'll make that turn, about to do the long downhill. The white knuckle drag past the Tulsa Theater. Next time you see them, ladies and gentlemen, it will be 1 to go. We've rung so many bells in this race with all the preems, the $710 worth of preems. But right now, it is truly the bell of all bell, the bell lap coming up. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Coming up momentarily as we wait for our race leaders to make that final left-hand turn on lap number 2. So they'll overtake a lap rider. The lap rider will take it to the right side, and here they come. We're about to let them know it is 1 lap to go. The short race, but an exciting race, and it is 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Making the way to the front, Whitford. Also up there, Ariel Mencius with Moxie Racing. Having to keep our eyes open. Will be some new names and faces that maybe have finally popped their heads out from behind. Been kind of hanging out, saving the watts, staying out of the wind. But right now, Mencius will be at the front. Whitford right with her. Looks like Anna Puga maybe got dropped back into the group to about 10th or 12th wheel. So maybe those efforts to win the $305 and the $100 preem has affected the legs of Anna Puga. She's now on the backside of the front of our peloton. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. So we'll look to the Jumbotron. A little bit of cessation of hostility, similar to our first race, where they had kind of they slowed it up on the final lap, kind of a surprise here. So nobody making any type of attack, nobody striking out. But here's the thing, they kind of messed about Rising from the grave, Anna Puga now is moving her way up the right side of the hill. She looked like maybe she had burnt those matches in the preens, and here she is. She's now second wheel as they make their way in the backside of the OK Pop Museum. Trying to latch on to 218. Sarah Vladimirova, Ride or Die Collective out of Colorado, setting first. The Ride or Die Collective racer, but now Anna Puga DCC sitting there right there with her, 1 and 2. But there are the green and blue jerseys of Spectra Racing. More than likely, that's going to be Megan Whitford. So, Vladimirova driving the front of this. They're coming down the hill, ladies and gentlemen. Peel your eyes to the west. Look off towards the Tulsa Theater as they make that left-hand turn onto Reconciliation Way. Once again, when do you open up the sprint? Anna Puga does it now. She's going to come up out of the saddle. Once again, she's shown the streak to hold it off. This is a long sprint. Has she started too soon? Has the matches added up? And she will now get overtaken coming to the line. And that will be Moxie Racing's Ariel Mancias, your unofficial winner in the women's Cat 4, Cat 5. What a battle there by Anna as she was able to navigate her way back, but unable to keep the legs there. Once again, she's $405 richer, but she will not be on the top step of the podium here today, as that will be Ariel Mancias with Moxie Racing out of Texas on that exciting sprint finish. Once again, we talk about it's so deceptive. You make that left-hand turn coming off the Tulsa Theater on the Reconciliation Way, you think, there's the finish line, I gotta go. It's 2 city blocks. You try to open up your sprint too soon, you're already having this high rate of speed, but that's because gravity's helping you out on the downhill. When you go, you got a stop sign at Maine before you hit the second stop sign at Boston. That's a long way to go. Anna opened up the sprint early, but it was Mancias who finished it late to take the win. Once again, it is still a closed course. We have some racers still out there, so make sure that you are paying attention to the course marshals. They are here to protect the racers first and foremost. Sorry, had to say it. They're not here for you. They're there for them because they're working harder than you are. Do not interrupt their workspace. As once again, congratulations, our women's 4-5 finishing out the sprint here on day number 2 of the 2023 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Yeah, we talked about the race history for Anna Puga. Last year, she was first at this race on Saturday and third at Crybaby Hill. Back at the 2022 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. But not enough in the legs there at the end as it was taken by Ariel Mancias, a Cat 4 racer. She's coming off an April 27th win at the Bear Creek Criterium Series. Getting first on that one in April and then third in the Women's Open in May. Also, she heads down this little driveway series as well out of Texas. Down in Austin, a very iconic spot, the driveway race series. It's not the Formula One racetrack or anything like that, but it is a racetrack down in Austin that they have a weekly crit race on. And so kind of exciting. Like, hey, I mean, think about the big motors on these people riding the bikes. They don't need 4 wheels. They got 2 to navigate the driveway series down there. So we'll be doing our podiums, come up a little bit. Once again, at the very beginning of our next race, and we'll have a Cat 4 and a Cat 5 podium for our women coming up next. Right now, next race of the day is going to be our Women's Cat 3 and Women's Masters 40 Plus coming up in a couple minutes. Real quick, just to follow up on Ariel Mancias, your winner here today. Last year, she was 12th on both days in the women's 4-5 race, so definitely did her homework, trained it up over the offseason to come here back to Tulsa and definitely not just jumping in the top 10, but take the top step here on day number 2 in the women's 4-5. Ariel Mancias, Moxie Racing. Next race coming up will be at 1:20, so under 10 minutes from now, we'll have the next race today. Women's Cat 3 and Women's Masters 40 Plus. So two different podiums we'll have there racing together, and that'll be coming up at 1:20. Next race coming up at 1:20.
Three, four. Right, talk to me.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Here.
Check, check.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I can hear you great.
Yeah. Yep. Let me do one more thing. One, two, three, four, five,
1, 2, 3,
six.
4, 5.
You hear me? Can't. It's
Fondos that had a little delayed start to the day. Roll on up. Women's 2-3, Women's Masters, 37 racers. Towing the line here. Next race of the day here on day number 2, 2023 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Cup. 1 minute. The final 60 seconds before we send another wave out into the fray. Another set of gladiators to take on the FC Tulsa. Tulsa Arts District. St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Took us 18 years to get to the 17th edition, but well worth the wait. Here we are, less than 60 seconds to go. T-minus 35 seconds. Our great USA Cycling crew keeping us abreast of all the rules and regulations. Counting it down. We'll be teeing them off at 1:20. 15 seconds. 37. 30. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are underway with the whistle. Women's Open, Women's 2-3, and Women's Masters. 37 racers total out on the race course. Originally scheduled for a 35-minute race. With the condensed schedule with the weather delay, I believe we're down to 25. I'll get that confirmed in just a second. Right now, we'll be counting the clock up before we count the laps down. So we're still 5 to 8 minutes away before we'll start seeing the lap counter get started. Should also have some preens coming up as well. Alrighty, opening lap here for our Women's 2-3 and Women's Masters. It's at 37 racers between the two different categories. Looking back, last year's winner on Saturday, Rachel Parker. Do not see her on the start list. So that may mean that either she's not here or she's now racing as a pro. We'll find out. Let's go check the start list for our women's pro race coming on up. She looked to the sky, a little World War II era, possibly bomber there. Never know what you'll see in the skies above Tulsa Tough. Early it was rain clouds. Right now it's a silver bomber from a bygone era, but still flying. Somebody's great maintenance. Speaking of maintenance, the state wheel pit is off to the west here, and that's where up until 6 laps to go, if you have a mechanical or a crash during the race, you can get back over there and they get you feathered back in. But after 6 laps to go, no more. As 1 lap done and dusted, we have sent them around the gauntlet for the first of many, many laps here in our Women's 2-3 and Women's Masters race. Looking through, again, look at some of the names from last year. Don't see them here on our start list. So once again, got to think, Rachel Parker, Amelia Langham, Lauren Kuhn, either they're not here or they have moved up. Bigger and better purses, prize money that is, and a bigger purse when you go into the Cat 1, Pro, P1 category. So that may be where they are right now. But definitely going to have some new names and faces at the top of the podium here at our Women's 2-3 here in the 2023 edition. No repeats from the 2022 edition. So on to lap number 2. Second time they're going to ascend the hill. That elevated drag up towards Sound Pony. Looks like Pink Kid of United Racing, possibly out of Texas. Starting to kind of move the way off the front. Couple early moves there by the a couple riders up top of the front. I'll try to get those numbers for you once again. It is early. 3.5 minutes into this one. Once again, thanks to our audio-visual video team, the audios and the visuals, the Jumbotrons all over, not just the Jumbotrons, but also broadcasting this over the World Wide Web, live streaming. If you're here watching, you have to leave. Sorry you're leaving. Make sure you go check out Tulsa Tough live feed at the www.tulsatough.com/live feed, as we now have 2 laps, a about to be completed in our women's 2-3 and women's masters. So the two racers that are on the front right now, that is going to be Olivia Reeve and Hannah Dazzling. So Olivia Reeve, that is, racing out of Missouri with Road Crew Racing. And then on her wheel, coming out of Georgia with United Cycling, is Hannah Dulsing. So not out of Texas. Apologies to that. To Granddad and Grandma Dulsing watching back in Georgia. Hannah racing with United Cycling. So 2 laps done. Question is, when do we throw in the preems? We're going to have 3 different preems here, our women's 2-3, women's masters, a $50, a $100, and a second $100, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. We are collecting items up at the stage as far as lost and found are concerned. Especially if you're racing out here, you may need something to count your miles. You know what I'm saying? Once again, we talked about all the great naming rights sponsors we've had. Aeon being the Fondo sponsor, Kappa Boys Brewery, our official beer. Coupe Ale Works, also the official beer of the Fondos. So as our Fondo finishers continue to roll on in out of the north there, north of us here on Boston, north of the Guthrie Green, they're coming on in. They're going to grab some food, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and having a couple beers up there, courtesy of Coupe Ale Works. Once again, our lead sponsor here, our title sponsor on day number 2 down here at the Tulsa Arts District is FC Tulsa, the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. So 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. New name up at the front, that is going to be 146. That is Camilla Arenas with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy out of California. A little reverse Dust Bowl there. Californians coming back to Oklahoma. Sorry. Dad jokes and history lessons. I'm going to give them all day long. So, next time they come through, we are going to ring the bell, and it will be a $100 cash preem. $100 cash preem lap coming up, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Cat 4, Cat 5 women, please hang out here. We're going to try to get you taken care of, but we're waiting on some official results to get taken care of. Cat 4, Cat 5 women, podium. Don't leave just yet. So, under 9 to go. We'll show 8 to go next time they roll on through. Look at that peloton starting to shed out some racers off the back. But the lead of this race, they'll make their way underneath the Red Bull banner / truss, the big inflatable Red Bull at the top of the hill, above Tulsa Theater, on literally the furthest northwest portion of this course. Got a preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 cash preem, $100 cash preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 in cash, cash preem, cash preem, cash preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 in cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. This is the first of 3 cash preems we'll be handing out in here. $100 in cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. And once again, towards the front, that may be Hannah Dulsing with United Cycling right now at the head of this one. Alrighty, so this is a preem lap. So we're looking at the front end, the pointy end of this one, the business end, a long, thin line of racers. We talked about Dulcing from Georgia, United Cycling up towards the front. Some of those other pink kits are teammates from United Cycling also in that long line. But right now it's been overtaking some blue up the front. Probably going to be BMC Walmart now moving towards the front. Also looks like one of our locals, that could be Amanda Brandyberry, moving her way up towards the front. Actually sitting about fourth or fifth wheel now as BMC will now move it to the front. So they're going to come downhill and make that left-hand turn. If you look off to the west, here they come. Here comes the pace car, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive. Here comes the lead moto, and here comes the peloton. Who's going to take the $100 cash preem as they're going to come sprinting for the line? A long, long sprint it is. And coming to the line and holding off a late charger will be number 590, as that will be Ariel Wyatt from Tulsa, but racing, it looks like with that BMC Walmart kit. Ariel, one of our locals here in Tulsa, she's a preem hunter. You head on out to Sintier Sunday down at Bixby West Intermediate, where they have some great races down there, a great race course around that school. Lots of chicanery going on and that setup, but she's winning preems there. She wins preems here. She'll win preems all over, and she's going to take that first $100 cash preem courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So right now, under 7 to go. Next lap will be 6 to go. We still have 2 more preems, so we're going to have to throw them out fast and furious over the next couple laps. Alrighty, so under 7 to go, under 7 to go. We've already done that preem. We're going to hold off. They're going to come through, but then we're going to ring the bell again. Not this lap, next lap. Once again, we got 2 more preems to squeeze on out, but not this lap. But the next time through, we will ring that bell, and it'll be a $50 cash preem. Once again, not this lap, the next lap. Going to let that heart rate come down a little bit. Once again, with the truncated schedule, kind of shortening up the races due to the rain, we have less time to race, but we still have the same amount of money to give out. So a lot more, maybe shorter, but a lot more exciting races. So once again, packing in a lot here on day number 2, the 17th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So here it is, under 6. We actually 6 to go is what we're going to show them right now. So not under 6, 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. A little cessation of hostilities for just a little bit. As moving towards the front, that's going to be Anastasia Yanchelina. Sorry, Granddad and Grandma Yanchelina, as I messed that one up. Anastasia, Road Crew Coffee and Cycles out of Missouri, making her way to the front here. 6 to go. We're going to take a break from the preems for only a second. Next time they come through. So the next lap will be another preem as we have 2 more to try to squeeze in. Once again, the excitement and the money must flow here, even with shorter time with the rain-shortened races. righty, we're going to ring the bell. It's going to be a $50 cash preem, $50 cash preem coming up. Our second preem, we got to squeeze them on in. So second preem coming up. It'll be $50. We're going to ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. This will be a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. This will be a preem lap. Ladies, we're going to show you 5 to go. We're also going to let you know it's a $50 cash preem, $50 preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. And we are going to be ramming this in. This is a preem lap with 5 to go, and then we're going to have another preem coming up with 3 to go. Squeezing it in. Alrighty, this is a preem lap, $50 cash preem, Jamicano. Just go check out Instagram. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Jamicano. It's a lifestyle. So as we said, with the shorter time frame, less laps with the same amount of money that we're giving out. We try not to put them too late in the game because you don't want to muck up the end, right? You're going to have so much action going on. You're going to burn some matches. You want to try to recover, but there is really no option for that as you're going to be doing preem. So we're actually going to do something dastardly here. Under 4 to go, we're going to have back-to-back preem laps. So right now we're on a preem lap. Whoever comes across wins $50, and we're going to have to try to convey. When these racers are going to be breathing through their eyeballs, have to try to convey while they hear this $50 preem sprint that, by the way, the lap they're starting is also going to be a preem. All righty, here, and this will be a sprint for the line, and this is also a preem lap, another preem lap, another preem lap, another preem lap. We're going to go another preem lap, another, back to back, two. Cash money. 2 preem laps back to back. Once again, you say it's chaotic, it's crit racing. It's going to be chaotic. Why do you think Americans love crit racing? Elbows up in the corners, short, aggressive, crashes, you got it. We also got cash. Throwing out the cash at the preem. Cash preem, so here it is. Because of the shortened race, because of the weather, we're having to do more in less time. So $50 preem had already been done. Now this is another preem lap, and I believe it's $100 for the second one. I have to validate that. It will be. This will be another $100 preem, the last. 3 for 3 now. We're about to hand out the last of the 3 here on our women's 2-3 women's masters. They've already sprinted for the $50, and hopefully they understand that this is a preem lap here for $100. Alrighty, so we're going to show 4 for them right there. That's the backside of our peloton. Rolls through the 4. So the next time our race leaders roll through, we will show 3 to go for them. And right now, who is it? It's the preem hunter, Ariel Wyant, moving her way towards the front. Out of Tulsa, but racing with BMC Walmart Cycling Team. The team's out of Arkansas, but she's a local preem sniper here in the Oklahoma crit scene. She's setting second wheel. We're trying to see who's right in front of her. That may be number 165, which I believe is going to be Regina. So they're going to be sprinting for $100. This is a sprint for $100, a sprint for $100. And this looks like it will be taken by Ariel. Takes the preem now. 3 to go. 3 to go. 3 to go. 3 to go. The chaos continues here as we navigate weather reschedules. We navigate righty, so here we are. We're going to be down to 2 to go. Next time they roll through will be the penultimate lap. Cleaning up the backside of the course. So we're going to try to take care of our podium in just a second, Amy. A lot of stuff going on today here on day number 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Top. And we're at the business end of this one. So when they come rolling on through, we're going to have 1 to go. We're going to ring the bell. It'll be the final lap. And at that point, we'll recognize our women's Cat 4 podium. And we'll try to squeeze in the women's Cat 5 as well. 2 to go, 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 2 to go. All righty. Without further ado, we're going to do our women's Cat 4 podium. Making her way to the third place step, racing with off camber, it's Amy Melekade. Amy Melekade in third place off camber. Your second place finisher in the women's Cat 4 with the Ride or Die Collective is Sarah Vladimirova. And making her way to the top step, racing with Moxie Racing, it's Ariel Mancias. Your women's Cat 4 podium, Mancias, Vladimira, and Melekade, 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations to our women's Cat 4 podium. So here we are. We're on the business end of this one. Our women's 2-3 and Masters. I'll tell you what, we're going to be ringing the bell. Next time they roll through, it will be the final lap. It will be the bell lap for our race leaders. Reminder, we do have Centier Race Team who's going to be down there. They are cooking hot dogs and hamburgers. All the proceeds from any you can volunteer some money, donate some cash. It goes to the Special Olympics of Oklahoma, so great cause. Head on down to the west of the start-finish line, Centier Race Team. So here at the business end, under 2 to go. Once again, racers moving up towards the front. That's going to be 148. Marlena Bemis, that is, with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. She got the GoPro on top. But we're going to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. When they come through, here's the bell, here's the bell, here's the bell. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. The business end of our women's 2-3 women's Masters race. They've been racing for 22 minutes and 45 seconds, and now it's going to come down to the final 2 minutes. The final journey around the gauntlet. The final lap here at our FC Tulsa. Of course. The final lap, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Race leaders up towards the front. We've had a lot of the riders from Georgia racing with United Cycling. We've had our Los Angeles Bicycle Academy racers coming out of California as well up towards the front. We'll keep an eye out as once again, we're going to have a racer making her way off the front. Try to see who has that red kit. Is trying to make an attack here to come on up. So we have one more podium for the women. We will try to recognize our women's Cat 5 podium. So if you are in the women's Cat 5 podium, go over and talk to Amy, and we'll try to get you taken care of at the end of this race here. We're going to take care of our women's Cat 5 coming up after the end of this one. We're on the business end. So the front of this race, ladies and gentlemen, if you're at the Jumbotron, you can see it. If not, come to the finish line now. You're going to look off to the west. Up at the front, United Cycling will be up there. Also, we talked about the racers from the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy moving up there. But here comes an attack from BMC Walmart. That's Ariel Wyatt. She's tucked in along the barriers there as they make their way down the hill, about to take that turn. Here they come to the line, about to come gallop to the line. As you look to the west, here they come. Wyatt on the front, but here it comes. 157 possibly out of LA. That may be, not sure who the number is, but they're going to sprint to the line. Battling it out, taking it to the line, and it will be 146. That is going to be Camilla Arenas with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy holding off Tulsa's own Ariel Wyatt for second unofficially in our women's 2-3 women's 40-plus category race. galloped to the line there. Ariel was in first place, but unable to hold off Arenas at the final moment as she came around the outside to take the win on the sprint. An exciting sprint finish there at the end. Taking it, Camilla Arenas over Ariel Wyant. So we're going to try to recognize our women's Cat 5 podium, and I need to look for Sarah Rush, Joy Bloser, and Deidre Thomas. Don't know if we have Deidre, Joy, and Sarah. So looking for Sarah Rush, looking for Joy Bloser, looking for Deidre Thomas. Can you go over here to Amy and let her know, check it? Do we have all three? All right, well, I'm just going to call your name. We may have some ghost runners on second. All righty, recognizing our women's Cat 5 podium, racing with Reunion Racing Team. In third place, Deidre Thomas. Making her way to the second step, racing with Texas Fixed, it's Joy Bloser. And making her way to the top step, trying to emulate the Cat 4 winner, racing with Moxie Racing, it's Sarah Rush. So your women's Cat 5, Sarah Rush, Joy Bloser, Deidre Thomas, 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations to our women's Cat 5. So coming up next will be our men's Cat 4. Men's Cat 4, next race today, men's Cat 4. Reminder, a little downtime here in between the races. Men's Cat 4 is coming up next. Right now, chance to take advantage of thanking our sponsors. Our lead sponsor here on Saturday, FC Tulsa, the Tulsa Arts District Criterium. FC Tulsa playing a little bit of football, a little soccer over at One Oak. And reminder, I keep just laying this out there, Jamicano. Go check it out on Instagram, Jamicano. Maybe go check out Thelma's Peach. Not associated with St. Francis Tulsa Tough, but you'll want to be associated with Jamicano. And with the whistle, Steve will bring our men's Cat 4, our largest field of the day, as they roll on down to the line. Our next wave, the next experiment, the next guinea pigs on the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Moments away from getting this underway again. Reminder that the state wheel pit closes with 6 to go, gentlemen. Stringfellow, you don't need no pit. 6 to go is when we will close the state wheel pit, and it's back here to the west. So right down to the west of us here, Reconciliation Way. Down at the corner of Main Street and Reconciliation Way, you'll see the black state wheel tip, and that is our neutral service pit. So once again, an opportunity, mechanical, crash, whatever, get back there, and they'll feather you back in. But that is only up to 6 laps to go. So once again, under 6 to go. See ya. Go see the Cabin Boys Brewery, who's our official beer of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Shameless plug, tossing it on in there. So, a couple minutes away. So, couple minutes away here as we're now, let's say 2 minutes, so just over 120 seconds. A reminder, if you think you're on the podium, don't go hang out in the car, don't go get changed. Stay down here. You want to recognize the podium early on at the first couple laps of the following race. So if you're on the podium, don't go take a shower, don't go check into the hotel, don't go down and hang out at Sound Pony or anything like that. Make sure you hang out close so we can take care of everybody and recognize the podiums here at our men's Cat 4. So 108 racers on the registration. Sure, all 108. Yeah, you're all out here. Largest field of the day here on day number 2 at the FC Tulsa Arts District, St. Francis Tulsa Tough, 17th year in existence, our 2023 edition. So looking at last year's podium, and we talked about a lot of times, you got a podium in the Cat 5 in 2022, probably not going to be on that same category as you're moving up. Right now, looking at last year's winner, Jake Boykin, our Cat 4 winner last year, not on the race list here. So possibly racing in Cat 3, or maybe just hanging out watching this online on the World Wide Web. The last year's podium, Boykin, Grant Rogers, Ryan Brantley. Who will be at the top step today when we get this finished up, as we are 30 seconds away from kicking off the next wave? The gladiators of the men's Cat 4. No more bragging rights. You guys actually get paid. It's like you're semi-pro or something. 15 seconds. Beer money. We'll throw some preems at you guys as well, so keep your ears open for that as we're down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are underway. Men's Cat 4, 108 warriors. released on the streets of downtown Tulsa. We'll count the clock up before we count the laps down. The next wave of the day, men's Cat 4. Opening lap here of our men's Cat 4. Opening lap, opening lap, opening lap. So they've been navigating about 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes, some of the previous races. We'll see how far or how fast we are here on our opening lap of our men's Cat 4. 30 minutes of racing. So once again, right at 2 minutes as we roll them on through. Opening lap at 2 minutes on the opening lap. We talked about those winners last year. Jake Boykin not on the start list here. Grant Rogers, who was second. Don't see him. Yep, I don't see him on our start list here today. And then Ryan Brantley, who was in third last year. So once again, as I said earlier, I thought it was the case, and it is the case. We'll have a brand new podium here in 2023 on our men's Cat 4. More than likely, the previous podium guys in Cat 4, they're probably racing Cat 3. Who knows? They may be in the men's Pro 1-2 race or P1 race later on here tonight. So once again, we talked about it's been a weather-shortened day. We still have the same number of races, same number of preems that we're going to be handing on out, same number of volunteers working hard to bring you this event and keeping all these racers safe. So once again, when you are crossing the course, make sure you're only crossing in the crossing guard area and listen to your course marshals, as the course marshals are here first and foremost to protect the racers because they're working harder than you are. All righty, second lap done and dusted. It's a faster one this time around, a lot faster, about 10 seconds faster this time through. As that is, we feel the breeze as our 108 racers in this peloton that's starting to split a little bit there towards the front come hurtling down Reconciliation Way. They'll navigate their way to turn number 1 underneath the first Jumbotron. And like I said, that first lap was about 2 minutes. That last one was about 1:50 as we have racers down. Turn number 1 can be tricky and chaotic as you come hurtling down this straightaway. Tim Whiteside out there, one of the volunteers trying to help. Once again, we'd like to represent our podiums, so our women's 2-3 and the women's masters. If you're on those podiums, please head on down. So 30 minutes of racing. Once again, we took about 10 minutes talking with Tim Carrig, and we had to make up the 90-minute delay to start at 11 versus 9:30. We lost the kids' race, unfortunately. We'll have it tomorrow. And then we took about 10 minutes off most of the races. As you look, you'll have except the women's pro. The women's pro race will still be a full 60 minutes. The men's pro race will be 70 minutes, so it will lose 10 minutes. So other than the women's pro race, everything else had about 10 minutes cut off. Once again, same amount of races, trying to pack it all in. Talking about packing it all in. With these shorter races, it's more chaotic because you have the same amount of preem money, and we have 3 preems we're going to be handing out here in our men's Cat 4. Or sorry, 2 preems, that is. $50 courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, and then a $75 cash preem as well. So another lap as they roll on through, and once again, they are picking up the pace. So let's say first lap 2 minutes, second lap is about 1:50. It's probably about 1:45, maybe somewhere in there. Math maybe a little off there, but definitely seems like it is faster there. And once again, they were trying to take care of a downed rider. That crash that happened on the previous lap in turn number 1, it's kind of dangerous there because once again, you have this, it's the longest straightaway of the race course coming down Reconciliation Way. So when you go west to east and you make that turn number 1, where that down rider is, it's kind of tough because it's a tight turn, and you have 108 riders, or racers that is. I'm a rider, they're racers. In this field, it can get a little tight going through there. We're going to hold off on the preem for a little bit. Once again, trying to get medical to take care of the situation and help out our rider that's down there in turn number 1. So once again, we talked about all the great sponsors that make all of this possible. We talked about Cabin Boys, the official sponsor of the official beer sponsor. We talked about Aeon, who's the official Fondo sponsor. Also, Mineral Agua, sparkling mineral water, is official mineral water of Tulsa Tough. I tell you what, we're looking at the Jumbotron. You see some of our younger riders. That is a tall drink of water there. That gentleman is 6'8", and right now he is literally position number 1 on this course as he makes his way down the hill next to Tulsa, the Tulsa Theater. 6'16", I believe. So maybe Thomas Carroll. It's either going to be 6'10". So that's Turner Becker. Yeah, 6'10". Number 6'10", height 6'8" is what I'd heard. So here they come here. 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. And right now he is up at the front with 2 OK Flyers. So it's the Texas Giant, Turner Becker, with 2 OK Flyers. Inside. Once again, trying to make sure we are navigating turn number 1 to take care of the medical situation there for the rider that is down. So, looking back, the chase group, we have some racers making their way on up. So see some of the Logistics 918 racers up in there. That could be Alberto Figueroa. Not see the number, but he's up there in that purple and white kit. Need to check out the OK Flyers. Once again, see if they've been brought back in the fold. Doesn't look like it. They're still up there. So it's the two OK Flyers, and then the Texas Giant, Turner Becker. Once again, we'll try to get the numbers of our OK Flyers racers put up in just a second. We'll wait for them to make the turn. Unable to see those numbers just yet. 631, so one of them will be, that's going to be Isaiah Colbreth, OK Flyers. Not see the second one, but right now we do know there's 2 Flyers to the local junior racers for the OK Flyers up there with Turner Becker from Texas. So 9 to go, so next time they come through will be 8 to go. We're holding off on the preems just right now. As once again, we're trying to take care of the medical situation there for the down rider in turn number 1. So we will have 2 preems. And once again, waiting for the situation to get cleared up there. Medical personnel down there in turn number 1. So 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Gonna have an attack there, 616. That is gonna be Thomas Carroll, Arkansas United Racing, as he makes his way up, trying to calm down the peloton as they're gonna make their way on turn number 1. Once again, the safety of the medical personnel and the down rider there. So this field of 108 got stretched out even before that crash. There's a long line, a thin line of racers here navigating the way on the backside of the Guthrie Green as we are under 8 laps to go here. So the men's Cat 4. We talked about Boykin, Rogers, Brantley last year's podium. They're gone. So who's going to be on the podium this year? So it looks like we are all back together at the front. So the two OK Flyers, Colbreth, did not see his teammate. They've come back in, as has the 6'8" giant, Turner Becker from Texas. He'll slide back in about 7th wheel, but tell you what, you can only get that 6'8" frame so low. He's still eating some watts at 6'8", sitting about 5th or 6th wheel. So right now, all kind of coming back together at the front. Some of the gaps that have formed maybe starting to get sewn back together when it comes to the overall field. Easy. See Easy racing later on. Mr. Zamora, Senor Zamora. I think the other breakaway OK Flyer was Aiden Wyatt, but once again, back into the fold now. And I believe that it's still going to be Thomas Carroll, Arkansas United Racing, with number 616 that's up there. So they'll come down the downhill section. As they make their way down the hill, they take a left-hand turn, 150 meters. So once again, about 150 meters is the distance here. As they're going to see 7 to go. We'll show 7 laps to go. 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. So EMSA on the scene, or Tulsa Fire that is on the scene. We're going to try to figure out when we're going to try to squeeze those 2 preems in. It may be that they're back-to-back laps, similar to what we had in the previous race in the Women's 2-3 and Women's Masters. Couple racers off the back trying to catch back on. It'll be number 689 who rolled through there. That is Edward Sauls, Artemis Racing out of Maryland. Once again, a national race, international race that is Tulsa tough. We'll get them all across. As that, now looking at the Jumbotron, we'll see an attack, and it's going to be one of our OK Flyers. That may be Aiden Wyatt, who we talked about before, coming up out of the front there and making the attack up Sound Pony Hill. So heading up towards the iconic Canes Ballroom. Later on tonight, you'll see Flywheel putting on a presentation. It's called The Big Ride. It's a party up there on the lawn outside of Inner Circle Vodka Bar. Ghostland Observatory, the headliner in that free concert, coming up tonight at sundown. At the top of the hill, across the street from Sound Pony Bar, in the lawn of the Inner Circle Vodka Bar. So right now, I'd also like to take a chance to say, hey, head on down. Check out the Tulsa Fire Department. The cadets are just to the west of us here. They have Harrison Tuff, so one of the Tulsa firefighters battling cancer, Harrison Mosby. They're doing a raffle for him. You head down there, they get a QR code on these yellow flyers, and the QR code gets you registered for a Hasty Baked Grill, $6,000 grill, or a giant Defy Advance Pro 2 Di2 equipped race bike, $5,000 value. So once again, head on down for that. As we got 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. Once again, still not going to do the preems yet. 6 to go as we try to navigate turn number 1. Six to go, 6. We got the Cyborg, Steve Isaacs was sent here on the back of that little mini Peloton, the Gruppetto, trying to catch back on. So under 6 to go, under 6 to go. So we're going to try to take care of the podium. Once again, we will need Alrighty, we are going to try to get our podiums recognized for our women's masters and our women's 2-3. So we already have Lynn Wilson over there. We will need Sherry Stillman Corbett and Kim Chance to head on over. We also are going to need, for our women's 2-3 podium, We're going to need Camilla Arenas, Ariel Wyatt, and Karen Stern. Head on over. We're going to try to recognize our podiums. All right, we're going to ring the bell. We're going to do a preem. $50 cash preem. Bicycles of Tulsa, one of our great sponsors. Preem. For 17 years, since 2006, Bicycles of Tulsa has been one of our main preem sponsors, providing the cash. And this is a $50 preem lap. So thank you, as always, the BOT, Bicycles of Tulsa. This time around, we're going to go back-to-back preems. Like we said, had to kind of compress it. So here's the thing. If you want your heart rate to be elevated, let's just keep it. We're going to have 5 straight laps of fun. I'd like to give a thank you to Tulsa Tough Race Organization once again, trying to handle a difficult situation in the middle of a super fast race. A super fast race and trying to control things and holding off once again on the preems and everything else to take care of that downed rider. Also, thank you to Tulsa Fire. Alrighty, so we're going to throw out, we said back-to-back preems, but it's going to be a little more nuance to that. The $50 preem is going to be for our front group, and then we're going to ring the bell for the second group out on the road. So right now, if you're at the Jumbotron, or if you're down there at the corner next to the Tulsa Theater, and you see the downhill little white knuckle here, the downhill group, the front group, they're going to be spending $50. When we see that next group, we're going to ring the bell, and it'll be a preem for them, a $75 preem. But once again, we'll focus right now on this $50 preem that's about to finish on up. Going to be heading to the line. Who's going to sprint it on out to take the $50? Coming on the outside. That's going to be tight. OK Flyer trying to nip him at the line. We'll have to rely on John Gallagher and the crew at 1 to go. Live links results to figure out who won that preem. So that's the $50 preem. So 653 takes him. And that is going to be Maximiliano Hernandez out of Illinois taking the preem, $50. So now, here comes the next group. This group. Here it is, $75 preem. $75 preem. Just for this group, $75 preem. Alrighty, so we awarded that $50 preem to Maximiliano Hernandez. Right now, that second group on the road is who's going to be battling it out for the $75 preem. We just haven't made it difficult enough today, but we will try to keep it straight, handing out this cold, hard cash, courtesy of our great sponsors here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Talk about our riders making their way past Sound Pony Bar. Go see the band Bartender. They'll be up there tonight. Josh Gifford. Wife and kids are going to be making their way not to the bar, Lindsay. Not to the bar with the kids just yet. But Papa, one of the 2 owners there at South Pony, they'll be having a gig. EP release tonight for their band Bartender. All right, so we've preemed the front guys. They're already there. Now we need to keep it, pay attention to find out where our $75 preem group is. And by the way, we're also going to see 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go for our race leaders. And speaking of the race leaders, here they come, the OK Flyers with that 1980s decor. The pink and yellow and white are the OK Flyers. I want to say that was 7:15. That was. That's Aiden Wyatt here out of Tulsa, leading right here with 3 to go. Looking back, a couple compatriots back behind him. Also one of the fellow Tulsans in the Logistics 918 racer, Adalberto Figueroa, also in that top 5. So here comes our preem. So once again, the group coming up, these guys are going to be sprinting it out for $75. This is a $75 preem sprint coming up. Gentlemen, this is $75. Who wants the $75? Coming to the line, 619. That'll be Christian Chavez, Revolution Racing out of Texas. taking that money, Chavez on the 75 bucks. So, injecting a little pace there in the middle of that. Right now we'll focus back in the front of this. Once again, OK Flyers been up there. Haven't seen the Texas Giant in a while. Did not see him maybe towards the back. The 6'8" racer out of Texas, the 24-year-old Turner Becker. He's been up at the front for a while. Eating a lot more watts than the juniors that race with the OK Flyers. Alrighty, 2 to go. The penultimate lap. 2 to go. The Flyers have been active, but now some new names and faces up at the front. 633, Ryan Derrick. First time we've called his name. Racing with the American Dodgeball Association. That's a great team name there. Ryan Derrick. 2 to go. So right now, we're going to be cleaning up the backside of the race course. We started with 108 brave souls here in our men's Cat 4. So we're going to start pulling them here to clear it up on the final lap and a half here. So if you check out the Jumbotron, you'll see that lead group, probably down to about 30 racers or so. Texas Giant, Turner Becker still in there towards the back of it. But a couple new faces at the front. Looks like BMC Walmart out of Arkansas making their way up, sitting about second wheel. Trying to see who is that racer in first. The first time we've seen him, that may be racing with En Passant Racing. That could be Ramiro Becerra, that is. And that is exactly who it is. Ramiro Becerra, bib number 609, En Passant Racing. Presented by Wilder Company. And so now we'll see Ramiro Becerra making his way downhill, but behind him you will see Walmart BMC. Could be, that's either going to be Aaron or Owen Alphin, possibly back there racing out of Arkansas. But right now, Ramiro Becerra is your leader. When he comes and makes that turn, ladies and gentlemen, get off your duffs. Get to the barriers. If you're watching at home, get off the couch, screen. They can hear you. The World Wide Web is an amazing thing. And come to the line. We're going to ring that bell for 1 to go. A final lap. Men's Cat 4. The weather truncated edition here in 2023. 1 to go. 1 lap to go. Becerra. Give him 4 seconds. Becerra with 4 seconds on a Ryan Derrick-led peloton. A much reduced peloton as they go 1 to go. Gritting his teeth up out of the saddle. He'll make that turn 2 on the north side of the Guthrie Green. Spot that early on today had a couple riders going into that barrier. Momentum you try to do, especially late in the race, a lot of momentum. So you make that first left-hand turn, then you make that second, and you kind of forget your spatial analysis here. You kind of forget where you are, and that momentum will sometimes carry you into the barriers. Right there on this final lap, they were able to navigate it. So 1 to go, backside of our remaining peloton. Looking in there, that would have been number 695. That's Chris Stevens' Dad Bod Crit Squad out of Oklahoma. I believe they are out of the 405. Another great name. I think that's a Micah Newell creation from back in the day with Tony Stewart with Bike Lap. Dad Bod Crit Squad. But right now, we are focused on Ramiro Becerra, En Passant Racing. Still leading that, or still pulling from the back. That is going to be Ryan Derrick. And everyone's just letting him do it. So Ryan Derrick with American Dodgeball Association is pulling everyone up to Becerra. Becerra starting to lose a little bit of momentum here, but here comes a flyer. That may be Wyant coming up on the near side, and now he's going to take that corner. Ladies and gentlemen, look to the west. Look into the shadow of the Tulsa Theater as here comes the gallop from your men's Cat 4 field. Coming to the line, will it be a youth movement in the OK Flyers? Who will come to the line? Taking it all the way, 6:30. Isaiah Colbreth, OK Flyers. Isaiah takes the win. OK Flyers, the junior race squad. I've worked with Isaiah's dad, Tanner Colbreth. He was the godfather of cross, what we call him here in the state of Oklahoma. Ruts and Guts, UCI level race event. We've had it for years when it was UCI. That kid, when he was a little kid, would be out there every year racing cross, beating adults. And now he's racing Crit, once again, beating adults, as Isaiah Cobra is your winner here in the men's Cat 4 on day number 2 at the FC Tulsa, St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Yeah, I'll just call them even if they're not there, right? Good. All righty. Looking at the Jumbotron, you see the iconic Canes Ballroom there, and just in the shadow of that, you're going to find Sound Pony, the Sound Pony Hill, the origins of. Did they switch their 631? What's that? The Garmin ladies. Right here. So, I don't know. All right, we'll try to figure out exactly on the junior because guys may have had a sleepover and maybe switched up their numbers and all that. Justin Davis, Speakeasy Racing. Number 1 in my heart. Number 10 on the field of play, right? Wait. Cat 3, maybe DNF. All righty, so without further ado, we're going to recognize our women's Masters podium. A little delayed getting that recognized, but thank you for your patience, ladies. So looking at the Masters women's podium, in 3rd place with the Stars and Stripes from her cyclocross career, racing with Matrix Cycle Club out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, it is Kim Chance. Cowboy hat to boot. In 2nd, we ain't playing around. This is some serious cycling, racing with Team Serious Cycling, Sherry Stillman Corbett. And taking the top step, racing with KCBC, Lynn Wilson. So once again, our Masters women's podium, Lynn Wilson, Corbett, and Chance, 1, 2, and 3. So right now we're going to recognize our podium also in our women's 2-3 coming up next. Also trying to make sure we get everything sorted out in our men's Cat 4. Hey, Tanner. Yeah, somebody said they switched numbers. I was like, oh, that's Isaiah. I think his dad would know who was winning. All righty, now let's recognize our women's 2-3 podium. In 3rd place, racing with Gene Johnson Cycling Team, it's Karen Stern. Alrighty, our women's 2-3 podium. In 3rd place, racing with Gene Johnson Cycling Team, it's Karen Stern. In 2nd place, one of our local heroes, racing with the Arkansas BMC Walmart Cycling Team, it's Ariel Wyant, the Preem Hunter. And making her way to the top step, coming in from California IA, racing with the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, your women's 2-3 winner here at the 2023 edition of Tulsa Tough, Camila Arenas. So your podium, Arenas, Wyatt, and Stern, 1, 2, and 3 in a women's 2-3. Once again, recognizing our podium here in our women's 2-3 and the women's Masters. Coming up next will be our podium for our men's Cat 4. Which will be coming up in a little bit. Right now we have our junior race coming up. So the junior race, once again, one of the funnest, yet probably most difficult races to judge and score because you're going to have all sorts of different age groups between the ages of 10 and 17, 18. Once again, thank you to all the race officials and all of our volunteers and medical personnel helping take care of the situation on that down rider down in turn number 1. Obviously, Alrighty, on cue if you're checking out the Jumbotron. If you're leaving early, watch it online. Got a QR code you can scan. Go to the website, tulsatough.com/live. Broadcast over the World Wide Web. And so that will be an opportunity. If you got to go, we'll miss you. Somebody will take your spot along the barriers, no worries. But if you have to go, once again, live streaming. Many, many years in a row that we've had that. So once again, thanks again to all the volunteers, sponsors, everybody else. All righty, we're going to redo the women's 2-3 podium. All righty, in third place with Gene Johnson Cycling Team, it's Karen Stern. In second with BMC Walmart, the Tolson Ariel Wyant Supreme Hunter. And in first place, racing with the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, it's Camilla Arenas. So coming up next will be our junior race. Many categories, many age groups, all on the same course, the L-shaped race course here in downtown at the Tulsa Arts District. Our day number 2, FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. We'll be racing for 20 minutes. Once again, we talked about the weather delay. We lost 90 minutes from the 9:30 to 11 o'clock start. We had to cut some time, so all the races are having 10 minutes cut out of all of them, except for the women's pro race. That'll be the same. But so our juniors will be racing for 20 minutes. Coming on up. We got a super fan for our super juniors here, taking on day number 2, their first opportunity to be out here at Tulsa Tough here in the 17th edition. We got a couple minutes. A reminder, if you head on down to the west of us, there's a couple things going on. One, if you head over to the Centier tent, they're cooking hot dogs and hamburgers and taking donations, and all the proceeds from those donations for the hot dogs and hamburgers go to the Special Olympics of Oklahoma. Great cause, Centier race team. You head out to the Centier Sunday. They always put on these races. A lot of the proceeds going to Special Olympics of Oklahoma. Head on down. Find the Cyborg as well. Head on down to Tulsa Fire Department. They have a tent also down here to the west of us. To help a local hero. So we have a Tulsa firefighter battling cancer. His name's Harrison Mosby. He's at MD Anderson. So right now they're doing a raffle. So you go down and get involved in the raffle to help raise funds for him over at MD Anderson to battle his cancer fight right now. Help with that fight. And also, if you register, what you're registering for with the raffle is a Hasty Baked Charcoal Grill valued at $6,000. And also, get a race bike. They're also going to be giving that away tonight. It's Giant Defy Advanced Pro 2 Di2 equipped $5,000 bike. They'll be giving that away, doing those tonight at the Marshall's Brewing Company.
Okay, it's me now. Look this way. Look to your right. Look to your right. The pit is behind you on the left. It's a black tent with the word state on top of it. It's at that stop sign on Main Street. That's where the pit is. If you have an accident, if you have a flat tire, if something breaks on your bike, go there. We will take care of you, get you back in the race. We're scheduled to race for, oh, please, 25 minutes. At some point during the race, see where that zero, on the purple zero is on the upper right? That's going to be laps to go. Okay? Have fun, be safe. And we start in 25 seconds.
See the guy in the white helmet with the blue jersey and the purple undershirt? Got it. So he might have already got it. 10 seconds.
Counting it down here, about to send our juniors out as we're going to get down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And with the whistle, we are underway. Our juniors, multiple age groups. So multiple races going on all at the same time. So once again, a lot of patience. by the parents, families, the USA Cycling officials, everyone trying to manage the multiple races going on at the same time. And early on, we already got an attack. So what's going to happen? You have different, except you may have some 17, 18-year-olds out there racing with 10, 11-year-olds. So you're going to have a difference in skill level. You're also going to have some 12-year-olds who are just as fast as probably 30-year-old men. Faster, actually. So a lot of different categories of skill you're going to see out there. Or, sorry, different levels of skill. So anyway, most exciting race for parents, family. Come on out. The future of American crit racing. And we've got them out on the first minute here of this 25-minute race. I said 20 minutes, apologies. Actually, we're going to race them for 25 minutes. Coming up. And then next will be the Masters A before we take it into the pointy end of the men's 3, the men's Cat 1, 2, the women's Pro 1, and the men's Pro 1 to end the day. But right now, we're about midway through. So once again, thanks for joining us. Weather starting a little steamy. It's probably one of the cooler mornings we've had in a while at Tulsa Tough. But guess what? It's June in Oklahoma, so it's going to start heating on up. All right, look at the Jumbotron. We will see our first group making their way down the hill. We'll try to recognize as many of the names and faces as we can. Try to keep those bib numbers sorted out here on our junior race. So opening lap done and dusted, and this is what I meant by kind of the skill level here. That was a sub 2 minute. That was a sub 2 minute lap by the front of these juniors. Our men's Cat 5s, some of the Masters race we had earlier today, they were 2 minute plus laps. So here it is, opening lap, 156, 157. So a sub 2 minute opening lap here for our juniors. So we want to make sure if you're on the podium of the men's Cat 4, please head on down. We need our men's Cat 4 podium. We would like to recognize our men's Cat 4 podium. So we'll watch the juniors navigate their way up the hill as our Fondo participants continue to roll on in. About a 2.5 hour delayed start. No ace this year because of the rain and storms that we had early on. But we did have the Medios, 60 mile plus, so give you more time to get back here early to try to take care of things. So we need to get a van off the course. Once again, a reminder, if you are crossing the race course, only do it at the course marshal areas. In that case, it was a van with a trailer, so they needed a couple extra marshals to get it across. Turn my volume up. Alrighty, we'll be recognizing that men's Cat 4 podium coming up. So here comes the front of our juniors. 327 leading the way. That's Braxton Boyer, Elevate Cycling, or Elevate Racing it is, out of Texas. As we said, you're going to have a lot of mini gruppettos all over the place. We are going to recognize our podium coming up. I see Isaiah. I see Alberto. Looking for Trey Corsi. There he is. I didn't see the GoPro. All right, so without further ado, let's recognize our men's Cat 4 podium. Racing from the 918, literally, with Logistics 918 race team. In third place, Alberto Cigarroa. Wearing the day glow orange of the 2023 Tulsa Wheelman kit, it's Trey Corsi. And with the 80s decor, the OK Flyer, Isaiah Colbreth. Taking the win in our men's Cat 4. So your podium here in the men's Cat 4, Colbreth, Corsi, and Cigarroa, 1, 2, and 3. Fat Tire, our official podium beer, except for the winner. That's just the case when you got a junior out there beating them in. Alrighty, so here we are, 5.5 minutes in of our junior race. We'll keep our eyes out here, kind of checking out some of the racers up towards the front. Maybe that could be Baden-Rogan, Work Hard, Be Humble Cycling. Once again, these great race team names. We had the World Dodgeball Association in the previous race. Here, Work Hard, Be Humble. It's a great motto to have. Racing out of Georgia, I believe that's Baden-Rogan, who is up towards the front. And opening up a gap on some of those chasers, one of those being the Elevate Racing Texas racer, Braxton Boyer. So let's say 6 minutes now. So the juniors rolling on through. That next group, looking at some of the OK flyers. That may be.
Dude, check. There we go. Check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 3 1 2 3. Check 1 2 1 2. That's good. Keep it there. Perfect.
So just over 3 laps into the junior race here. As we said, 25 minutes. We cut 5 minutes off of the time. Every year, you have all the different things. This year, it's going to be Send It. The 2023 edition of Tulsa Tough, it's hashtag Send It. And that's what these juniors are, the future crit racers, future champions of American cycling out here, taking on the course, our L-shaped course in downtown, the Tulsa Arts District. So it's a great little spot here. You got the Guthrie Green over there just across the way at our finish line truss, as we're still counting the clock up before we count the laps down. So checking out livelinksresults.com. Not only are you going to see all the results as the day goes on, the official final results, also some live timing here. And looking at the overall, I believe we've got Ryan Drummond, who we're trying to keep an eye out where he is on the course. He may or may not be in first place right now. Ryan Drummond grew up in Oklahoma City, raced here in Tulsa for a while, now over in Arkansas, racing with the Academy at Bike School over in Bentonville. His dad, he's a former Masters national champion cyclocross racer. Does a lot of stuff, a lot of podiums there at the Masters mountain bike racing as well. Chris Drummond, he used to always say his name wasn't Chris Drummond, he was just Ryan Drummond's dad, but a great racer in his own right. I think he was 21st last night in the 1-2 race. Been doing a lot of mentoring with the Academy at Bike School over there in Arkansas, but making a little time to come race crits over here. So once again, bib number 330, trying to keep an eye on that. That should be Ryan Drummond out there. Once again, former Tulsa. So watching this next group roll on through. And once again, the live tracking, once again, you have different categories, so patience as we try to get all that scored out there and keep track of all of it here. On day number 2 of the FC Tulsa, St. Francis Tulsa Tough, 17th edition, here in 2023. So scattered across there. Actually, so they say it's actually 980 Dylan Rogers. So a little correction there on the number. So Dylan Rogers also racing out of the Academy. I mean, he's a teammate of Drummond's, racing with the Academy at Bike School out of Bentonville, Arkansas. So 15-year-old Dylan Rogers, your leader up here at the front of the race early on here. So we've been counting the clock up before we count the laps down. And that's where we are. Just over 10:15 now into this race, 25-minute race, and we're at 8 laps to go. So next time we see Mr. Dylan Rogers roll on through, we'll click it on down, and we should be showing 7 to go. So cutting down some of the time. 25-minute race for the juniors, and then coming up next will be the Masters A, one of my favorite races, actually my favorite race, year after year after year, as that'll be about a 50-minute race coming up next. But right now, we still have under 8 to go here in our junior race. Bib number 10, Mark Marushkin out of Texas. That seat post may be taller than him out there, hurdling the bike down Reconciliation Way for another lap under our finish line truss here in front of Guthrie Green. So we talk about all the hard work that goes into this. It's a 365-day adventure. Everybody talks about hashtag take Monday off. Malcolm and the team don't, because Monday is just the start of planning 2024's Tulsa Tough. And wouldn't be possible without the great sponsors, of course. Since 2006, the St. Francis Health System has been here leading the way. But you don't grow it and have this much money, this much payouts, and this much of a huge event without having more people help out, as our juniors put another lap in. 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Also looking at some of our great presenting sponsors. Aon, who is also our sponsor for the Fondos here today. Rox Tech, who is our VIP tent sponsor. The Don Thornton Automotive Group, who is our sponsor of our pace cars all weekend long. Also FC Tulsa, our title sponsor here today. McElroy Manufacturing, who will be our title sponsor tomorrow down at River Parks at Crybaby Hill. The McNelly's Group Catering, which is our Friday night sponsor. Also Tulsa Bone and Joint, Tulsa For You, the William K. Warren Foundation, and the Williams Companies. All of our presenting sponsors leading the way here. Tons of other categories as well. Century level, Peloton level, partner level, and then of course the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. They have their own crew as well that helps put on all of this event and make it possible. You got some of the familiar names that have been here forever. We talked about the Warrens with St. Francis, also Nadella Gusman. We got to say thank you to the James and Susanna Adelson Family Foundation as well. So we still are on the free lap available time, and this is the last one. Once we hit 6 laps, so right now if somebody had a mechanical or a crash of any kind, they can still head on down to the west of us here to the state wheel tent. And in that state wheel tent, you will not find Dan Joy, because he's down here at the start-finish line. But we are about to finish up free laps. So when those race leaders who we're seeing right now on the Jumbotron, they're about a quarter of a lap to go. When they come rolling through, we will be closing off the state wheel pit. In fact, you're going to look, I think there's the final kind of lucky riders, that is, lucky racers. I think may have 1 or 2 that they may be sitting on out. That'll be the last ones being able to take advantage of the free laps. So they've just kicked them out. So that free lap is taken here. And so now we are 6 to go. So the wheel pit is closed. 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. There is Drummond. We talked about Drummond being there, 3:30. Ryan up there with the Academy of at Bike School out of Bentonville. His teammate as well up there, Dylan Rogers. Right now, Drummond driving it at the front of this. Our next little group will roll on through. There'll be Lincoln Ware, Move Up Cycling Club out of Missouri, as they will make their way onto turn number 2 on the north side of the Guthrie Green. Just real quick, we'll recognize some of those St. Francis Tulsa Tough Diva sponsors. The Bama Companies, Carol Bush, Healthcare Private Bank, Interior Logistics Incorporated, Marissa and Johannes Duma, Phillips 66, Rich Family, Roca Bar and Asian Flavors, Tailwind Inspection Incorporated, and Tito's Handmade Vodka. And here's the thing, the Divas, they're sponsored. They have this big long list of sponsors, but here's what they do. They reinvest. The Divas went out and gathered up $1,200 of cash. The Divas got $1,200 of cash that were for preems for the women's 4-5. In today's women's 4-5 race, we had 2 $305 cash preems and a $100 cash preem, and tomorrow we'll do the same thing. so much money that the Divas, once again, reinvesting. They're helped out by people donating money and sponsors, but then they went out and reinvested back to help out in the women's 4-5 racing. So we'll see more of that tomorrow. Some big money preems, the largest money preems, I believe, of all weekend happening in the women's 4-5 field. So under 6 to go, we'll go 5 to go, and it looks like moving towards the front is going to be BMC Walmart. That may be our men's Cat 5 winner, possibly. It'll help if I can remember that. Maybe Brazil. It may not be it. We'll find out. We'll have to kind of take a look, as Tyler Brazil had been our winner in the other one, and it is. It's Ty Brazil with BMC Walmart Cycling. He won the men's Cat 5, and here he is trying to win the junior race as well. Go. Your Texas racer, Braxton Boyer, up and towards the front. We talked about the Arkansas racer with BMC, Brazil, but also up there you're still going to have the Ryan Drummond as well, and Dylan Rogers racing out of Bentonville. So 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Once again, a lot of different races going on. We are focused on the front. That's what the cameras have drawn the attention of, is the front of this race. But we will be trying to recognize all the individual age groups as well. Coming up next after this one, as we're down to about 4.5 laps to go, will be the Masters A, my favorite race year after year. Men's Masters A, category 1, 2, and 3, 40 plus. They'll be racing for 50 minutes, and it could be one of the hardest races of the weekend every year. This is a bunch of 40-plus-year-old ex-national champions that will put the Watts out. It is an amazing witness, just watching them just whip each other. And the attacks, one of the most amazing ones a couple years ago when we saw Chad Cagle and some of those guys be able to lap the field and actually make their way all the way back in. And literally, for a couple laps, they were one lap up on the field and basically had kind of a protected peloton to usher them to the finish. So under 5 to go, and we'll say 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. A reminder, if you want some swag, you want some gear, head on over to the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Expo. It's right caddy corner from us. So if you're over here near the start-finish line, you look at the finish line truss, it's literally right across the way from us in Guthrie Green. It's on this corner of Boston and Reconciliation Way. Come get some gear, some St. Francis Tulsa Tough gear from the expo down here on Reconciliation Way at Guthrie Green. So as we're going to see 4 to go, and it's going to be a big group, but it's kind of a mix here. We're going to have some lap riders in there amongst the leaders as they will roll on through. So we talked about on some of the lower category races, you're looking at last year's podium, you're like, hey, are they going to defend their title from last year? Well, usually they're not, because they've advanced and they've moved on up. Same thing for these juniors. A lot of these juniors have already moved up. You look at last year, your overall junior winner, Isaiah Colbreth, we just saw him win the men's Cat 4 and the race just prior to this. So once again, talk about it's the youth movement. So the juniors, if they do well, that's right. You're not going to see them next year usually racing the juniors, because they're going to be up there trying to race the men, and in the case of Isaiah, beating the men. So looking at the overall, also last year the juniors, second place was Diego Duran. Aiden Wyatt was third, the teammate of Isaiah with OK Flyers, and Aiden Wyatt was very, very active in that race, the men's Cat 4 race as well. So once again, they do well today. You won't see them here next year because they'll be in a different race, moving their way up in categories. So under 4 to go. Next time we see those race leaders roll through, we will see 3 to go. So here comes the moto. We'll roll on through. So right now, we'll look back to the Jumbotron as we're going to be waiting on the lead group. Ty Brazil, our men's Cat 5 winner, making the left-hand turn. Makes his way on the Reconciliation Way. So it'll be interesting. Once again, type of sprint these guys try to open up as we get down towards the end. We've seen it early on today. We've had a couple sprint finishes. We've also seen it where people open up the sprint a little too early. I mean, it's 150 to 200 meters down there, and if you open it up immediately when you make that turn, coming down the hill from the old Lady Brady Theater, now the Tulsa Theater. When you make that left-hand turn, the final of the day, if you try to open up that sprint, it is way far out. So we've seen some people burn the matches early and get caught in the line. So once again, the patience and experience to know when to make that attack. Right now we're down to the final 3 laps. 3 laps to go, 3 laps to go. So those race leaders are duo from Arkansas with the Academy at Bike School, Drummond and Rogers also up there. So again, once again, this is a perfect example. You check out the Jumbotron of just the age difference. This warrior out here, the bike's taller than he is, and he is battling it up Sound Pony Hill as he makes his way up towards the iconic Canes Ballroom. He'll make his way on the backside of the OK Pop Museum as we now will focus in on our race leaders under 3 to go. Once again, it's an amalgamation of race leaders, and also there's some lap riders in there as well, just to make it a little more chaotic as we get down under 3 to go. Once again, a reminder, only cross with the permission of our race marshals. The course marshals are here to help out and protect the riders first and foremost, because they're working harder than you are. Respect their workplace. Alrighty, under 3 to go. They're gonna have another trip down the hill. So the one downhill portion really of this course, not as dangerous as Galveston, which we'll see tomorrow on day number 3, but one where we'll get some speed. I call it the white knuckle, but really the streets are dry. Even early on, no issues with slipping out and coming down that high speed downhill as they make their way past the Tulsa Theater. But right now, looking at more of our racers continue to roll on through the OK Flyers. Also, we're gonna look at number 11, racing out of Mexico. That is Jorge Medina Hernandez, racing with Equipo de Carreras Desert Fox Race Team. Number 11, lucky number 11, rolling on through, race age of 11. So we'll look back. Here comes our commissar on the moto. And now we're showing them 2 to go. The penultimate lap, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. These juniors are working harder than you are. Get to the barriers and let them know how much you appreciate how hard they are working. And I say that, and they're taking a coffee break. There's a cessation of hostilities for some reason right now. They're kind of just all come back together. When will the attacks come as we get to the final 2 laps? And on cue, that may be Rogers up out of the saddle trying to push up. Of course, right there on his wheel. We are men's Cat 5 under 35 winner Ty Purcell. They'll overtake one of the young juniors. That is Mark Marushkin. Woo. A little bit of, it's not Belgian road furniture, it's junior road furniture there. They're able to navigate and avoid the 10-year-old as they made that turn right there on the backside of the Guthrie Green. So right now, under 2 to go. Second to last time that we're going to be sending them up the hill towards Sound Pony Hill. Rogers with the Academy Bike School. People want to call them Bike Club, not a Bike Club, it's the Bike School there. Making their way up the hill. They're going to overtake one of the Brick Squad juniors racing out of the 405 out of the Oklahoma City area. And now moving up on that left side, have not called the yellow and blue team names or team at all so far this junior race. We'll try to get an idea who they are, but they are making a move here late as they're going to be making that left-hand turn under the Red Bull banner. They're just one turn away from coming back the reconciliation way for the bell lap here of our junior race. And that looks like this may be one of our Topeka teams, GP Velotech. That's exactly who it is. Racing out of Kansas, GP Velotech. They've always had the yellow and blue, but kind of a changing it up here with the stripes threw me off a little bit here with their 2023 kit. But here they come. They're going to make their way, overtaking some of the lap riders. We're going to ring that bell. It's the final lap of our junior race. Get to the barriers. Let them know how much you appreciate how hard they're working. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. JP Velotech at the front, Evan Hall. Along with, I believe that's Dante Thompson or Joseph Brindley, trying to see the second racer there. They'll make their way around turn number 1. But here comes the Texan with Elevate. That'll be Braxton Boyer now moving into second wheel. They'll turn right in front of Griffin Communications here. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Backside of the Guthrie Green. We'll see their much reduced peloton there through the tents here, the registration tent just north of the start-finish line. Now they'll make that right-hand turn and start making their way up the hill towards Kane's Ballroom. And the new addition up there, the OK Pop Museum. 17 years, and the skyline and scenery has changed so much. Here at Tulsa Tough, the races have still been here for 3 days, but the city has grown up and basically reinvestment in downtown. And we've been able to witness it for the 18 years that it took us to get to the 17th edition. But here they are up towards the front. GP Velotech have been overtaken. Now they've moved back in about fourth or fifth wheel. So they're getting ready to make their way downhill. So if you look to the west, it'll be a couple seconds away. But if you want to come down to the barriers, we will see our junior overall race leaders making their way towards the Tulsa Theater. Looks like that may be Drummond making his way up on the inside. And he will move to the first wheel. He will have Boyer setting on second wheel as they make that left-hand turn. Dive bombing on through. 330 is Drummond. Here they come. Here's the sprint. Opening up 160 meters. Drummond, they're going to try to navigate over the lap riders here as they're going to head to the line. Chaotic finish as it will be Drummond taking it. The overall number 330, Ryan Drummond, with the Academy at Bike School, Bentonville, Arkansas. So once again, congratulations to all of those junior finishers, and get a little crazy towards the end. Some sprints from the riders that were actually a lap down, but the overall winner, Ryan Drummond, the former Tulsan, taking the junior win here on day number 2 of the 2023 edition of Tulsa Tough. All righty, the sprint to the line. Taking it to the line. I tell you what, you want to talk about some hard work? David Avery, bib number 1. Work Health Solutions Racing out of California. All in. The slobber coming out of the mouth. Battling it out to take it. The 14-year-old to finish it up. Breathing through the eyeballs to finish up the junior race. So, juniors, as you take your victory lap, make sure you don't cross the line a second time, just so we can keep the timing chip and everything else, keep it straight. So, all right, here comes the sprint down. More of our finishers here, trying to take it to the line. Finishing up the junior race here on day number 2. Tulsa Tough. If you're wondering why are they still sprinting, there's a lot of different categories of the multiple junior races going on. Also, there's pride out there wanting to take it to the line. Taking it on in will be Anderson Arnold with GP Velotech. Alrighty, so unofficially our podium, overall podium, and once again we'll try to recognize all the different age groups, but our overall podium here in our junior race, out of Arkansas in first place, Ryan Drummond. In second, out of Texas, Braxton Boyer. And in third, out of Kansas, GP Velotech, racer Evan Hall. 1, 2, and 3, unofficial. We'll get the official results coming up shortly. And speaking of official results, go check out livelinksresults.com. Links like the cat. LYNX, livelinksresults.com. That website is where you can find all of the race results. Not just for this race, but it's a great place to go check out but most of the races, most of the big races you're going to find one-to-go race services there, and the results on livelinksresults.com. Year-round. So right now we've finished up the junior race. Coming up next will be my favorite race of the year, Masters A. It's the Masters 40 Plus, Category 1 and 2. It is going to be Stars and Stripes abundant. Lots of ex-national champions, current Masters national champions that are going to be racing. It's a who's who of American cycling over the last 20 years, and they're going to be participating in this Masters A race coming up next. We roll in 113 gladiators to send them out onto the course in a couple minutes. The largest field of the day here on day number 2 at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. They got their own cheering section. You got some hecklers on the side. Welcome to day number 2. I always talk about it's my favorite race. You look at some of the names over the years. We talk about all the national champs, all the stars and stripes. You got guys. Right there, front row. You're gonna look 359. It's gonna be Patrick Diver, Crown Audio, race team, wearing some stars and stripes. You know, some of the local flavor. We've seen some of those Tulsans like Chad Cagle rolling out. We got royalty. We've got some people out of the royal court. Sir Christopher Dakin. He's about 6th in line for the British throne, I believe now. Got some old Tulsans coming back. Winfield Gibson, just outside the top 10 last night. Got Ryan Drummond's dad. He's out here. I got him to smile. That's tough. Chris doesn't smile. We got race face going on. So a couple minutes away from this one, we talked about, you look at some of the iconic names and race teams over the years. Dad ride. We got to have a dad ride, right? You got a trailer in the beer. Well, the beer's for you, not for the kids. Dupree out there with Omnia. We talked about Chad Cagle winning this over the years. Philip Tinsman. You think Monster Media sending all these strong Masters A teams here. We got the local teams. It's just a who's who. Am I waxing poetic enough? I probably am, and I will continue. It's my favorite race every year, the Masters A. Of course, in the middle, we talked about all those years of the Tulsans and the Californians. You had to throw a text in Brett Crosby coming in and just dominating one year. The big powerhouse freight train taking a win.
Got to include last year also as well. The Australian coming in. Jared Maroney picking up first place in 2022. Mike Easter was second. Reichert was third in 2021. That went to Carlos Caselli along with Chad Cagle and Phil Tinsman. Yesterday, a great sprint by Warner. Cagle did a huge move to be able to bridge up to the leaders, but just didn't have enough as Cagle ended up second. Great ride by Austin Edgar in third. Free laps ended, 6 laps to go, gentlemen. No more free laps with 6 laps to go. The pit is right behind you at the stop sign on Main Street. You cannot ride backwards on the course. You can cut the course. And your podium will be immediately after your race. Top 3 will be to the podium after the race.
Yeah, Frankie, it's the state wheel tent. So it's the black tent down there at Main Street for the wheel pit. State Wheels, one of our great sponsors here, helping to support mechanics down there, getting the racers back out in the course as soon as possible. 1 minute, 60 seconds to go here before we kick off the Masters A. We mentioned the Stars and Stripes. We talked about up there on the front row, Patrick Diver. Truncated schedule. "30 seconds. We'll wait for the final countdown here. Our head referee. "15 seconds from launch point here for our Masters A. 113 racers here in the start chute. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are underway. So opening lap here. We talked about how we've watched the opening lap and the average race time descend more and more. You start the day, lower category, maybe 2:15, 2:20. We saw some of those juniors get it under 2 minutes. And now, I tell you what, this is definitely going to be a sub 2 minute opening lap here by our Masters A. The question is it 2 minutes? Is it 1:59, 1:55, 1:50? We shall see. But the opening lap, I don't think these guys are going to get warmed up. They're not going to ease into this. They're going to come right now and set some tempo early, more than likely. We shall see, though. Sometimes you get surprised. Sometimes they heat to a certain level that maybe they decide not to do it, not to try to attack as much. And right now, with the stars and stripes at the front, looks like they're just kind of sitting around for a little bit. But once again, these guys, ultra competitive in our Masters A. And like I said, the largest field of the day, 113 that were on the start list. And probably almost all those guys, maybe not quite 100% participation rate, but it's going to be pretty close in this large field that are navigating the opening lap here of the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium here in our 2023 edition. So the national champion, Patrick Diver, been towards the front first half of the lap or so. He's moved back about fourth or fifth wheel, and the first flyer of the day, the first mini attack has started here on this opening lap. We'll try to get that bib number in there. And gentlemen, you guys need to pin those bibs a little tighter. But we'll just, that's just for me. That's a complaint from a guy trying to look at the Jumbotron. So, opening lap here, about 100 meters from the finish line here. It's going to be lap number 1. And they will hit it at about 156. 156, I believe that is 456. I believe that may be Felipe Nystrom, Costa Rica. That's the Costa Rican cyclocross sensation, Felipe Nystrom. Quite the story a couple years ago from the Pan Am Championships and heading over to race in Europe in the cyclocross season. But it wasn't as fast that opening lap, but once again it was a sub 2 at about 155, 156, but you're gonna watch, they're gonna start turning the notch, turning the dial up just a little bit here. So as we look there, the 3 riders on the front, we talked about Nystrom from Costa Rica being up there. 2 other riders with them. Trying to see that 3rd rider has some Mark Clifford there. We'll have to see as they roll on through. Right now, we're on to lap number 2 as they make their way past Sound Pony, Kane's Ballroom, make their way on the downhill towards Tulsa Theater. So we'll keep our eyes open for the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. We rolled out the Volkswagen, we rolled out the Lexus, we rolled out the Jaguar, we've seen the Audi. We'll keep our eyes peeled to the west. About to finish up lap number 2. So it will be the Audi. The Audi will roll on through. Our pace car, here comes the lead moto. And we'll keep an eye. That group of 3 is now a group of 5. That will be 407, Anthony Barcy, Black Swift Cyclotron. So Barcy in up there at the front. So we talked about the 3 racers at the front. They've been joined by a couple more. Now we have 4 and 5 together up at the front. Omnio and the local guys, Matt Ankney up there with him, bib number 403, also 448 is the 2nd rider that's joined him up there. That's Andrew Messer, Texas Roadhouse Cycling out of Kentucky. Messer with Ankney joining that group of 3 up at the front. So Anthony Barcy setting at the front. Trying to get our red clad rider there identified as well. That may be David Golden. Not sure if that's 360 or not. So right now, there's 5 riders off the front, 5 racers off the front. Putting a little bit of pressure here as we're on to lap number 3 of our Masters A race. Starting to form a little bit of pressure for the chase group. Long, thin line. So once again, you're already starting to see some victims here getting kicked off the back. spit out the back here of our peloton. It was about 113. At least I was on the registration. Definitely over triple digits as far as the number of racers that came into our start line here. But we're about to put lap number 3 in, and we talked about being just under 2 minutes. Well, we're definitely well under 2 minutes the last couple laps here as we go 5:28. Thought it was 8. So opening up a little bit of that gap. So Barcy's still up there along with Ankney.
Look how fast that chase is going. It is one straight line. Tire to tire, they're making their way through our start and finish line. We're only 5 minutes into the 45-minute race, and they are definitely in chase mode. 4 riders. One rider tried bridging across from Stages Cycling. That's that team out of Colorado. Didn't quite make it as the 4 guys continue to work very well together.
So Frankie will be throwing out 3 preems here, $100, 2 $100 preems, kind of the St. Francis preem, and then a $100 bicycles of Tulsa. So $300 of preem money with 3 $100 preem laps that we'll be tossing out here. We're going to be racing. We may be doing it pretty soon. We possibly ringing that bell shortly. So right now, looking up at the front, they still have that lead. It was 5, now down to 4. So it looks like we're having a, as you said, Stages racer trying to bridge across, and I believe, actually, no, that may be Matt Bold. If it Stages, it may be 408. We'll get that figured out momentarily. But right now, that group that was 5 down to 4, now starting to swell back up to about 6 racers.
Yeah, a lot of the other riders are about to be able to make contact as well. So a lot of guys gamble and decide, hey, I'm not going to go with this group. I'm going to make somebody else chase. And it looks like it's almost, actually, that camera angle is very deceptive because they still have a 5 or 6 second gap as they get ready to come through our start-finish line.
Yeah, we're looking at that chase group. It's been led by Cura Race for the Cure. I think that's Nick Penrod, who is a teammate of Austin Edgar, as you said, Frankie, Austin Edgar on the podium last night. Ankney now making the attack with Barcy. Anthony Barcy with the Stars and Stripes on his sleeves. So Barcy and Ankney 1 and 2 opening up a little bit of the gap there.
Rider that came in third yesterday leading the chase, Austin Edgar in the red and white. Oklahoma. He's the one trying to bring back our leader.
So you're talking about the podium last year, the names of the Australian Moroni, Easter Reichert, just off the podium. Look at that top 5. There's some names that are familiar. One of your compatriots that you were on the air with last night, Rasan Bahati. He was in 4th last year in the Masters A race. And then Anthony Barcy, who was 5th last year. And right now he's at the front of this race here in this Masters A. So next time we see him, we're going to do a preem. We'll ring that bell. Will be the first of our 3 $100 preems. There'll be a $100 cash preem coming on up. So we'll ring the bell. If you're wondering, what's a preem? Why are you ringing the bell? There's not one to go. It's the race within the race. I'm trying to educate folks on watching on the World Wide Web. What's the bells? Why so many bells? So right now, it will be a preem lap that we're going to ring that bell. It'll be a $100 cash preem lap coming on up. Looks like it is still Barcy off the front. It'll be a $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem, $100, $100, $100 cash preem. I believe that's number 475. That number way low on the back. But I believe up there with Anthony Barcy is David Winger, Super Squadra out of Texas. Winger set up there with Anthony Barcy. And that 2-man group now a 5-man. Make it a 6-man group up at the front. As you mentioned, Austin Edgar up there in there. And a little bit of flyer. Somebody's going to make an attack on the right side. Did not catch the number. As there's going to be a little mini attack here as they hit the right-hand turn to head up the hill towards Sound Pony.
As a reminder, top 3 overall juniors to the podium area. Top 3 overall juniors to the podium area. Make yourself known to Amy, who is standing right in front of our podium steps.
So all coming back together here in that field in this preem lap, but here comes the attack. Looks like it may be Texas Roadhouse. A racer there. Don't think it's Messer, but we'll try to catch that number. Going to make a dive bombing attack here, coming down to try to win this $100 preem, the opening of the first of our 3 preems here in our Masters A. And he has opened up the gap, and I tell you what, no one will catch him. It looks like everyone's okay with that. No one really getting on the gallop to try to compete for the preem, but you got to wonder.
That's Chad Bertolowski, Texas Roadhouse, picking up $100.
If the counterattack may happen now.
Yeah, he's got to decide, you keep going or not keep going. A lot of riders behind him. Obviously, Chad got to the breakaway yesterday. That was reeled back in, but showing some good form. Works as an engineer for Rolls-Royce engines. And right now, everybody's starting to be able to come up to him. So juniors, all juniors, gather around that podium. We're going to be doing awards for top 3, and then we will be acknowledging all the different age groups as well on the podium coming up in just a little bit. We're calculating all those different results, and as soon as we have them, we will start going to our junior awards. In the meantime, group is all back together. Stages on the right-hand side, stages on the left-hand side. The team out of Colorado, Texas Roadhouse, starting to be able to move up on the far left, and on the uphill, that's where they're trying to attack, trying to be able to establish a gap.
And it will be Chris Drum and his son winning the junior overall race before. Chris, we mentioned former national champion, Masters Cyclocross national champion. Finished, I believe, 21st yesterday. Told me he wasn't happy with that result, looking to improve it on it here on day number 2 as he's making the attack there at the front. Part of that team out of Northwest Arkansas, the Academy at Bike School. Try not to deafen Bonnie Walker. So Omnia there at the front. A couple Tolsons there. I believe that may still be Matt Ankney, and then Austin Edgar with Cura sitting in second, possibly. That may be the Berg, though. That is Kayleen Carlberg with Cura. He's sitting second wheel, teammate of Austin Edgar.
One thing to keep in mind is that 45 minutes, a much shorter race than what these riders are used to. So the pace is going to be a little bit higher. It's going to be a little bit more intense, and that's going to make it difficult for some of the riders. A lot of these Masters riders, they consider themselves diesels. It takes them a little bit to be able to get going, but there's no time to hesitate and get going today. It is flat out from the start, a short 45-minute race. And right now, the group's still all together. Every time they hit that hill, it seems to swarm, but somebody decides to keep pushing the pace. There's no rest.
This time, and that will be Sir Christopher Dakin with Team Sound Pony. Who are we? Dakin, formerly of Air Assurance, now with Sound Pony, making his way on that left-hand turn to head downhill. And right there with him, not Barcy, maybe one of Barcy's teammates possibly, but once again, Sound Pony now moving their way up. Another former Tolson, Winfield Gibson, been on the road for a long time, back in, finishing 12th last night. The Sound Pony teammate sitting about 5th wheel right now as they make their way on the downhill. Also an ex-teammate of Chris Drummond when he was in Tulsa racing with Sound Pony as well. The origin of Crybaby Hill, a lot of it goes back to Josh Gifford and the guys at Sound Pony, guys and gals at Sound Pony. And right now, Dakin pulling the pin a little bit to let the field kind of come back together.
Dakin pulling off. He did his effort trying to be able to see who else is going to respond to that. And it's the entire field that responds to that. There's no bubble in this group right now. It is strung out, wheel to wheel. Pace is picking up. Got some tail gunners out there having a good time, enjoying themselves, like Darren Williams with that Texas Roadhouse crew.
So we talked about Cura, Race for the Cure. And Austin Edgar now setting up there at that first wheel. But again, we went from that long, thin line, and now we're kind of back to a big wide variety here, a big 5 or 6 wide. But once again, it'll start to get drawn out a little bit. A little thinned out here as they make that turn for the uphill climb up towards the Canes Ballroom. A reminder, later on tonight, Flywheel is presenting the Big Ride. The Big Ride's a concert, free concert, but there's a VIP tent. If you paid to get into the VIP tent, they'll take care of you there. But right now, it's a free concert. It'll be tonight at sundown, and it'll be up Sound Pony Hill. It's going to be on the west side of Main Street. It's going to be in the lawn of the Inner Circle Vodka Bar and Ghostland Observatory, headlining the free concert there tonight. As that will be at sundown is when you're going to have that concert put on by Flywheel. Texas Roadhouse again going to make a little bit of an attack on the downhill. We've seen it a couple times. Messer's been one of the racers we've talked about. Trying to see who it is this time, making his way down 476. And so that actually will be Matt Winstead with Texas Roadhouse Cycling, racing out of Alabama. But Texas Roadhouse active early on here at the front. So next time we see him, we should be 16 laps to go. It is 16 laps to go.
Chasing on the front right there, not letting him get too big of a lead. That is Anthony Varsity. We've talked about him. Varsity riding for Black Swift out of Colorado, but Winstead, previous national champion in the 40 pluses. He's on Texas Roadhouse Cycling, trying to be able to go alone. He missed out on the moves yesterday. Today he's trying to be able to make up for that. Little glance over the shoulder, sees he has about a 6-second gap, but can't do this by yourself. One rider out there by himself is going to have a hard time trying to be able to stay away from a massive group of riders, and this is a very large field. 113 riders on the start line.
Yeah, the last time I've seen it work has been Philip Tinsman previously, where he just went time trial mode. And if you ever watched Monster Media Philip Tinsman race, it looks like he's chewing on a railroad tie. He just is chomping away. I don't know if it's gum or the side of his mouth, side of his cheek. He just chews and chews and chews. So he's one of those racers that maybe could go away, but right now I don't think that's something you'll be able to do today with this field. So 3 different preems. We've already given the first one out. 2 more to go. We'll wait a couple laps with still under 16 to go. Next time they roll through, we'll show them 15 to go. Here on day number 2, the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium here. Day 2 of the 2023 edition, our 17th of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Tell you what, that lead, we have racers down, coming down off of the Tulsa Theater Hill. So Austin Edgar, I tell you what, that is about a 14-second gap. Racers down there on the last turn. We still have plenty of laps left, so time for racers to dust themselves off and get back up. But right now, with some of the chaos, a long, thin line there. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a big group. They're going to have to try to get feathered back in. Still plenty of laps left with under 15 to go, as they'll shut down free laps with 6 laps to go. But right now, we're focused on that race leader. I talked about, Frankie had said, can Matt Winstead, former national champion there, Texas Roadhouse Cycling, be able to just run away and hide? Tell you what, 15 seconds was that lead. We'll see, especially with the chaos at the back with that crash in the main peloton. If it's kind of caused maybe enough of a ruckus, maybe if he's going to be able to extend that lead here on this lap. Like I said, 15, looking back, a lot of riders, a lot of Omnia riders that were caught up in that are up at the state wheel pit down at Reconciliation Way and Main Street. That's got to be 20, 25 racers there looking to get feathered back in. This will be a little interesting because out of 113 racers, try to put 20, 25 back into the backside of this peloton. So it'll be interesting to see how they try to feather them back in. So right now, Winstead will start the chase clock again. It was 15 seconds last time through. And right now, peloton just now making their way onto Reconciliation Way. You have a flyer coming off the front. Let's say 16 seconds. I believe maybe 4:19. That possibly is Ian Dill out of Texas, Super Squadra. So 4:19, believe, is in second. These 16 seconds back. So Winstead able to get one more second. So you'd think maybe the chaos would maybe give it a little bit more time, maybe extend it from 15 to 20, but only able to gain 1 second. So right now, you've just feathered everybody back in. You put those 25 racers or so that were caught up in that crash on the last turn about a lap and a half ago. You've put them back in. It's a long line, still a lot of laps left. So that's a big enough horsepower group that they'll be able to kind of fight their way back up. Also caught up in that, I believe that was going to be, well, let's say 352, but there isn't a 352. We'll try to identify exactly. That may be 353 Paul Bonds. No, it's not Paul Bonds. He's got the best belt buckle in cycling. But anyway, we'll try to kind of figure out some of those racers at the back that are now re-encompassing our peloton. So Winstead, sorry Frankie, real quick, Winstead rolling through. I think he has grown that advantage again. Looks like it's gone from 16 seconds now to 20 seconds. All righty, next time through we see the race leader. I tell you what, we're gonna have a preem. Look to the race officials. Is 20 seconds enough to preem the field yet, or do we just want to preem the front? We'll kind of get that figured out. So we will do the front. So Winstead, right now he's making his way up the hill, but whenever he comes back through, we're going to preem the front. So 20 seconds. This is a very explosive, experienced, and strong peloton. So 20 seconds, you throw $100 out there. It's the chase, but once again, Winstead is really, really strong and fit at the front as well. So $100 is an incentive not to get caught. So here it is. We're going to have our second of our $300 preems coming on up. Next time we see our Don Thornton Automotive pace car roll on through. And next time we see Winstead, we're going to ring that bell for our second preem of our Masters A race coming up. $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So trying to keep an eye on those chasers. And once again, we're going to ring that bell. Yep, $100 preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Winstead, he gone from 15 to 16 to 20-second lead over the last 3 laps. Peloton strung out $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem. They got to make the chase. They're going to have to chase Winstead down here. Has the lead grown? Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. You got to chase him down. Winstead in the front. He's holding it at 20 seconds, so that's back-to-back laps. He had grown it in 3 laps from 15 to 20 seconds, and again holding it 20 seconds. And right now, a 20-second lead with a $100 preem on the line. So Winstead looking up on the Jumbotron, the little split. You will see him make his way underneath the Red Bull banner on the northwest, the far northwest side of our race course. He'll be right in front of the Tito's handmade vodka banners there, the downhill white knuckler. As you make your way past the Old Lady Brady, the newly named Tulsa Theater, Winstead, tell you what, that 20-second gap still there. You look, the telescopic photo lens, you'll see the peloton just now making the way around that corner. He's got that almost entire length of that street. He'll turn. If you look off to the west, you'll see the Audi of Don Thornton Automotive. Right behind him, the lead moto, and then right behind them, you'll see our race leader. That is going to be Matt Winstead, looking to take the $100 preem. So he'll roll through. We'll do a little 25-24 is on the clock. So we're going to count it up here. So 24 seconds when they roll through, 9 seconds. So, hey, it worked. We got a little double dip there. We got a $100 premium for Winstead, and we cut the lead in half. So it was 20 seconds. Now it's down to only 9 seconds. So Winstead, watching that lead get whittled in half, over 50% down to 9 seconds. Now it looks like he's kind of just settling into a pace because maybe he realizes with 11 to go, all right, I've won my preem. I want to bring it on back. As you see, some of those racers at the front, looks like it's going to be Cura racing the Cura again up there. So yesterday it was Austin Edgar with Cura, who was on the podium finishing third. He's a former Men's Cat 3 winner here at Tulsa Tough on a Friday night at the McNelly Friday Night Lights. So he's been at the front a lot. You've also seen Carlberg, his teammate, Kayleen the Berg. Carlberg. And now the question is, if they've been so active at the front, are they setting something up? Is it going to be the rod on the rivet? Will Nick Penrod with Cura be maybe trying to move his way to the front? Here's the other thing. We really haven't talked about Omnia. Other than Matt Ankney early on, up towards the front, we really haven't talked about him very much. Somebody we've talked about a lot, Yanni Hamalainen, former national champion here, racing with Omnia in the past. I believe he was participating in the Fondo here today. As Winstead still just kind of maintaining pace, he still has that lead, and when he rolls through, we're going to show 10 laps to go. So it looks like that will be Stages Racing is the solo racer trying to bridge on up. In the past couple years, we've seen Sean Betts have a lot of success here at Tulsa Tough. I don't believe it's Betts right now, but we'll have to see. As we'll roll it through here, 14 seconds, 27-14, and 5 seconds. I believe that was 390, and that's Patrick Warner, last night's winner, racing out of Colorado, out of Boulder with Stages Cycling. Patrick Warner, last night's winner, is the one who's trying to bridge on up, and they've cut the lead down to 5 seconds. Winstead with Texas Roadhouse, he'll look over his shoulder. He knows he's going to get caught, so he's just setting tempo, his own pace. He'll make that turn eventually, a couple meters away, a couple more pedal strokes where he takes that right-hand turn onto Main Street. But kind of in that little bit of a no man's land, about 5 seconds back will be Patrick Warner. So Warner setting in second, and then that long, thin line kind of starting to get stretched a little bit. They're weaving back and forth, going west to east side here on the backside of that camera angle there. But Warner now, Winstead, make the turn. Warner still trying to bridge on it. Both of them looking over their shoulders. I think it's a matter of when, not if, they're going to get caught. And here you go, Cura, race for the Cura up towards the front. That is the Berg, Kayleen Carlberg. He's driving up, and he is bridged on up to Warner and Winstead. Question is he's pulling for somebody else, or they're going to let him go right on through. So the Berg. I believe that was 413. It definitely is Cura. As actually 423. I had the wrong number there for Cura. That will be Austin Edgar. So Edgar and Carlberg have been very active at the front for Cura. So here they come rolling on through. 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. And we're all coming back together, drawing up and stitching it up. The final rider to kind of stitch everything back up, that's going to be Lee Bumgardner with Good Life Racing out of Nebraska, pulling it up to kind of stitch up the front of this one here with 9 to go. So we do have the final cream coming on up. Right now, under 9 to go, probably do with about 7 to go. That way we'll get the final $100 out of the way before we kick this into overdrive for the final business end. Final couple laps here of our Masters A. So we've had some attackers off the front. They've brought them back. Now all back together. I believe that is going to be some of our early attackers. Anthony Barcy, the former national champ with Black Swift Cyclotron race team out of Colorado. He's back up towards that front. He's up there, and he's immediately marked there. It's going to be probably Austin Edgar there with Cura. So once again, kind of wondering who they're setting this up for. for Cura because Edgar and Carlberg have been very active at the front. But once again, some of this may just be, hey, with this group, you don't want to get too far back. Don Holt, you can you can just hop in right now, right? Come on. You can latch on the back of this peloton. Only 38. All right. The Baby Masters A race for you then. All righty, looking. Here comes the Audi. And here comes the peloton. So not here, but we'll have that final preem coming up in a little bit. But right now, just a normal 30-plus mile per hour lap. As we're going to have 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. So new Texas Roadhouse racer up at the front. Chad Bertzelauskas. I say new. He was active early on in the race, but his teammate, Winstead, had been the one that had been super active for a while. But now we'll watch. Tell you what, interesting angle there. Coming into turn number 2. A lot of times they take the right side and try to bring it all the way back to the left because that is a dangerous turn right in front of Griffin Communications on the north side of the Guthrie Green. But that time, Barcy, he was on the left side of the road and just cut that really tight on the left side. So it'll be interesting to see. Normally it's been a right to left. That was just a left to left. I mean, it was hugging the left side of that turn. So Barcy's still up the front, but here comes the move. This is the best belt buckle in cycling. Former Masters National Champion of Cyclocross. Former bullfighter, not rodeo clown. He'll punch you in the mouth. You call him a rodeo clown. He's a former bullfighter racing with the Meteor out of Northwest Arkansas. Paul Bonds making the attack here with under 8 to go. So they'll see 7 to go, and it'll be the final $100 cash preem coming on up. So they've all gathered back up here together, a little group of 5. So Paul Bonds has made that attack, but now he's been caught. And right now at the perfect timing, this little mini group is they're going to hear the bell. $100 cash preem, $100 cash preem. $100, $100, $100, $100, $100 cash preem, $100 preem. Light the tires. We're going to have a dumpster fire of attacks here. Moving on, 459 was leading. That's Randy Reichard, Above and Beyond Cancer race team. He was on the podium last year, and right now he is the racer at the front of this preem lap. So 7 to go. When they come through, somebody will be $100 richer, and the field will have 6 laps to go. Omnia making the attack. Who is it? Ankney, who was 403. He's been very active, and I think it may be Matt again. And I believe it is Matt Ankney. Launching out here on the backside of our course, getting ready to make the uphill climb towards the iconic Canes Ballroom. So Omnia at the front, but here comes the chase. BMC Walmart out of Arkansas. Sound Pony. So the blue and the Day Glow yellow kits of BMC and Sound Pony trying to chase down Matt Ankney, who's trying to win the $100 preem. I believe that may be Winfield Gibson. It is Winfield Gibson with Who Are We? Sound Pony trying to chase down Omnia's Matt Ankney. So we'll wait for the Jumbotron to give us the view. The downhill white knuckle descent. Ankney still there, but here they come. BMC coming up with the chase with Sound Pony. Ankney gonna make that turn. I'll tell you what, he's got a couple seconds there, maybe 4 seconds. Here comes Ankney trying to take this preem. It's a $100 cash preem. He's got some daylight with 125 meters to go. Ankney powering on through. Here's the chase, but they're not gonna catch him. Taking our third and final preem, Matt Ankney with Omnia, but here is the chase with 430. BMC, that's Brent Grist, BMC Walmart Cycling Team, and Winfield Gibson with Sound Pony, 2 and 3. So Ankney takes the $100, but now they're all coming back together. Stages back up towards the front. That may be Sean Betts there with Stages, setting fourth wheel. They've drawn it all back together. Looks like a little soft pedal, and soft pedal probably going 28 miles an hour. But they slowed up a little bit, and you'll watch as the field expands out to about 6 to 7 wide. And we're going to have an attack on the right side coming up towards Main Street. maybe Heath Dotson 360. The business end of this one coming up fast. 5 laps to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Brent Grist still at the front with BMC Walmart. Bib number 430 making that move at the front. And we're shedding the backside of the peloton, turning the speed up here with the final 5 laps. Grist, gesticulation, waving his arms, and nobody really excited to take over the mantle up at the front to take the lion's share of the work right now with under 5 to go. It does look like that we're going to have, I think you called his name out earlier, Texas Roadhouse's Chad Bertzelauskas. He's moved his way back up to the front. There's the attack by Kuro racing up the top. That's going to be that Berg. Kayleen Carlberg, formerly racer Sound Pony. A lot of the ex-Sound Pony guys moving on to other teams. But here's the thing. He's got some of those old teammates in the field. Winfield Gibson moving his way down there. But right now, Carlberg, the Berg, up towards the front as they make their way down towards the Tulsa Theater. That white knuckler. And when they come through again, we'll show them 4 laps to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go in our Masters A race. Tell you what, this is a tough field to try to do tail gunning on. But also, at 450, that's something we hadn't talked about. He'd been moved up. He may have been swallowed up there by the field. But Tim Mitchell, CCB racing out of Massachusetts, trying to kind of stitch that thing back together. There was a little bit of a gap that formed off the front. Is that the Super Tuck? I don't know if I've ever seen a Super Tuck on that downhill section next to the Tulsa Theater. You can try to see who that is now as move towards the front. So we got 450. Yeah, that looks like that is 450. So that's the aforementioned CCB Racing Tim Mitchell. So 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Tim Mitchell, now he's moved off. Look at that. A lot of gesticulation. Some guys kind of shaking to the head. Wonder who's going to take the mantle. Right now, 417. First time we have called the name of Fred Corpuz out of Colorado. Not sure what his race team is, but he has moved to the front for the first time here today. And he does it at an opportune time with under 3 to go. They're going to make their way on the backside of the Guthrie Green. So haven't seen it today, but in years past, you're breathing out your eyeballs towards the business end of this race. You're going that little uphill drag. It's kind of deceptive, just a leg churner there when you head up towards Sound Pony and Kane's Ballroom. When you take that left-hand turn, that road narrows really quick. And in the past, they didn't even have barriers there, Frankie. They just had hay bales, and so I called it the Shadow 244. It's a curb about 3 inches tall, and you would just see guys lose it, not paying attention, their momentum just carrying them as they win that uphill section. So now with the barriers, it's even less room. It's even more narrow. So once again, we'll keep an eye up there at the top of the hill, as it looks like they're stretched out enough that most of the riders stay to the left of that there. So about to get to the tip of the spear here, the final 2 laps. So we had talked about the racer moving off the front. He's already been gathered back up. Corpus, and I believe that's going to be Texas Roadhouse again. It's now going to be the penultimate lap coming on up. We're going to let them know it's going to be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Texas Roadhouse, Stages, Cura. The names that we've continued to talk about over and over in this race are all present up at the front. In fact, there's a couple racers for Texas Roadhouse up there right now. Possibly 3 in the top 10. So here they come. They're going to roll through the line, and we'll let them know 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. So the numbers up there for Texas Roadhouse. Right now, Andrew Messer, we hadn't talked about him since earlier. He's back up at the front, driving it. I believe setting in his second wheel is his teammate, Chad Bertolauskas. So right now, setting 1-2, you got to wonder, who are they setting it up for? Or is there going to be another one of their teammates kind of in the back? And I tell you what, look at that. 4 of the top 5 riders, Texas Roadhouse, trying to set up this sprint here as we're down to the final 2. Next time we see them, you need to be on your feet down at the barriers as we're going to ring the bell. We're going to let them know it's going to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Coming up, the final lap. But not yet. Okay, I'm just getting you guys ready. They still got, okay. All right, they're a half a lap away. But that being said, if you're at home, get off the couch. They can hear you through the World Wide Web. If you're here, they can hear you through the, well, reality. So I want you on your feet to cheer them on as we're going to ring that bell coming on up. The peloton making their way under the Red Bull banner. They'll take that left-hander. Here comes the white knuckle descent. The downhill drag towards the Tulsa Theater. They're off to the west. They're on the northwest portion of their course right now, as we'll keep an eye out. And I tell you what, Texas Roadhouse had the numbers at the front. They're starting to get swarmed a little bit. Cura, race for the Cura, moving on up there. Carlberg, Edgar, 1-2. And actually maybe Berg first and then Edgar second. We shall see. They're going to make that turn. And it is the bell lap. We're going to ring it for it, ring it for it, ring it for them. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. 1 to go, 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 the final lap. Masters A. Cura, Texas Roadhouse, Stages. The teams are lining up. Mini sprint train set up. Cura with 2 racers in the front. Roadhouse setting 3rd and 4th wheel. And there is that racer we talked about before, racing with Super Squadra. That may be 360, possibly. Heath Dotson up there. He was active early, now he's active late. Jocelyn for the position up at the front. About 3 or 4 wide, but they're about 20 down. There's the thing, up at the front now. Texas Roadhouse is overtaken and they're putting the riders in 2nd and 3rd. Penrod had been up there driving it for Cura. Nick Penrod, rod on the rivet. He's done his duty. He's pulled off.
Big battle for position right now. Big thank you to James. Excellent bell ringer for our official bell ringer for our Masters race. Coming around the turn. Oh, that's that wide corner you were talking about. Almost getting pinned by the barrier. Little bit of a separation with 6 or 7 riders. Everybody else just trying to be able to latch on. If you're not in the top 10, you have no chance in Texas Roadhouse now. Leading it out down the backstretch. A big pedal coming in towards that final turn, and there's a gap. They have set up. He looked, I don't think he planned on it. Looked over his shoulder, and now he's got to commit himself.
One final turn, ladies and gentlemen, look to the west. Here they come. The gallop is getting ready to start just over 200 meters from the finish line. Cheer them on as here they come.
That is Matt Winstead. He's a previous national champion. Texas Roadhouse trying to be able to hold him off. Winstead coming to the line, and he's going to get it. He's even going to hold on in his path. He is going to be beat by Austin Edgar.
The Tulsa hero, Austin Edgar, takes it at the line, looks to pip him. Your winner on Friday night a couple years ago as a Cat 3, on the podium yesterday as a Masters A. Cura, race for the Cure, takes the win in the Masters A here on day number 2 of the 2023 edition of Tulsa Tough.
Edgar on the podium yesterday with a 3rd place, and today a 1st. But what a ride by Matt Winstead, only be losing by less than a half a wheel.
Taking it to the line. We'll look at the slow-mo instant replay on the Jumbotron.
And unofficially, it's going to be Marco Alidia in third. The former road professional, Marco Alidia, finishing up with a bronze medal for Texas Roadhouse. So Texas Roadhouse coming out with a second and a third, but the win going to Austin Edgar.
Congratulations to Austin. I know he's worked really hard for this. He talks about Mark Taruki training. Shameless plug for the Kiwi, the New Zealander, Mark Taruki. But yeah, has Austin set up perfectly to peak here during Tulsa Tough. And that was a great lead out by Nick Penrod, one of his teammates with Cura, to lead him up and get him up there towards the front between Penrod and Carlberg, setting it up to get Austin Edgar there where he needed to be at the end for that sprint finish.
Category 3s, welcome. Day number 2 of Tulsa Tough for our Category 3s as they're getting ready for their race. You guys are going to be going for we'll figure that out. One thing I do know, 3 laps are over with 6 laps to go. 3 laps are over with 6 laps to go. The pit is right behind you, right where you came out for staging, but on the other side of the road. Your podium, top 3, will take place immediately following your race. So make sure to head on over there. Right now, making sure the course is clear and secure, waiting for our chief referee to be able to come back down, and we are going to be able to get you underway. Great group of riders, all 112 Category 3 riders, as we're getting ready to be able to send them on their way. Riders, we still have a couple minutes for sure, at least a couple minutes. Can't start you before our new revised start time of 4 o'clock, and so we are 2 minutes out from our 4 p.m. start. Andrew. Big thank you to all of the preems, and of course Cat 3s. You're going to have preems also, brought to you from Bicycles of Tulsa. Riders, you're going to be racing for 45 minutes, same distance as all the other events before you. And again, we are coming up on 2 minutes out. 2 minutes out until we get our Cat 3s underway. Who won our Cat 3 race yesterday? Where are you? Raise your hand. What's your number? I apologize, I don't have it written down. So yesterday, your winner, Nicholas Gomez, TMB Development, presented by Equator, coming out of California, taking the win. Excellent job wearing that blue overall Omnium Leaders jersey. No call-ups. Gentlemen, we're in a pause pattern right now until we get final clearance, so I will give you plenty of time. So right now, unclip, take a drink of water. We're going to be on pause for a few minutes until we find out that the course is clear, secure, getting ready to go. How many riders here is first time coming to Tulsa Tough in our Cat 3s? Welcome. Oh, man, a good amount. Hopefully you guys are having a great time. This is a tough course. You're going to find that out very soon. Guess what? Tomorrow's even tougher. That's why they call it Tulsa Tough. 3 fast days, 3 hard days. St. Francis Tulsa Tough with 3 Criterium races, 2 Grand Fondos, the Townie Ride. It's a big party, and there just happens to be a bike race taking place. Riders, we are ready to go. We'll give you 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute is 45 minutes. Who will put their name into the record books as a 2023 winner of the SCFC Tulsa Arts District Criterium? Steve, our chief official, we're ready. We are going to get you guys going. I'm going to give you an official countdown. In 10, 9, let's go 8, 7, 6, and we'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. The whistle is blown in the Category 3s. 112 riders off and running. Sitting in the back of that bright blue jersey, Nicholas Gomez. He won yesterday, has to be one of the favorites again today. Can he go back to back? Can he win 2 days in a row? Riders going through. We're going to be Amy, we good to go? Does that mean wait a minute? Yes, I guess. I see Marco. I see Edgar. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our podium for our Masters for the FC Tulsa Arts Criterium. Like to be able to bring up in third place, he races for Texas Roadhouse, Marco Alidia. In second place, he took a flyer and it almost paid off, but it's a silver medal for him. Also from Texas Roadhouse, this is going to be Matt Winstead. And a third place yesterday, moving all the way to the top step of the podium, number 1, Austin Edgar. Austin riding for Cura Racing as he's your number 1 here at FC Tulsa. Congratulations, arms up in the air. It's 1, 2, and 3 for our Masters riders here at the Tulsa Arch Criterium. Now as our Cat 3s go by, leading them through right there, that is Patrick Dunn. Primal Audi Denver coming out, team out of Colorado. They're in their bright green jerseys as they're leading them through. So in our overall standings after 2 races, race number 1 and race number 2, with a 3rd place and a 1st place, he wears the blue jersey as your Omnium leader, Austin Edgar. So that was awarded our stage winner's jersey. I apologize, not the Omnium leader's jersey. Taylor's gonna be ringing our bell, the official for the Tulsa Bicycles of Tulsa, Bicycles of Tulsa, excuse me, $100 preem coming up in just a little bit. $100 preem, $100 preem, winner of the lap, $100 preem. Taylor's ringing our bell, $100 preem for the winner of the lap, $100. Awesome, thank you. You're welcome. Bicycles of Tulsa giving us numerous preems, very generous with the preems, not only in this category, but in many of the different categories. We've been ringing the bell. Every time we ring the bell, pretty much it's coming from Bicycles of Tulsa. So a big thank you. Yesterday, Cleveland Cycling Academy had a bunch of preems for us. So a big thank you to Cleveland Cycling Academy. We appreciate that very much. Hopefully you guys are having a great time here. Getting out of the Midwest, coming down here to Tulsa. Escaping some of that smoke that has been lingering around the Great Lakes. Those Canadian wildfires are wreaking havoc for many in that area. Not a problem down here. The heat, a big factor yesterday. The wind, a factor today. You can see that flag right behind you. It is blowing. Obviously, it's a tailwind. If you come around that turn, first, second, or third, you have a great chance of making it to the finish. The tailwind pushing you on the backstretch, very much a headwind. Here's your preem winner. $100 will go into his pocket. Man, Manzanares, he loves to be in the breakaway. He was a long time in the breakaway yesterday. He continues to be able to push that pace, opening up a 5-second gap right now. We're 10 minutes into the 45-minute race as Samuel Manzanares has decided to go up the road. I was talking about Manzanares yesterday, coming out of Texas, doing the regular, they have a series down there called the Driveway Series. Regular training races, and started off doing so-so, and then during the last couple weeks, started finding himself on the podium, started finding his legs, started finding his fitness and his form. Getting on the podium at Driveway Series, no easy task, and that brought him here to Tulsa, and yesterday he had a phenomenal ride. Biggest question is, oh, the big crash. Crash on the backstretch on the uphill. That is that tight turn that we were talking about right at the top of the hill where you take a left-hand turn. Riders need to follow the course or be able to get down to the pit. Plenty of time to be able to get a free lap because free laps don't end until 6 laps to go. Hopefully everybody is all right and they get up. Looks like one rider still laying down near one of the barriers. So hopefully everybody will recover and be able to continue on with their event. So that's Jacob Evans going through. You got Jacob Evans and Jason Evans, not related. One rider coming out of Texas, one from Oregon, and that was Jacob Evans, the Texan, that is leading him. Riding for United Cycling. That is a club that is out of Texas as they make their way around. They're getting ready to take that right-hand turn and head up the hill, so we're going to get a little bit of a better shot on how clear that turn is, if those riders have been able to recover from the accident. In the meantime, all the riders that were in that crash can make their way to the pit and get a free lap. That's a replay of the crash going into turn number 1, I believe. Some guys, you can't see around the turn, and that's why it stacks up. So the crash happens, and you're still on the straightaway. So once you come around the turn, all of a sudden you realize that everybody stopped in front of you. Very hard to be able to hit the brakes. So as a reminder for all our public and the fans and spectators, our podium area is open for pictures. Feel free to come by, stand on the podium, get a picture in front of the Tulsa Tough banner. Look at all these riders going to the pit. Plenty of time to be able to get Riders, you're all done. Thank you very much. You got your leaders coming up behind you any moment. They're on the downhill getting ready to head in towards that final turn. The fastest part of the race course, and right now they are spread out side to side. Nobody's taking control. Everybody's trying to be able to rest up. They're trying to follow that draft, trying to fit into gaps that don't quite exist, and that's how a lot of these tangle-ups are happening. And you can see them right now coming around that final turn, heading in. They are getting ready to see 16 laps to go. Riders, just be careful through turn number 1. Be careful through turn number 1. Stay on the inside. One of our category 3s, if you happen to have crashed at the top of the hill and lost your hammerhead, it is here. Come on by and get it. Hopefully you're not worried about your hammerhead and you're able to get back into the race. Try to finish up what you came out here to start. Nobody's been able to get away. That is one thing for sure. The pack is all together. Different riders have been attacking. Once again, that team, Primal Audi Denver in that green jersey on the attack, coming over the top of the climb. Yesterday, it was one of the young riders that took the win, the Category 3s. We have riders in this race that range from 50 years old down to 18 years old, and it was the 19-year-old that took victory, Nicholas Gomez, coming out of California. Riders' lap cars are up. 15 laps to go. 15 to go. 15 to go. That's your regular breakaway rider on the front right there, Manzanares. Once again, trying to be able to keep it going, trying to be able to string it out. He wants to break this group apart. He does not want it to come down to a massive sprint. $14 to go, 14. Look at this, Tulsa, 2 riders trying to be able to get away. Let's cheer them on. They got about a 3-second gap, but it's a big move. 13 laps to go. Unbelievable. Manzanares going away once again. This time he's being joined by Edward Kim from Cycle X Racing. Edward Kim, 32 years old. Manzanares, 30 years old. Look at that, Manzanares swinging off and Kim not really willing to work. So there's no cooperation in the front group. Both of these riders actually sitting up, not helping each other, and they are going to get reeled back in. So the Cat 3s, so reshuffling of the deck once again.
Let's go, team!
Riders, 11 laps to go, 11 laps to go. He's going for it again. Looking for that light blue jersey of Gomez, your winner from yesterday. There he is. He's about 25 riders back, sitting in the middle of the group. So he's in a good position.
Here we go, Jacob. What are you doing?
Manzanares just not stopping or waiting around for anyone. waiting for the riders to be able to come around. They're going to be seeing, I believe, 10 laps to go. And sun's coming out, starting to heat up. Boy, that rain has definitely gone away. It was pouring this morning. If you did one of the Aeon Grand Fondo, you got soaking wet out there. But riders had a great time. Over 1,000 riders had signed up. $100 preem, winner of the lap. $100 preem, $100 preem, winner of the lap. Winner of the lap, winner of the lap, $100 on the line. $100 winner of the lap, $100 preem. Strung out, one long line. The Cat 3s are all in as they are seeing 10 laps to go. Thank you, Olivia. Top 5 in her race. Olivia doing a fantastic job ringing the bell. Olivia, you might have got 5th in your race, but there's first place for bell ringing. Manzanares has been in the breakaway repeatedly yesterday. Manzanares has been in the breakaway repeatedly today. He finds himself on the front, this time joined with a different rider, William Derrick. William Derrick out of Texas, and guess what? Manzanares out of Texas. I'm sure they know each other. They've ridden with each other, against each other, and right now, $100 on the line. Oh, they've decided to split that money, perhaps. They're going for victory. 9 to go, 9 to go. 9 laps to go, 9 laps to go. 2 riders in front by about a 10-second lead. Look at it, it is all split up. Trying to be able to go across right there. That is David Irvin. Team Waldo. Time gap 20 seconds. 20 seconds, 9 laps to go. Don Thornton Automotive Group with the official pace car honking the horn as he goes through. It's going to be 8 laps to go. Look at the lead that these guys have. You have 6 seconds on a chase of 2. 6 seconds on a chase of 2. And here come the 2. Then the rest of the field all together. So my chasers, that is going to be Michael Vanny, along with Morgan Oliva. So Morgan Oliva, full send racing out of Colorado, 24 years old. Vanny, DNA Racing out of Oklahoma, 27 years old. In a little bit, it's going to be decision time. Are you cheering for the first two, or are you cheering for the chasing two? Main field starting to be able to come back. They're starting to be able to bring back Oliva and Vanny. And Manzanares is a beast on the uphill. He has dropped his riding mate. William Derrick practically getting spit out the back, and Manzanares actually sitting up waiting for him. He knows he needs some help on certain parts of this course. Remember, there's a headwind. That flag is blowing strong. Tailwind through the home stretch, headwind on the back stretch. Manzanares actually waiting, trying to be able to get William Derrick to help him just a little bit longer, and then Manzanares is definitely going to have to go off by himself. Remember those two chasers? They have been caught. The whole pack is all together. Seven to go, riders, 7 to go. That time gap about 20 seconds. That's a 20-second time gap. Oh, the big question, though, when they get to the hill, what is Manzanares going to do? If William Derrick can stay there, he can pull off a second place, but I'm not sure William Derrick has the legs to be able to stay on the wheel. Manzanares again sitting up. Manzanares is like holding William Derrick's hand right now, trying to escort him to get him to the finish line. All right, so I got Samuka here, who's going to be my bell ringer for this preem coming up. We're going to be awarding $100, but it's going to be for the field preem. Do not ring it. We're not ringing it first. We're not ringing it for the first, guys. This is going to be for the field. But they're not going to have a chance to win $100, but you know what? They feed off your energy, and they need it. They're trying to be able to stay away. They are trying to be able to win the FC Tulsa Arts Criterium. Come on, Tulsa, and cheer them on. Bang your hands together. Field preem, this group right here. This group right here, field preem, field preem. Field preem, you need to catch him. One rider in front of you, $100 field preem, $100 field preem. Excellent job. High five. Way to go. Do you know anybody in the race? In the Cat 3 race? Who do you know in the race? Tate and Luke, all from one club then, right? What club? All Tulsa? Tulsa locals. Any of them in the first group? Are they all still in the race? Luke's left. All right, we're going to find out. We'll pay attention to. Have a great time out here. Thank you very much. Field preem, $100 is going to be available for the winner from our main pack. Thank you very much for coming out. So trying to bridge across, Nicholas Gomas in that light blue jersey. If he can stay away, he's going to pick up that $100. That's our two leaders coming through with 5 laps to go. $100 on the line. That's going to go to this gentleman right here. $100 richer. That is going to be Cole Randall from Vivis Racing. That's a cycling club out of Texas. Now Cole's got to decide, did he just go super hard to pick up $100, or is he going to continue to go hard and try to break away and try to catch our 2 leaders? William Derrick is hanging on for dear life, trying to be dragged into a 2nd place, which would be a huge result, but they are starting to get closer. The field almost playing possum. It looks like they were just sitting around, they were resting, biding their time, and they are now starting to launch into a full chase mode, trying to be able to bring back our 2 leaders. Four to go, look at that. Right before they come to the crosswalk and the riders come out of the final turn, that is your time gauge. When our leaders get to the crosswalk, the field is coming out. That is about a 10-second gap. 2 riders in front. You guys are 10 seconds behind. 4 to go, 4 to go. Nobody's willing to commit themselves right now. Nobody's willing to sacrifice. If they put 3 riders on the front and they go hard, they can bring back our 2 leaders, but that is not taking place right now. Manzanares, 30 years old, with the 27-year-old William Derrick, both of the front runners out of Texas as they're trying to be able to win the bike race here. Day number 2 of the FC Tulsa Arts Criterium. Yesterday was day number 1. McNally's Blue Dome Criterium. FC Tulsa, Oklahoma's premier pro soccer club, plays in the USL, founded back in 2015. They had a couple professional soccer players that were helping us out with the awards a little bit earlier. They're sticking around. We'll see them more later on. And if you're a big fan of soccer, next week, free t-shirt giveaway at the FC Tulsa game, 1 week from today. Riders getting ready to see 3 laps to go, and they're gaining time. They've actually increased their gap. 3 to go, 3 to go. Look at that. They are through. They have just taken another 5 seconds out of the main field. $20 seconds is the gap, 20 seconds, 3 to go, 3 to go, 20 seconds. From what I've been seeing on the screen and on the backstretch, Manzanar is definitely the stronger rider. Every time they get onto the uphill, he's having to ease up a little bit, trying to be able to wait for William Derrick, but that's a little bit of a gamble. You want to keep him in contact with you, but at some point, you don't want to take a risk. Perhaps William Derrick is a fantastic sprinter. You don't want to take that gamble. The best way to win a bike race is coming across the line all by yourself, and that's exactly what Samuel Manzanares needs to think about. Put your hands together and bang on those boards. It's 2 laps to go. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. So first and second is up the road. The podium up for grabs. 2 to go, 2 laps to go. I got Hudson here. He's going to be my official bell ringer for the finish of our Category 3s. Hudson, there's 2 guys in the front group. One has a multicolored jersey. One, I think, has like a dark red jersey. Which one do you think is going to win? The dark red. So he's thinking the dark red jersey is going to finish in front of the multicolored jersey. The multicolored jersey is Manzanares. He's had an incredible ride, and we're getting ready for the final lap of our Category 3s. And they're still together. They have not been able to separate. Go ahead, Hudson. Hudson, ring that bell loud, Hudson. Like, knock it. There you go. Knocking on a door and ringing the bell. It's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. The final lap. 1 lap to go. They go through turn number 1. They come out of the last turn. 1 rider is separated. Remember, 3rd place. The podium up for grabs. Who can do it? Hudson, start ringing that bell once again. Riders, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Your final lap. Keep ringing that bell. 1 to go, 1 to go. The sprint is on. 1 lap to go. He's gone. I knew it was going to happen at some point. He tagged him along. He kept him with us. Manzanares. Live links results. You can find your results. Live links results for all the events. LYNX. LiveLinksResults.com. And looking over his shoulder, that has been a tough, tough day. They're on the downhill. Manzanares has finally gotten rid of William Derrick. He's coming in, trying to be able to win solo. The FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium title on the line. Here he comes. The 2 riders out of Texas. Manzanares, he's out of the saddle. He tried to win yesterday. It did not work. But today, he's your 2023 champion, Samuel Manzanares. And what a ride by William Derrick. Now we get the best of 2 races today. 2 races. That was race number 1. You are about to see race number 2. Here comes the sprint. Look at him flying around that turn, going all the way. Edge to edge, white line to white line. Sprinting right up the middle, trying to be able to get the podium. And that will be Morgan Oliva. 3rd place, unofficially. As the rest of the riders, and congratulations to our Cat 3s. Hope you enjoyed that race, so stick around. Our men's category 1-2 coming up next at 4:55, and then the pro women at 6 o'clock and the pro men at 7 o'clock. Plenty of racing still to go, a lot of action as our category 1-2 will be up next. How long are 1-2 going? Welcome to the line. Category 1-2 is 127 riders. It's a full field to say the least. Riders, you are racing for 55 minutes. 55 minutes of racing. Free laps are over with 6 laps to go. No more free laps with 6 laps to go. The pit is right behind you, pretty much where you came out for staging. You're not allowed to ride backwards on the course, but you can cut the course in order to be able to get to the pit. Riders who are out of contention, you will be withdrawn. It's a narrow course. It's a fast course. We want to be able to make sure that it's safe for the riders in the front as well as in the back of the event. We're at least 3 minutes out. 3 minutes out until the official race starts. Or we should call it 2 minutes out as our clock is ticking by. My name is Frankie Andreu. Alongside me, former professional Criterium national champion Rasan Vahadi. We're going to be here calling your race along with our pro women and pro men coming up in just a little bit. You guys have ridden around this course. You know it's a fast course. It's narrow. It is much more narrow than yesterday. Take a couple laps to find your bearings, and then, of course, we're going to send you guys on your way. I had to do this last time also. Who won yesterday? Raise your hand. There you are. Awesome job yesterday. Congratulations.
He should be in the front. That is rider number, I can't see his number. That 258, 258. Hey, you
That's right.
Work your way to the front, man.
That is Hauser.
And there's our race leader from yesterday's stage 1.
Riders, sorry, Rosat. We are 45 seconds out. 45 seconds out. This is the FC Tulsa Arts District as we're going into day number 2 of the 17th edition of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Coming up right now on 30 seconds until our race start. 55 minutes of racing. The record book awaits your name. The training days are over. It is race time. It is game time. As we are getting ready, moments away to count you down. Riders, have a safe race. Have a great race. Snap in, buckle up, and strap on those helmets as we are going to count you down in 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
One of the most exciting races you will see tonight, the Cat 1-2s. Or is it just a 1? 1-2. 1-2s on the brink, perhaps, of being a pro cyclist, if that's what they desire. It is amazing to see so many 1-2s out there. I think you will see a fast, furious race tonight. And I'm sure those guys will stick around and watch the last 2 races, which are premier events with the Pro 1 women and the Pro 1 men a little later on. And the heat is on. So I'm checking out the live feed here, and on the downhill section, coming into the last turn, there's one rider going on the attack. Keep in mind, these riders can go upward of 40 miles an hour as they bend that last corner, which is nice and wide. However, could be very sketchy, and I love to see the speed coming out of there. They're single foul on their first lap. I see a Legion of Los Angeles rider, Jason Paez. He races a lot with the Legion team back at home in LA. He is a dominant force on the local scene. It'll be interesting to see how he can compete against such a stacked field here in the 1-2 race. Oh, and we have a crash. Looks like a crash in turn 1. That has been the pivotal part of today's race. There's been a lot of crashes happening in turn 1.
Yeah, a lot of crashes happening in turn 1. Also some crashes happening at the top of the hill in the left-hand turn. It's very different when you're riding around here, and maybe, Rasan, you can address this. When you're riding around at training speed and all of a sudden you go flying around at racing speed, it's a whole different beast, and you can see a couple riders stacked up on the side, and that guy just getting taken out for no reason at all. But hopefully riders will be able to get up and get themselves.
What's going on?
Yeah, unfortunately, crashes happen.
But
in
that race
bike
speed,
races.
that race speed is different than training speed. You
Yeah.
go around, you got to feel it, but all of a sudden you're going 10 miles an hour quicker. That really pushes you to the outside of a turn,
Yep,
catches you by
absolutely.
surprise.
Yeah, because you're not used to that feeling, so you don't know how to negotiate that turn. And so when you do that, that's why I like to motor pace, Frankie. You get behind the moto can go just as fast, if not faster, than a Peloton, and it gives you that sensation of what it feels like to go 30 miles an hour through a turn. And just like that, we have 3 riders off the front. We talked about Jason Paez of Legion of Los Angeles. They are just cresting the top of a hill under the Red Bull Arch, going downhill, but they are not together. And it looks like the 3rd rider has kind of gave up, and it may be just a duo off the front. Is that the same guy we saw yesterday, Frankie, that did the triathlon?
He had a blue jersey, and once we get his number, once I see his name, I'll be able to remember. I want to say we'll be able to figure that out here in just a little bit. Here's your 2 leaders, cheer them on. They're trying to be able to go away. What was that, 290 what?
And the other one, Jason Paez.
So that is CJ Morrison, BMC Walmart Cycling Team, the young 22-year-old. Rasan was telling me a week ago he went and did a full Ironman triathlon, and now he's here at Tulsa. Very good at riding long distances at an even power. That is the key. That's the difference for him, being able to go steady, putting out a power output, not all the accelerations. So he just attacks. He gets into time trial mode and goes up the road. Luckily, he's joined and has a little bit of help with one of the riders that is out there as well, Jason Paez, who you were talking about out of California, the 34-year-old on Legion of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think together this is a great duo. I know a lot about Jason Paez and how he rides on the local scene. He is the lieutenant for Legion. He is the lieutenant for Justin and Corey. And so having those 2 guys off the front, I think is a great combination. And if they can stay off the front for this entire race, it's going to come down to a straight drag race. But that is a big, big, big thing to ask out of 2 riders.
Amy, are we good with podium? Okay, I can wait. Are we missing someone?
So all it takes is a few hesitations from the peloton, and each time they hesitate, that group of 2 gains 2 seconds, gains another 2 seconds, and next thing you know, they're 25, 30 seconds off the front.
You want to do 200? 200? We'll do 200 for the field. We're going to do a field preem coming up from Mineragua. So thank you, Mineragua, for $200 for our field preem. Going to be ringing the bell. That's coming up in just a moment. So our leaders are going to come through. Clock is still ticking. We're 8 minutes in to a 55-minute race. Two leaders going by. 2 leaders are going by. Mineragua putting up $200 for our preem. Ring the bell. What's your name? Cassie? Cassie ringing the bell. $200 on the line. Winner of the field preem. Field preem. Field preem. $200 field preem. Field preem. $200 on the line. Cassie ringing the bell. Putting a little bit of charge under the riders, trying to put some cash in their pocket.
$200. You can do a lot with that here in Tulsa or back home. Maybe not in California, but you can do a lot with it here. You got to support it here. You got to spend it here. It's all about recycling the Tulsa dollars. I can name a few places, Frankie, where you can spend that $200 tonight. I won't give up the secret. But right now we have Jason Paez and CJ Morrison off the front. We already know about CJ. He is an absolute animal, loves to time trial. These two together are very, very dangerous, and the field has a big task ahead to bring them back. I keep telling you, if they hesitate and continue to go fast, go slow, go fast, go slow, this duo will easily put 45 seconds into the field.
Our podium for our Category 3 men will be coming up in 2 minutes. We're going to award this preem and then do our podium. Got a couple questions about how do they know how long they're racing. So this race is 55 minutes. For the races later on also, they start on time. 55 minutes, they figure out how long it's taking them to do a lap. Then they calculate that out, and then they switch to laps. So you can see we already have the lap cards up. 25 laps to go. By the time they're done, they will actually have 55 minutes of racing, but they know you go by laps. They know the exact distance. $200 on the line for the winner. $200 on the line. Taking it look easy. That boy's got some speed as he just picked up $200.
That's Kristen Crisello of Bellowvid out of Georgia, the 23-year-old taking home the dollars. That's what I would do as well. All right, here we are, our Cat 3 podium today. What a fast and amazing race in the Cat 3s. I actually watched that on the live stream. Taking up 3rd place. What an amazing ride. Out of Colorado, we have Morgan Oliva. Full Sin Racing, presented by Mike's Bike. In 2nd place, we have William Derrick out of Texas. And our champion today in the Arts District here at Tulsa Tough is Samuel Manzanares. Night Owls Racing, presented by Monty. Congratulations to our Cat 3 podium. Give them a round of applause. Samuel's putting on the awesome baby blue Tulsa Tough stage winner jersey. Hands up. Congratulations, you three, and to all the other Cat 3s that participated today. Well done. We hope to see you tomorrow. Frankie, things have mixed up big time. Jason Paez now is solo on the front, and I did notice that Jason yesterday had a mechanical. He actually broke his cleat and was unable to compete in yesterday's race, so he's got fresh legs today. I'm not sure what happened to CJ Morrison. Maybe he's in the pit, maybe he had a mechanical, but 305 from Legion of Los Angeles. Jason Paez is now off the front solo, and now the task of sand off the front is going to be extremely difficult to do solo.
Well, CJ Morrison had a mechanical. That is definitely some bad luck for Jason Paez. He's going to be out there all alone. That's not a position you want to be in with 22 laps to go. Doing it the hard way. Rider out of California, racing for Legion of Los Angeles on the fastest part of the course, on the downhill, getting ready to come through that final turn. We're going to pay attention to see if anybody's coming out of the pit. If not this lap, maybe next lap. Remember, it was a group of two in the front group. So as Paez comes around the turn, we're going to try to be able to keep track, see how much time we have until our chase group comes around the turn. Wind continues to blow steady, tailwind on this home stretch. What a gap, what a lead. Look at this, it's an incredible ride. He goes through the start-finish line, and now the group comes around the turn. That is about a 15-second gap right now. But he needs CJ Martinez, absolutely, to get some help.
Yeah, he's definitely needs CJ. CJ's proven that he can ride off the front solo. We haven't seen any action in the pit yet, and I don't see CJ Morrison in the field. Not sure what happened. Hopefully we can get an update of where CJ Morrison is, because Paez is definitely going to need him if he wants to stay off the front here tonight.
That chase in the main field being led by Ride Bikes bro, Griffin Nemitz. Nemitz, also a California rider, 30 years old, as he's up the road trying to be able to bring back the one sole leader. It was two, it came down to one, trying to be able to find the missing, and for us the missing. We were talking and perhaps not watching as closely as we should have, but we missed what happened to that super strong young rider that was away for a long time before, CJ Morrison.
Every time you call his name, I think about him swimming, running, or swimming, riding, and then running, and then showing up to Tulsa. I guess, like we talked about last night, no one wants to miss Tulsa. I have so many people in my DMs like, I'm having FOMO. I wish I was there. I wish I was there. So there's always next year. 16 years in running, and I believe Tulsa Tough will be around for a long time. I sure hope so.
This morning, a huge event. Over 1,000 riders signed up for the Aon Grand Fondo. It was delayed by 2 hours. You saw the rain and the lightning. That took a little bit of a sting out of it. So they delayed it, started off at 9:30. 1,000 riders went off and rode either your choice of 42 miles or 65 miles. They had this ace group trying to be able to beat a time of 3 hours and 16 minutes for the 65-mile ride. And then they got the ace jersey, so it was mission accomplished. Tomorrow, if you're looking for a bike ride, they have a grand final tomorrow morning as well. And you can see some of our spectators taking advantage of our podium area. That's always open for pictures for all of our spectators, fans, and cyclists. With the Tulsa Tough backdrop, you can hop up onto that podium, grab a picture to commemorate your 2023 visit here to St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So we have not been able to spot the purple jersey of CJ Morrison. That doesn't mean we know what's going on. So if you happen to see the purple jersey of CJ Morrison, by all means, bring it to our attention. Let us know where he is. He's still in the pit. Nice, multiple lap. There he is, right there. He's getting ready to be able to come out. So CJ Morrison was in the pit. He's getting ready to come out. He will be thrown back in with the leader. At least he better be thrown back in with the leader. That's the group he came out of. That's how the free lap works. If you have a mechanical or you crash, you go in, get a lap off, and then you're able to re-enter the race and race for victory. Morrison comes in. You can see him coming out of the pit. He is going to hook up with his team, well, not his teammate, but his riding mate, Jason Paez, and now the 1-2 are underway.
Yes, yeah, we need that right there. That's what Paez has said. Thank you, CJ, for coming out of the pit. Whatever mechanical he had, it took a little while, but they fixed it thanks to those mechanics down there from State. They got him back on the field, but he can't just go full throttle on Paez. Paez has been out there for the last 3 to 4 laps doing it by himself, so he's got to ease his way out there to make sure that Paez can hold on to his wheel, get back to a rhythm, and establish themselves as a team again.
And Paez doing it by himself actually lost 5 seconds to the chasing peloton. That's how difficult it is by yourself compared to having some help. And on the front, it's Richardson Bike Mart. The team out of Texas has now put 3 riders on the front. Richardson Bike Mart in full control, trying to be able to bring back our 2 leaders.
So now that the duo is back together, CJ Morrison along with Jason Paez, it seemed like they are holding steady at about 8 seconds. But there is a full gas chase coming from Texas Roadhouse and other teams. They do not want to see these riders stay off the front much longer with 17 laps to go.
A lot of laps to go to be able to put that much energy into trying to bring them back. I mean, easily you could let them get out there for 20, 25 seconds, let them dangle. The laps alone, the heat alone could actually fatigue them and gradually bring them back without having to commit a huge chase. And so a little bit of tactics going on right now. Obviously, any kind of energy you can save mid-race definitely comes in handy at the end of the race.
Oh yeah, every bit of energy counts. You can't just give it all and think you're going to be that good at the end. But these two off the front are so committed, they have to give it their all because this is now their best chance. If they wanted to reshuffle and maybe go back to the field, this is probably the best time to do it. But I believe they are committed to being off the front. Jason is not a sprinter. I don't think CJ is a sprinter, so they're doing the best they can to actually stay off the front here.
Come on, Tulsa, cheer them on. They're trying to be able to stay away. 16 laps to go. Look at that. An incredible ride. Working very well together as Richardson Bike Mart on the front right now, getting a little bit of help from some other teams, gradually chipping away, slowly but surely. Look at how many riders there are. 127 riders, and it is strung out in one long line.
What's up, super fan? I'm glad to see you out here again. I did call it. He's talking about me calling the race last night. I've done a few crits in my life. Plus, I can't bet against my buddy. They say always bet on black, right?
I got Jonathan, who's going to be my official bell ringer. $100 from Minneaqua. Not going to be for the leaders as they are working together trying to be able to stay away. This is going to be a field preem once they come around. The big question is, can these two riders stay away? Can the breakaway make it all the way to the finish? The wind is blowing, the heat, the sun is pounding down on them, and they continue to increase their lead. Field preem. This group right here, $100 field preem, $100 field preem. Field preem, this group, $100 from Minneaqua.
And that was Dylan Hubbard from DCC out of New York, a 26-year-old giving up the chase, going after the preem and going after the two riders that have been off the front for the last about 20 minutes.
Jonathan just informed me he thinks the breakaway is going to get caught. The field is all going to come back together. This $100 is going to shut everything down, and then we're going to have a reshuffling of the deck.
Yeah, it looks like this may be the last lap of our duo being off the front. The chase is coming from Texas Roadhouse right now, and then they're going to sprint to the line for the Hundo. So more than likely, it will be Grupo Compacto, as they say, going into the next lap. We need to get Superfan on the mic. He's talking about something that's very important in bike racing. Actually, anything that has to do with speed, and that's drafting. NASCAR has drafting. Formula One has drafting. Bicycle racing has drafting. And we're talking about how if you're behind a wheel, behind a person, you're saving at least 30% of your energy. And our preem winner is 235. Which is a big deal in bike racing. It's a way to save energy. It's a way to conserve energy. It's a way to be faster. Thanks, Superfan. You all right.
So that preem, that $100, that's going to go to Christian Corsello from Velovit, 23-year-old from Georgia, picking up that $100. But CJ Morrison decided to be able to take off. You know what? He doesn't need that 30% extra savings. He's feeling strong. The triathlete going into time trial mode all by himself right now. He knows the danger. He senses the danger as they are starting to try to reel him back in. But CJ's having nothing of it. Can he make another 14 laps by himself?
That's definitely a big ask, but knowing his background, you can't count him out for doing this. But the field looks like they're pretty motivated, Frankie. A lot of guys have been on the front taking hard pulls to make sure that he doesn't stay away, the duo doesn't stay away. But now it's just down to CJ Morrison, which we all know loves the time trial if you're doing triathlons. has got a crowd preem. So if your hands are itching, your pockets are too heavy, come on over and bring us some money. Racers love the cash money. We will give it out. We can promote your business. We can promote you, or it can be anonymous. You can just say, hey, I want to give up some dough. Make sure some of these riders have some fun and grab some of this money. So if you want to contribute to a crowd preem, come on over. We will definitely take it from you.
We're getting ready to ring the bell. Big thank you to Rudy's Ritas out of Dallas, Texas. $100 preem, $100 preem, winner of the lap. $100 preem, winner of the lap. Rudy's Ritas. Rudy's Ritas out of Dallas, Texas. $100 preem from Rudy's Ritas. $100 preem. I didn't see the Rudy's Ritas riders riding in the back, so let's see if they can move up. $100 on the line.
So with the $100 preem on the line, there's 4 riders going up the hill towards Sound Pony and the Red Bull Arch with $100 on the line. Let's see if they can make it to the finish line and outlast the Peloton, which is strung out going up the hill. If you haven't seen the hill yet, you can work your way over there. This hill hurts. It takes a toll on you, especially under this Tulsa sun right here. And it looks like this group of 4 is working together. However, the Peloton is right breathing down their necks. That is Texas Roadhouse bridging the gap to close the lead up to the 4 riders. If you're looking at the Jumbotron that you have around the course, you can see exactly what's going on with these awesome drone shots presented by HNP. $100 preem is on the line.
Out of Dallas, Texas, Rudy's Ritas, and look at it, it's brought them all back together. And we're going to be ringing back-to-back preems, $100 on the line. Lincoln, start ringing that bell. $100 preem, winner of the next lap. $100 preem, winner of the next lap. Once again, another $100. $100 winner of the lap. Rudy's Ritas out of Dallas, Texas. Give it up, a cash preem.
And that was Eric Snyder out of Pegasus Cycling. 28 years old, coming from Texas, taking that Hondo. Rider number 327, Eric Snyder.
Lincoln, you've been watching the bike race? Who's gonna win this preem, do you think? Of course, I knew you didn't know. Favorite color? What color was gonna cross the line and pick up the preem? Blue, he's picking up blue jersey, Rasan. We're gonna see what happens with that, Lincoln. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lincoln. Blue jersey. It's a very safe color to pick. Very safe. Good job, Lincoln. So we got another $100 preem from Rudy's Ritas out of Dallas, Texas. I bet you they make some amazing margaritas. Do we get margaritas up here? We need margaritas. A Cadillac with the Grand Marnier on top.
Who won that last preem, Rasan? I was Eric Snyder, Pegasus Cycling out of Texas. That came down to a bike throw. Whoever he beat, he kind of eased up. Eased up a little bit, thought he had it. You can't stop until you get to the line. The finish line is the finish line, not 1 inch before that. Here we go once again, right? Let's just wind them up. We got $100 on the line for the winner of the lap. $100. Who's going to be able to take it? Gentlemen, you have 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go. 10 to go. That is going to go to Corsello. He took a preem a little bit earlier today as Christian Corsello from Velovit, the 23-year-old. We've seen now with 2 of those preems, a couple of guys that have some fast legs, right? There are some sprinters out there.
Definitely some sprinters. We've been advised he's won 3 preems already in the 37 minutes of racing, so he may be one of those guys what we call a preem hunting. You just go after the preems. You don't care about the win. You don't care about the overall. You're just here to make money. It seems like Christian is doing that. So these guys are looking at 10 laps to go, which is going to go by really fast as you look at the Jumbotron. Screaming fast on the downhill, single foul. I was talking to some riders earlier, like I thought I could, take a break, recover on the downhill. You cannot recover on this course. It is full noise the entire time. They are not letting up. The only time you will notice that the group is recovering is when they're fanned out across the road. And right now, there is no recovering happening because they are single foul going extremely fast.
Riders, 9 laps to go. These gentlemen right here, the category 1-2s, they're trying to become professional. They're trying to be able to move up. They're trying to get picked up by a team. Many of these guys are working jobs, training. Ideally, they would love to be able to make cycling their full-time job, but they got to move up through the ranks. Not a better way to be able to win the FC Tulsa Arts Criterium. So we're going to be doing another bell, another premium $200 from Bicycles of Tulsa. Superfan, I already got him picked out. Ring the bell, Claire. Claire's ringing the bell. Preem, next lap. Bicycles of Tulsa, $100 Preem, $100 Preem. Preem to the winner of the lap. Claire ringing the bell. We are preeming away. Awesome, John. Thank you, Claire. Claire, nice job. Fantastic.
Looks like we got a big crash with 8 laps to go. It's turn number 2. This is unfortunate. I see Jason Paez. I see rider number 318. That has been Ratch. I can't pronounce his name. Sorry. From Full Send Racing, presented by Mike's Bikes. Also down in that, looks like they just ran into the barriers, and then all of a sudden bikes are going flying everywhere. Let's hope everyone is okay from that mishap. So we got $200 on the line right here. $200 going to rider number 299. Taking the $200. That is Clinton Mortley out of Utah, 36 years old. Keep your heads up, guys. There was a crash in turn 2. Make sure it's clear. Keep your heads up. Turn 2, there was a crash last lap.
Big thank you to Latitude Racing for bringing another crowd preem. Man, the 1-2s are making out. They've had the most preems than any other category today. as we're getting ready to be able to ring the bell for another $100. Everybody from that crash a little bit earlier on has recovered. As going to be searching out my bell ringer right here.
Latitude Racing out of Texas. No one mess with Texas. Thank you, Latitude, for the preem. They also gave up some dough for the pro women, so we appreciate your help there. Keep the racing fast, exciting, and put some money in the racers' pockets. Thank you, Latitude Racing out of Texas.
I got Evie, who's going to be ringing that bell for that $100 from Latitude Racing as we get ready to kick things up. Spectators at Rasan is starting to fill up, starting to get a little bit more crowded as we're getting ready for our pro women and pro men coming up in just a little bit. The highlight events. Oh, look at this. One rider has snuck away. He's going to have a chance to be able to pick up $100. Evie, start ringing that bell. $100 preem once again. Money, 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 money. Winner of the lap, $100. $100 preem. Winner of the lap, you got to catch the rider in front of you, $100.
That is Drew Christopher off the front right now, solo out of Oklahoma. It's going to be a big ask to see if he can go all around this course to come and get that $100 out of Latitude from Latitude Racing. But what an effort. He is absolutely in the best position right now. Straight time trial mode, being extremely aero. Superfan was talking to us about drafting. Right now, when you're up the front, there is no draft. You have to get as aero and as efficient as possible, and Drew is doing the best he can to make sure he can make it to the line, because this effort is going to hurt under the heat. Looking at 5 laps to go when they come around, and Latitude Racing has a $100 preem up for grabs.
So Evie has picked a white jersey to be able to pick this $100 preem. We're going to see if that comes true. We saw a little bit earlier somebody picking out that blue jersey, and actually I don't even remember if that worked out or not, but I'm paying attention for this one. Big thank you once again to Latitude Racing as we're waiting for these guys to come around. We've actually made the race harder not than it should be, but by ringing the bell as many times as we've had, giving out this much cash, we definitely have made the race harder than usual, because these guys have been sprinting and going after that cash non-stop, and so there has been no relief. A lot of times in a bike race, you get down to the final 8, 7, 6. You're taking a little bit of a breather. You're trying to catch your breath, getting ready for the final. We have not allowed them to be able to do that. It has been flat out from the gun.
Yep, and Drew was caught on the downhill by Cadence rider, also out of Texas. We'll see who that is, and he's collecting the dough. Rider number 238 collecting the dough.
And that's a white jersey, Evie. The gamble pays off. Evie picks the white jersey.
Pablo Cruz, Team Audi McKinney, Encore Wire out of Texas. 31 years old. What a ride right there to collect $100. And Cadence actually is a dominant force in the Texas region. And I've raced against them. They've actually come to California to do some bike riding with me, take them out to the Santa Monica Mountains, show them what we have to offer. So I know they have good riders. This is the first time you will see this field go as slow as they're going right now. When they're fanned across the road 5, 6, 7 wide, this is a telltale that everyone's getting ready to gear up for the finale here. They're looking at 4 laps to go. And so now the sprinters, the teams, they're all getting together. And this is also a very dangerous time, because as the speeds go slow, wheels start to cross, people are not seeing what they think they're seeing, and crashes start to happen. But I suspect in the next couple of laps, they will be going a lot faster.
127 riders took the start line in our category 1-2s. Again, a lot of these riders with very experienced in racing and experienced in training, trying to be able to make it up to the next level, to the pro race, and that'll be coming up a little bit later on. Our pro women are up next. You are going to see national champions, Olympians, all racing around the streets here in Tulsa as they get ready to compete to see who's going to become the champion of the FC Tulsa Arts Criterium. In the meantime, wow, looking at the 1-2s. They can't get away from each other. We did all of those preems. They were sprinting for cash, and now they are latched onto each other, fighting for every inch of road as they are going to see 3 to go. 3 laps to go. Looking at one long line, that's an indication that they're going fast. When they go slow, they bunch up. When they're going fast, it is in one line. They've already gone around turn number 1, and the last rider hasn't even gotten to the finish line. Check, check. Oh, no, wait. That was weird. That was you. Big thank you to many of our supporting partners to be able to bring Tulsa Tough to you. Williams Companies, Williams Townie Ride, Tulsa Bone and Joint. Yesterday, Tito's Handmade Vodka. Thrive PEO, St. Francis Health System, of course, and Rox Tech, just to name a few. That is, I believe, CJ Morrison once again defying all odds. He was in the breakaway for about 15 laps, and now he's up the road once again. Make some noise. It's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 left to go. what's going on out there. Crash coming out of that final turn. Riders down as they went wide. The sprint is on. It's coming down. Who will be on the podium here at FC Tulsa Arts? Your winner. That is going to go to Lastly. The father and son combo in the blue jerseys of Jacob Lastly and Seth Lastly. And it's the 20-year-old coming out on top. So unofficially, Michael Lambert will be in second place. And Devin Van Groningen unofficially in third in our category 1-2s. A big crash though in that final corner. Gonna wait to be able to make sure all those riders are okay. And then we're gonna start organizing as we get ready for the next race. We're 10 minutes out to the start of our pro women. 10 minutes out to the start of our pro women. What an incredible ride. So much fun to be able to watch. Hopefully those riders in that final corner are all okay. Then they dove in. Kirk Carlson. Kirk, good to see you. Pro men, I need you off the course, please. Pro men, no warming up on the course. And our category 1-2s also need you to clear the course. All riders clear the course. All riders clear the course. As we are getting ready for the next event, which will be our pro women coming up. There's your winner, Seth Lastly. Congratulations, Seth. An awesome ride, an awesome sprint. Steve, are we good for call-ups? I'm good for call-ups if you're good for call-ups. Can we bring our pro women to staging? Pro women to staging. Rasan, all good.
To the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. This is night number 2 of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. I'm Gabe Lloyd, this is Daniel Holloway, and we are ready to be racing bikes here tonight. We got a lot of great things on tap. Daniel, walk us through what we're about to see here.
6-lap course with a hill, downhill, fast finish, some wind. Dynamic course can lead to some great racing.
Yeah, 6-turn course is going to be a lot of pedaling uphill and then falling down from the wall in a way, down from the sound pony top of the course. I think we're going to see a lot of different race dynamics both in the men and the women's race. Of course, we have our women coming up to the line right now. We're going to get ourselves kicked off. But last night we saw a new champion in Tulsa with Olivia Cummins, a young up-and-comer who came to us for the DNA Pro Cycling. We actually got to talk to Olivia here in just before the broadcast with Daniel, and we'll get to see if we see that call up here happening right now.
Especially like the last 2 years, Tulsa's been like a pretty big goal for me. It's always one of my favorite races of the year, and this year I was really coming into it wanting to win the weekend, win as many stages as I could, but really targeting that overall. So yeah, I definitely came into the weekend prepared to take on that kind of responsibility and that weight. But I mean, you don't really know how to prepare for it until you're in it, for sure. So it is a lot, and there's definitely more pressure, but I think everyone on the team, including myself, is ready to take it on, for sure.
Great to see Olivia Cummins finding success here. Last night she races for DNA Pro Cycling. I'm sure we're going to see her up and near the front again. She may become the protected rider for the races because last night was ACC standings. Now we're talking about the Tulsa overall standings. And here we see Olivia Cummins leading those standings. Paola Munoz from Miami Knights in second. Sam Schneider of Legion of Los Angeles in third. Catherine Sarkisov of Siniska Cycling, a great up-and-comer, another young athlete that is putting themselves up near the front. Andrea Sear, leader of ACC, placing 5th last night, and Stephanie Hollema in 6th. Riley McMullen, Alexis Ryan, Daphne Karaganis, and Skylar Schneider rounding out the top 10 in our standings. We're about to start our pro women's race here tonight for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. This is the second night of racing for our Tulsa Tough weekend of racing. Now, Daniel, you've won this race a number of times, haven't you?
I have. Yeah. Mostly just, finding, the most speed out of the last corner, taking that run to the finish line.
A little bit of forecasting. We're going to see what we have in tap for tonight. Because, Daniel, there are a number of different tactics that can take place in this event. What's your over-under on the possibility of something like a breakaway being successful here tonight?
In this field, I think there's a good chance if kind of the right players get up the field and really work together. I think with the size of our field and the number of players that are here, it's only going to take 4 or 5, maybe 6 of the right riders to get off the front and start working together.
And we are racing. We are now on course. We've got our leader's jersey for Tulsa Tough there with Olivia Cummins in that pink jersey as she comes around. And Legion of Los Angeles coming out behind us right now in those blue jerseys. Remember, Legion racing in a new kit for St. Francis Tulsa Tough this season in an homage to Justin and Corey Williams High School in Compton. There was their high school colors, and so they wanted to pay tribute to that. We're actually racing near Black Wall Street here in Tulsa tonight. So this is a very special event for Legion of Los Angeles as a team overall. Of course, they're going to be looking to get themselves a race win tonight.
Yeah, and they've had great success on this course as well. Over the last few years, Justin's won it. I believe Corey's won it. Sam, Skylar both, know this course very, very well. To have, a variety of ideas, tactics on how to be successful tonight.
We're going to see other teams coming up to the front, though. We see those green jerseys of LA Sweat coming up. Emily Flynn there in the middle right now. We're going to see if LA Sweat will get themselves into some action here. But DNA Pro Cycling, of course, going to all be in the pink jerseys. Olivia Cummins in the leader's pink jersey for tonight. And we'll see if they are able to find themselves off the front. Right now we're going through an Red Bull Arch. So as you guys see that Red Bull Arch at home, just know that that's basically coming back downhill, right? So as we're coming uphill, we have a few turns. We have a left, we got a right, we go past Sound Pony, then we turn left again. That's sort of the top plateau, if you will. You pass underneath the Red Bull Arch, then come downhill. This camera shot here shows you what that elevation change is. And then this will be the final turn. And this is generally where Daniel would recommend what? What would you recommend in this final turn when we're at the end of the race? Things are single file, not spread out as we're seeing at the moment.
I found really great success going around the outside in this sprint. There's plenty of room. The exit is super, super wide. It's wider than it feels necessarily going into that with all the speed in the downhill. But a lot of guys, as we can always see, protect the inside, and that outside lane is open. That if you can get your run right, get your time right, when you meet kind of those inside riders at the apex, you're just carrying so much more speed as you're not fighting for anything on the inside. So if you can kind of nail that timing right, get onto the home stretch with all your momentum, as we've seen before, if you have that gap, you can do quite a bit of an early celebration and make great photos.
How many great photos did you get out of this race, Daniel?
4, maybe 5.
Maybe 5.
It's like
I'm just going to keep asking you until I actually remember. I've been asking you all day. How many times did you win this race? And we haven't figured that one out yet. We'll figure it out. Right now we got the pink helmets of Miami Blazers on the front, and the Trinidad and Tobago national champion Alexi Ramirez is on the front. Great to have Alexi racing with us here in Tulsa. Now it's just her and Maria Gaxola representing Miami Blazers in these race weekends with us, but you always find them with the pink helmets. The men are also wearing pink helmets, so they will be distinctive and hopefully easy to find in our peloton. So now getting through our second lap here. Looks to me like Race Dynamic, we have 2 teams up near the front. We have Legion in the blue and then DNA in the pink. Maybe it looks like InstaFund there in the middle, trying to put themselves up near the front. And now I also see Miami Knights and Sinistra.
Yeah, with DNA having the leader's jersey on Olivia Cummins' back, they are going to have a little more responsibility, take the initiative to be significantly more present than they were last night. When you carry that leader's jersey, you can't take the responsibility on setting the pace, but also when you get your team up there, it's just a safe spot for Olivia to be and just kind of your whole team to be together. And when you can see that they've kind of taken that role, kind of integrating with Legion, at the front of the field. And, Legion doesn't seem to be taking as much of a heavy hand as they did, last night. so far in tonight's course.
Yeah, Preem on this next lap. Preem on the next lap. Frankie Andreo and Rassam Bahati are going to be your stage commentators this evening, and they're calling out the Preems. That's up to them to decide when those are going to be rung. And right now, they have decided that this is a good time for a Preem lap. So Skylar on the front right now. Skylar Schneider, your Pan Am Continental Champion, racing with us here in St. Francis Tulsa Tough FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium here tonight. She is on the front right now. Let's see if Legion is going to continue to stay up near the front. Now, last night we saw, you just mentioned what you described as a heavy-handed approach on the Legion tactic, which was to, I believe, just to be at the front is what you were talking about. Let's see if that changes at all here with these, a lot more pedaling, a lot more shifting in tactics, because this is a completely different course.
Yeah, I mean, it's significantly more elevation, less turns, less opportunities to coast and recover. And overall, the course is going to be a bit wider, so there's going to be, more availability to move around the peloton for riders to kind of go from the middle of the field to the front of the field with a bit more ease and comfort than on a tighter, more turny course that we saw last night.
We got a Denver Disruptors on the front right now. We'll try to get that number here in a second. But Denver Disruptors and CCB, I believe, are up in the front on this Preem lap. We will see who's going to collect a Preem here this evening. All looking at each other, and they're waving it through. Maybe they don't know it's a Preem lap. Pot money on the line, and there goes CCB trying to jump out and see if they can get themselves a Preem. $200 apparently, according to Frankie. $200, nothing to shake your fist at. And as they come across the line, we'll see who got that Preem. I believe CCB with Catherine Rush grabbing that Preem.
Now it's great to see some of these smaller teams, CCB, La Sweat, Sensica, get lined up in the front in front of some of the largest teams. And now they just really need to kind of be confident and start being a little more active. And when the pace is up like this, if the larger teams want to get to the front, they've got to poke out and spend some more energy than if you just sit up and accelerate and it balloons out. The larger teams can just coast to the front. So the smaller teams can use that as a way to make the larger teams work. When it's strung out, don't just sit up. Keep the pace going. And if the larger teams, better riders want to get to the front, they're gonna have to work for it. And now we see Harriet Onan starting to chase, be a lot more active than we saw last night.
I think that was Andrea Sear. It was for Miami Knights countering. Last night she was very conservative, I would say, actually, just sitting in, trying to protect her leader's jersey for ACC. Tonight she's not wearing that jersey. This is not an ACC event, so perhaps a little bit of a shift in the tactics and aggression for Miami Knights. As we see, we've got ourselves these great drone shots throughout the night, thanks to Helmeric and Payne. Big thanks to them for supporting us with our St. Francis Tulsa Toughs. Emily Flynn in that old green jersey in the middle there, and we'll see which one of our orange shoulders of Sineska is going to be up near the front as well. Catherine Sarkisov had a great ride last night, finishing in 4th. That is a very young and up-and-coming rider. She races a lot of cyclocross with Bill Scheiken's cyclocross development program, the Trek program, I believe. And, to see her getting 4th at a race like last night, I mean, I think she's under 20 years old, right? So we had Olivia Cummins, who's fresh off of Lux, and then Catherine Sarkisov in 4th. I mean, to me, that shows a lot of great potential for the sport.
Yeah, it's really great to see some, U23, or with these two women, under 20, some, 19-year-olds really breaking into the top 5 at this level event. Not only big, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of, feelings surrounded, but they're also racing some really, really good other riders. So it's so great to see some young riders like that already at the pointy end of the race, getting those results, figuring out, trusting themselves to kind of get stuck in when it's in those sprints. Sometimes it can take a long time to get comfortable in those high-speed technical finishes. So at their age, to already see them get stuck in is really good. And Olivia, I think, has been here. This is her 5th year, so she's got to is built to that point. She's at that culmination point, even at such a young age. It's like, I've got the experience, I've got the fitness. Now I can shift my goals to winning rather than just learning and slowly working up. She's at she's wearing the jersey. She wants to keep it, so it's really excited to kind of see how that plays out. And then the Sinska rider, really see how she can grow over the 3 days. Is it one good race, or can she put 2 good races together, 3 good races to keep her position up there in the top 5.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Right now, we've got a Denver disruptor off the front. According to my start sheet, is Ava Hockman from Denver, Colorado, at least according to our start sheet here, although they all appear to be from Denver on the old start sheet.
Yeah, so this is like, this is a downhill, and it can be, if you get too complacent by, the uphill being clearly difficult, you have to pedal a lot, the plateau. If just from the top corner, you think that coasting is your best option to recover, you can lose a lot of ground, surprisingly. Typically, it's a headwind, going down the hill, so you have to be very cognizant to keep pedaling, to keep your momentum, so your gap stays. All that work you did on the uphill, you have to fight for it, even on the downhill, to maintain it.
Frankie's ringing the bell for another preem lap. So we have $300 preem on the line, a $300 preem, according to what we overheard that Frankie's saying. And we have, again, Ava Hockman. So the pedaling on this course is really deceptive. So obviously there's going to be a pedaling when we're going up incline. So out of between turns 1 and 2, that's a definite incline. It's small, but it's like the sort of the final 50 meters-ish of last night, right? And then we have this incline here when you go by Sound Pony.
Yeah.
And
I mean, none of this course is dead flat, or very, very little on the home stretch. Yeah, 1 to 2 uphill, 2 to 3. You're gaining elevation. It may not be much, but it's enough that you can't coast and keep the same speed. If you coast, you're gonna start slowing down. And then clearly, corner 3, right turn uphill through the Sound Pony, and then between 4 and 5, is another basically flat. The road crowns just a touch, but it's not enough that you can coast comfortably. No. And then left, downhill all the way into corner 6. But with it being a headwind, it's not a free ride. You still have to earn it.
Yeah, and we're looking at just the really different dynamic from what I'm seeing tonight. So we have one rider off the front from Denver Disruptors, $300 preem on the line at the moment, and look at the field shape behind. Everybody's pedaling downhill, and as we saw in that closing shot through the Red Bull arch just a few shots ago, that we also saw that the back of the field is already splintering. I see Stephanie Holomack there for United Cycling up near the front, and then it looks like an InstaFun rider and LA Sweat trying to go for the preem. We'll see if they catch and make the line, and there it is, InstaFun getting themselves $300 richer on that last preem lap.
And that's like an example of kind of what could potentially happen in the finish if there's a slow solo rider off in the last lap. Is her gap at the top of the hill, is pretty good. And if she, fatigued legs, even on the downhill, is not able to just continue putting power down, that gap, you can start losing it pretty quickly.
Yeah, the gaps evaporate instantaneously on this course. It's crazy. That was Cassie Hicks of InstaFund collecting a $300 preem from the announcers, Frankie Andreu and Rosan Bahati. Making the right turn, big thanks again to Helmeric and Payne for our drone shots. Always great to have this perspective on the field, because sometimes with the cameras it can be really challenging to see the sort of just race dynamic with the foreshortening of the lens. And when you get this shot here, you can see just how fast some of the riders are going as we pan along with them. You can see the fragmenting of pace at the back. And you can see the rider body language. They're out of the saddle even, pedaling pretty hard over the top of this course.
Yeah, so if you're towards the back third of this race and you've gone up the hill and over the top, if there's gaps, the front 15, 20 riders, by the time they get to the Red Bull Arch, they can kind of take a breather. They can coast, kind of look around, take a couple deep breaths. But if you're in the back third, back 20 riders, and you're gapped, you've got to pedal that whole time. You don't get that same 10 pedal stroke reprieve that those front riders do, and that if you're just kind of stuck there, that's going to wear on you very, very fast, and we're going to start seeing riders come off the back lap after lap by not being able to find any space to recover.
Yeah, and I think that when you see nice aggressive tactics here by DNA Pro Cycling, you're going to see a lot of fatigue in the legs start to occur here, because just as riders have come down off the downhill and now onto the flat, and as they come by us here in turn 1, Rachel Langdon there on the front for DNA Pro Cycling coming by, or is that Holly? Actually, might have been Holly Breck coming by us there in turn number 1. Butcher box right on the wheel, but you see the shape of the field, single file up near the front. Now we get about 3 wide pretty quickly towards the back, so We're not quite ramped up yet, but we are starting to see changes in pace and a little bit more dynamic racing at the front.
Yeah, and this is, you don't want to wait. If you're a team or a rider that, you know, wants to use the hill as an inflection point to change or try to create space, the hill's not long enough to wait to be on the hill to start your attack. You have to start, you know, your acceleration out of 2 or halfway between 2 and 3. You already have to get the field strung out. That way, by the time when you hit the climb and you add pace, it's single file and gaps can start to open. You don't want to go to the bottom of the field slow with everybody bunched together, do a big attack, because by the time you get to the top, it's going to be single file and everybody's going to have the draft, and then everybody's going to be able to, you know, across the plateau, down the hill. So you got to inject that pace before you get to the climb.
Denver Disruptors on the front right now, really trying to drive this pace. We believe that's Nara Nuno from Denver Disruptors, now working with DNA Pro Cycling rider Daphne Karaganis, we believe, and we have another rider inserting themselves into the mix here. We're going to get that rider ID. I think it is a Butcher Box athlete wearing one of our Tulsa jerseys with the all blue. So we'll get some race numbers for you as we see who that is. We'll look in the gap. We're trying to get some gaps here as we see this race dynamic starting to shift here a little bit. But nice sort of aggressive tactics with 3 riders away right now. Denver Disruptors, DNA Pro Cycling. And it is a Butcher Box rider not wearing a number. So that rider with the blue Tulsa Tough jersey, unfortunately not wearing their race number this evening. So if you guys know who that is, feel free to shoot us a message. I'm at the Gabe Lloyd on Instagram. Daniel is d.hollywood on Instagram. And if you know who that is, just shoot us a message. We will give them their due credit for making it this far into this race. Alexis Ryan from Legion of Los Angeles has made the junction, and we have a Miami Knights rider.
And yeah, we can see Salazar just kind of setting a false tempo, you know, at the front, and it seems like LA Legion is kind of okay with allowing this gap to go out a little bit, potentially call the bluff to some of these other teams that may have missed it or may not like the particular rider that's in that move. So we have Hollybreck. Now it's just kind of 2 riders splintering, but it's Hollybreck, Alexis Ryan.
Yeah, we're going to try to just identify all these riders that are in the move here.
And there's not much action coming from the field. It seems like kind of everybody's represented, you know, kind of like they need to be. I guess Miami Knights might have missed this. And so those riders in the breakaway have to kind of recognize this and keep the pace up and not make it so easy for this Knights rider to just, you know, close that gap.
Already we're seeing Denver Disruptors now cutting across the road, though, and trying to make this move stick even a little bit more. We got our drone shot here and looking for our turn 1. So we come around there we are. So we're all back together with our breakaway. Looks like Disruptors. Hollybreck. And we can see number 47 in the mix here as well. Not on our start sheet for the evening, so we will again try to get you some identification from that InstaFund rider.
That InstaFund rider might be Helena Coney from InstaFund.
All right, Helena Coney. So we're in a different number from last night, and that's great to see, though. Helena Coney making her way to the front of this race here this evening, as we have a nice dynamic race starting to shape up here. And this Butcher Box rider again finding themselves in the split, so perhaps finding ourselves a nice, aggressive race, courtesy of Butcher Box Pro Cycling. But you see that the field is really not giving them any type of leash at all whatsoever. I mean, we've kind of few gaps here and there, but the reintegration of these splits and breakaways is not successful thus far. We have about 19 minutes of racing elapsed in the overall, and you know, I think that we're starting to see We're seeing the teams that are interested in being at the front.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more teams and riders more active than we saw, last night's race. In that overhead shot from the drone, we could kind of see the front of the peloton was a bit of an arrow. Single file, then started to arrow out, start to triangle, and then there's a string of riders behind. That shows that the pace has been hard, as, like I've kind of discussed before, is if you're in those top 15, 20 wheels, you can find moments to rest, coast, breathe a little bit. But if you're back that you're single file, and if you're further back, the gaps are starting to open, and you never get to rest. So you've got to find yourself in that arrow to be able to find spaces to rest. If not, you're always chasing into the back of that, and more often than not, you just make it into the back of that 20 riders, and then somebody attacks off the front, somebody sets pacing, and it strings out, and you never get to take those 5, 10, pedal strokes off and let your body recover. And that can just add up race after race, or lap after lap, especially on a course that has a hill where, even if you're riding 25 miles an hour, the same person in the front is doing the same power in the back. You're starting to eliminate draft, when you start going uphill, to a degree.
To a degree. We're going to see the race dynamics sort of shifting a little bit here right now as we have riders trying to recover at speed as they are assessing their options. We have Emily Flynn for the LA Sweat program on the front there, next to some InstaFund riders. Looks like Harriet Owen up near the front as well right now. For DNA Pro Cycling, that is. So Harriet finding herself near the front. Traditionally a sprinter, but perhaps working for Olivia this evening.
Yeah, and as we kind of just saw going up that hill, the group was really spread out across the road. Up the hill is pretty wide, and into that corner, it really pinches down. You lose about 30, 40% of the road width. And so if you're kind of on the outside of that group and there's riders coming underneath, everything's going to flow outside. If you're too far out and you're too close to those barriers, it can be a pinch point, and either catch yourself in the barrier, unfortunately, or you have to grab a lot of brakes, go back to a low speed, and then accelerate again. So it's being really mindful to set yourself up and give yourself some space, so when it pinches, you kind of have somewhere to go, and you can keep as much speed and momentum as possible.
I'm seeing a lot of washing machine effect here. And we got a rider down in the middle of the field there.
DNA rider?
Yeah, we're going to have to see who that is. It was an interesting moment there for that to occur. It didn't look like too much was going on, but, oh, man, we got riders left to right here on this track. Everybody looks to be okay, but we're going to try to get ourselves sorted here. I'm trying to get some ID. Now it looks like the front of the race here still being driven by CCB Racing at the moment, but we're trying to get some eyeballs on what's going on, and then we'll see all those riders head on out to the pit, the neutral pit. A little bit of a replay here. Strange moment there where a little bit of crossing of the wheels by one of the riders on our right, cutting across to the left, and then just sort of domino effect across the entire race.
Yeah, it looks like that it might have been a DNA rider that kind of got, overlapped with the wheel, tried to catch herself, and as soon as that wheel cleared, all of her momentum went back into the field. And, clearly if the rider wasn't, anticipating that, it happens so fast, and a chain reaction happens.
Yeah, we still have a rider down in a way. We'll have to see. Maybe that was old footage, but the riders are just up at the top of the course, and they're about to turn left to go down course.
I think they might be neutralizing the race here.
Okay.
We'll see. It looked like she was stuck in her pedals or something, but now
that is a DNA rider.
The bike is no longer there, so.
Okay. Trying to get some numbers here for you all, just so you know who it is. Might have been Amy Gamelgard, number 38 potentially. And so we are neutralizing the race. Going to bring it down, so we're going to make sure everybody is going to be taken care of here appropriately. I believe that's number 38, which would be... we're going to get you some IDs on that because that does not match. I just heard over the race from Frankie Andreu, actually, that might have been Rachel Langdon, who is the rider who has gone down. So Rachel Langdon, potentially the rider who's gone down. That would be number 35, according to our start sheets. Hard to tell when the numbers are a little crumpled up there. Rachel, one of their big, important riders on that team. Rachel is an absolute workhorse. She's also super aggressive. She sweeps up preems. She did that last night. And, you know, she's a really crucial component of sort of winding up the speed at the end of the race to try to drop off some of their sprinters, whether it's Harriet or Olivia.
Yeah, she's like, you know, one of the elder riders in the group, a lot of experience, you know, and I would go that she would, you know, be the road captain, you know, of that program, you know, the one that's making those decisions on the fly in the course, you know, not necessarily talking over the radio, but, you know, ear to ear, you know, with the other teammates, you know, kind of calling the shots and asking for help.
So right now we have a rider down on course. We believe it is Rachel Langdon. That is unconfirmed, so we will get that confirmation for you as soon as we can. She has gone down. When she went down, whole field went down. Well, a lot of the riders went down across the road with her, but unfortunately Rachel Langdon unable to get up. And because she was unable to get up and clear the course, of course, the race officials have paused the race at this time. So all the riders are neutralized, and we are waiting for confirmation that Rachel is okay. We had a number of activations here at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and this morning we kicked off with our Fondo races. We've got a great show here, a little script here for you guys to check out and see all the fun that our Fondo riders had today.
Yeah, so Grand Fondos are such great events. They bring, you know, those people that haven't quite, you know, put their foot into the race scene. You know, gives them the chance to ride in larger groups. A lot of camaraderie that goes on. You know, you can make it as competitive or not as competitive as you want it to be. You can find those riders that are in your skill set and around your level to go out and have a great time.
Yeah, Fondos are such a great experience. Now, the interesting thing about this Fondo here, they've got something called the Ace Ride, which is an opportunity for riders who may be a little bit more competitive, want to win themselves an Ace jersey. And I think it's a great addition to the Fondo format, where you can come out and you can ride at your own leisurely pace if you want to, but if you have motivation to go fast, the Ace jersey and the Ace Ride is something that you can join into. So do check that out at tulsatough.com. Sign yourself up for next year, because that is a great opportunity. Looks to me like our race is back on the start-finish line on our monitors here, which means that Rachel has been cleared again. We will confirm that is in fact Rachel for you when we know. We do hope that, of course, all the athletes are okay. We never want to see somebody go down and be unable to return to the course.
Yeah, I mean, the crashes happen so fast, and you know, it may be low speed, and sometimes those are the worst crashes. You just fall so funny. So hopefully that it's, you know, she took caution, you know, felt the impact, and, you know, didn't just race up to her bike, you know, and cause some shock. And she said, hey, you know, this doesn't feel right. It's okay for me to just stay here and get the help that she needs. And sometimes you're just better off to do that instead of just jump right back on your bike and, you know, tweak something even more or cause more damage, or, you know, even feel like you feel really good, get back on the bike, and then all of a sudden a couple laps later everything just starts really going sideways, and you become, you know, just you know, you shouldn't be in the field at that point. So it looks, you know, with Rachel's experience, that may have been a decision she was making there in the moment, and waited for help, and, you know, got herself taken care of.
We're racing now again. We got 15 laps to go. 15 laps remaining now in this bike race. Looks to me when we did that little slow pan shot across the front of the field that Langdon was not present. But again, that is unofficial. So we will do our best to confirm that for you as soon as we know it. Looks like our restart here. You got Denver Disruptors taking it to the front of the field. Nice single file action here. Perhaps the the fall in the field that was due to a little bit slower speed motivated the field to accelerate a little bit. Speed is your friend. Speed is fast, and fast is safe oftentimes in these races.
Yeah, when it's single file, you know, one person can overlap the wheel and go down, but more often than not, it can end up in just one rider. But when it's bunched up and it's going slower, if somebody falls in the middle of the field or on the edge, it can cause a really similar domino effect that we just kind of saw happen there. And so typically after a crash like that in neutralization, you know, the emotions go up, some of the anxiety goes up while you wait and clear. And then, you know, a lot of people just like to go, hey, let's try to make it single file for the rest of the race.
Yeah. With CCB being nice and aggressive here tonight, they came to us with Lizzie Gonzalez, Natalie Quinn, Catherine Rush, Kate Sealer, and so it looks like to me from my start list, we only have those riders in this field. Relatively small team organization here for CCB. Nice of them to come to us from mainly New England, although it looks like Natalie Quinn coming to us from Harrisville, Utah. Denver Disruptors on the front one more time with our aggressive tactics. Nara Nuno, we believe, is our aggressive rider. Then setting the speed up near the front, cutting across the road. We're not seeing the full team commit, though, to these aggressive tactics, but we're hearing a $200 preem being called. $200 preem for the winner of the next lap. Hopefully that'll keep their speeds nice and high. You can see the race dynamic now clearly very different from what we saw about 2 laps ago.
Yeah, it's really stringing out. You can see just the total length of the peloton becoming 30, 40, 50 meters long as they're starting to get, only 1, 2, maybe 3 wide in points.
Single file right now. We're going to see a number of different teams coming to the front for a $200 preem. That's always great to hear that money being delivered into the women's peloton. All these women are here to race their bikes, and many of them do depend on winning that prize money. So the opportunities have now been presented. Hopefully they will do their best to get themselves up to the front first, and hopefully teamwork will be a piece of that puzzle. We've seen Miami Knights now coming to the front. They have a very fast kick in on Andrea Sear. This looks to be like Andrea Butine coming to the front right now. And we'll see if Miami Knights can hold on here. They got 2 at the front, both checking the left shoulder as they came up and around. Now we're still kind of a long way, as we've seen in earlier sprints, both in the amateur race and earlier in this women's pro race. The advantages of riders can quickly evaporate, and this sprint can be a little deceptive. So if you're first wheel out of the final turn, do you think you can hold it to the finish line?
If you carry momentum.
Okay.
If you're one of those guys that's on the inside fighting, and you have to, because you're inside, you might lose 2, 3 pedal strokes going into that corner because you're too narrow and you just have to set it up. Whereas if you're wide, you can go deeper, you can carry more speed and have a wider apex and carry more speed. So you can, if you carry a lot of momentum, you can go through first. It's about 150 to the line.
Okay.
And so with a lot of speed, it can carry you pretty far down before you, quote, have to really get on the pedals. But if you go inside and you don't carry maximum speed, a rider that can come from 3rd, 4th wheel that takes a really good line and carry momentum, really go for it. Now here I think Skylar Schneider hitting out with one of her teammates and another rider going across. And this is really going to maybe catch some teams off guard. The gap has gone out pretty quickly. So let's see how this works out the next lap, or even how it changes over the top of the field. I believe that's a DNA rider.
Yeah, that was great to see. I believe those are the chains of Skylar.
That's Daphne.
And Daphne of DNA coming up to that move. So Daphne Karaganis responding to the acceleration of Skylar Schneider, wearing number 1. Now we have another Legion rider coming up. A little hard for us to see here, but it looks like with the shadows and the brights and the lights, everything, the contrast can be a little bit challenging on this end, but we definitely have a separation at the front. We definitely have at least 2 clearly separated, and with Daphne from DNA and Skylar.
An InstaFund rider, Miami Knights rider, and Salazar just kind of closing that group to that group up there with Leah Kirkman. So, here's a good heads-up rider by Butine, I think, to carry do a little counterattack and carry some momentum to try to close that gap.
If Butine can get there, that would be good. It looks like she's got a little bit of daylight, but maybe 4 bike lengths.
Yeah, but if she carries momentum, that gap can close pretty quick. And if the field just kind of sits up and close, she can close that gap pretty quick. And you kind of need to on this course is get to that move quick before it draws out. And now she is countering that move.
That's great to see. Andrea Butine of Miami Knights countering it, and Skylar responds as she jumps across out of the saddle a little bit, and she quickly gets into the draft there. Butine wants this collaboration, and we now have 3 together. Andrea Butine of Miami Knights, Skylar Schneider of Legion of Los Angeles, and Daphne Karaganis of DNA Pro Cycling.
Yeah, and this, 3 big teams that if they start work together, you can start, carrying momentum. You start carrying momentum, you got, now you have 2 riders to recover instead of just 1 rider to recover. And now there's less teams, the more teams that are represented, there's less teams chasing in the back.
We're going to confirm that it was Rachel Langdon who went down and was unable to continue in the race. Hopefully that is only for tonight. We'd love to see her be able to participate at Crybaby Hill. Rachel having a lot of resurgence in her form and her racing after some surgeries and whatnot this past season. So unfortunate night for Rachel Langdon, but also unfortunate night for DNA Pro Cycling by losing Langdon, as she is an essential component of their lead-out train. Looks like DNA, though, is going to bring the race back up and around. They are now countering this move, and that is Harriet Owen.
And it's a really good move. I like when it came back together, she didn't hesitate to just launch again, because when you launch right away, it leaves those tired riders at the front, and if they kind of disperse, they can kind of get in the way of people chasing, and disrupt the chase. For Harriet, that means that gap can go out quickly. It takes riders to reshuffle a little bit, and then all of a sudden that gap's out there, and then when there is daylight for somebody to chase, they may go, oh, that's a little bit too big of a gap. I'm not going to take the chance. Now we can see that she's timed this really well.
Yeah.
There's some fatigue in the peloton. The gap has really gone out, quite fast.
This is great to see. Harriet Owen from Southern England. Right now, she's been racing with us in America for a number of years. She was on the Hagen Bergman program for a little while. She bounced around after that, and now she's on DNA Pro Cycling. And she's getting herself some good team support thanks to that program. And right now, she is here racing her bike. She has got herself a nice, healthy advantage. From the field, we have Emily Flynn of LA Sweat, but right behind Emily, we have Kim Lucci.
Yeah, Kim's just got to sit there and float. She's, if they ask her to flick through, the appropriate thing is like you got to come through a little bit. You don't have to inject speed, but you don't just sit there. You want to. It doesn't help yourself to just sit up, and because it allows a swarm and you can lose position or give a chance. You want kind of this false tempo to be set, be present, and things like that. But now it's DNA's got to call the bluff.
Yeah.
Other teams, would probably, if I was on another team that wasn't Legion, I'd be say, hey, it's Legion's job, it's Legion's job. Take that risk to let the gap go out, get bigger, and that means that it's going to take longer and more energy for Legion to bring that back. And that's only going to help your squad, lessen those numbers and give you a chance to come over the top or, leave one of their sprinters for a really long sprint.
And it looks like Legion is now responding to the threat there by Harriet Owen. Owen's cadence dropping a little bit more than in the previous lap, but hopefully she can stay on the power here and use a little bit of track background to get herself on top of those pedals as long as she can. She's checking the shoulder, though. She sees the Lion train coming as they come down on her. Yoreli Salazar doing the work to bring that back. Salazar, one of the key neutralizers for Legion of Los Angeles. We saw this a lot last night, and here she is one more time doing that job to weld this thing back together, and Harriet Owen has now been absorbed.
Yeah, now I'd really like to see Miami Knights rider, Denver Disruptor, Sweat rider really take this opportunity to use that momentum and counterattack this move and just leave LA Legion at the front at a high speed.
It looks like Kimberly Lucy is there.
That's Holly Breck.
Oh, that is Holly. Yeah, so nice. So we have a nice shuffling there by the DNA team, where we had Kim Lucy initially covering and then Holly Breck countering and trying to draw out. Now, unfortunately, she was unable to get any gap, and so she is now checking the shoulder and seeing who else is going to go. And there we have a nice counterattack there by Denver Disruptors on the right-hand side. We've got a nice acceleration and 2 following across, and it looks like it is that blue Tulsa Tough jersey that I haven't been able to identify yet this evening. She's not wearing a race number, but if we go through our Butcher Box crew, we've got Caitlin Agnew, Melanie Wong, Mackenzie Mayalt, and Rachel Canning with Christina Goki-Smith here tonight.
And Jillian Bennett.
I'm not sure if Jillian came to the start line, but if she is, in fact, on our start list, but you're right.
Yeah, and we saw, you know, Holly do that counterattack, and yeah, there may not been a gap established. She was just keeping the pace high, you know, just keeping that single file, and if you can just keep kind of countering and keeping the pace high for longer, you know, up the hill and it's single file and gaps start to open, riders, you know, start to have to work.
We got some good news for you for Rachel Langdon. She just has road rash. She will be okay. Going to get her equipment sorted. We will see her on the start line tomorrow for Crybaby Hill. So Rachel Langdon of DNA Pro Cycling, who went down earlier in this contest and neutralized the race. She is okay, just a bit of road rash, and she will restart tomorrow at Crybaby Hill.
Yeah, that's great. And, you know, I think, you know, like I was kind of surmised, guessed a little bit that, you know, she hit the deck, and instead of just rushing up, you know, to get back in the race, kind of use some wisdom, some experience to say, hey, I got to let my body figure itself out, you know, not rush back on the bike and put myself or anybody else in a worse position. And so it's really good to hear that that's the state right now.
It shows a lot of experience and maturity of a rider for that to happen. Valentina Scandalara from Denver Disruptors is the rider on the front right now, putting in that big effort. And then our Tulsa Tough blue jersey for Butcher Box is on the front now as well. I see the American Championship helmet there of Kendall Ryan.
Yeah, she's coming to the front of the race. You know, after last night, knowing Kendall, that she's fired up.
Yeah.
You know, and wants to prove a point. Very likely that team probably wants to prove a point that they're not going to leave it to chance. They're going to want to make sure that it's a big gap, a really fast finish, and maybe, you know, not really have to worry about a situation like that. Now we have a rider off the front with, I believe, Alexis Ryan bridging to that.
Yeah, that's nice to see. A nice acceleration. Woo, look at that. It is Alexis. Looks like the body language of Skylar, maybe, coming up onto this Instafun rider. I'll try to get that in focus. It's with dangling chain, and that looks to me like Skylar. Yeah, so Skylar Schneider with nice smooth form and she's immediately on the wheel, right? She's not struggling her way across. She's immediately there, and then she uses that opportunity to now recover. She comes to the front. Let's see if she continues with the effort. And just a brief recap with what Daniel was talking about. Kendall Ryan was relegated last night. She came across the finish line first, but she was relegated to 4th place off the podium last night after the USA Cycling officials judged that she had hooked Olivia Cumming to the barriers inappropriately in the final turn. $100 Preem with 8 laps remaining. 8 laps to go with $100 Preem on the line. Instafund is on the front, but Skylar Schneider is second wheel. And it looks to me like Miami Knights with Andrea Sear is now coming up and around. Andrea Sear with the blonde hair and now out of the saddle, aggressively getting after it. Andrea Sear leading the ACC, but this is not an ACC night. She comes to us. She is a doctor. She's a practicing sports medicine doctor. She's a background in cross-country skiing from her home state of Maine, now living in Chicago. So great to see her racing, be nice and aggressive at the front. She represents Miami Knights, an NCL League team, racing with us here tonight.
That's a really well-timed attack. She attacked into a corner, put those riders that she's catching kind of in the middle of people to create some space. And then, like I was saying earlier, make that stretch of road into the climb hard, single file. And that way, when you start going up the climb, it's single file and the gaps start to open. That's where you can really start to create. And now you can look, just the field is starting to really get strung out and really some gaps starting to form.
And we are all back together, though. There are no riders off the front. Technically, a little bit of a gap starting to open up there around 15th wheel, but this would also be a great opportunity for somebody to really take another counter move, right? To get out of the saddle, try to counter this little bit of hesitation at the front. Yareli Salazar is your rider at the front patrolling. Now CCB coming to the front, but not really an attack, just sort of a lifting of the tempo, which is different than an actual attack.
Yeah, there's a $100 premium line, so she may be thinking that's, you know, a goal for her to take that. But this is really a time we're really starting to see Legion come to the front of the race.
Yeah.
With all 5 riders starting to get in a row to kind of take control of this stuff.
Oh man, Skylar just like swept that 100, or excuse me, Alexis just swept that $100 up like it was nothing. So Alexis Ryan from Legion of Los Angeles just taking that money from Natalie Quinn from CCB, presented by LLG. It's a lot of letters.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the CCB rider should just kind of see this opportunity to just kind of put her head down and make the most of this opportunity. It's a really good gap that is formed. Now you know that one of the strongest teams in the race are not going to be chasing because they have Alexis up the road. So now it's in a position where a DNA Miami Knights disruptors have to make the decision to chase. And it's either you get across instantly or say, hey, we're going to take 6 laps to bring this back and catch it with a half lap to go.
Yep. Nice counter move here right now. Let's see which jersey that is. It looks to me like a DNA.
It's Daphne.
That's Daphne. Nice.
Alexis right on the wheel, and that CCB rider is starting to struggle. But if she can get there, if she can get in that draft in the downhill, she can have a long chance to recover by the time, recover on the downhill in the draft. But Alexis, has decided, not to partake in this.
So we got
it's such a good gap that, I'd really like to see them go. And at this point, the CCB rider has to be all in. It's her chance to kind of, push the race in her direction, put her head down. And yeah, it may not be the ideal situation with those two riders not working as hard as you, but, she probably has a better chance in this situation of making something happen than just going all the way back to the field and having a reset.
So it's Natalie Quinn for CCB, presented by LLG, Daphne Caraganas for DNA Pro Cycling, and Alexis Ryan for Legion of Los Angeles. So you're 3 up the road with 6 laps now to go. So 6 to go now as they cross the start-finish line. 6 laps remaining. We're getting into the final odds here, Daniel.
Yeah, but I like that Daphne's working. Her role right now is to keep this away and now put the pressure on Miami Knights, Denver Disruptors, LA Sweat. And if she can tire those teams out, that means their jersey holder, Olivia Cummings, has less people to fight with coming to the finish, even if and when it does come back, right? So she's doing a lot of work and maybe more work than Alexis, but the goal is to make these other teams chase that are going to be fighting, Olivia for the wheel of Legion.
Do you think Legion's going to contribute to the chase from behind?
They don't have to,
because Alexis can win. She won Athens this year.
Yeah, and she's sitting on. The communication is like, hey, don't rotate. We've got 2 really fast finishers. It's not your job.
Right.
And so, as frustrating as that can be for a rider like Daphne, she's got to switch that off and just ride and keep that gap out as wide as possible. Put pressure on Miami Knights. Those other teams that are going to be fighting Olivia for the wheel of the Legion lead out. We just know that the Legion is going to happen. Olivia Cummins is going to be there.
Yeah, and as the field passed Sound Pony there on the back straight, it went wide. It pear-shaped immediately. So Denver Disruptors was doing a lot of the lead of the chasing. They had 4 riders on the front there, but then as soon as they hit Sound Pony, maybe they saw the after party and were just like, oh my goodness, what's going on? But whatever happened in that field dynamic, it really changed, and it gave the breakaway just another second. Now, the field has more momentum downhill. Overall, they have more of an aerodynamic advantage, and it looks like to me that they are, maybe it's just the foreshortening of the lens, but it looks to me like they're bringing that back.
Yeah, it's probably going to just kind of ebb and flow a little bit, and there's going to teams that it's going to get it close enough where they're comfortable and say, okay, it's close enough that one of us can jump across or what have you. So we're probably might going to see this yo-yo as long as Daphne and the CCB rider continue to rotate. But now we see Boutine from Miami Knights come over the top, use the momentum for the field and counterattack.
So 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go, and you've got yourselves. We got yourselves another move here. So Boutine now coming up and by Andrea Boutine, and it looks like the grimaces of the faces behind her as Holly Breck or is that Kim Lucy trying to hold on?
It looks like Kim.
Yeah, that's Kimberly Lucy holding on to the wheel there of Andrea Boutine as she just tries to really wind it up. Now, what's the strategy here for Miami Knights? It's Andrea Sear is a good finisher. Taylor Cook-White could be a good finisher, but they're not all together yet, and we're already at 5 laps to go.
Yeah, but just kind of like we saw with the Legion chain, even though they were together, is just keep the pace high. If it's single file and Andrea can just find herself on a wheel and not fighting anybody, that's exactly what she needs. She just needs a clean place to ride that nobody's fighting, and she'll recover and get ready for the sprint. Now this Butchbox rider using the hill to attack and really press the pace, but everybody behind's gonna be really careful. Legion is really lined up, and if gaps stop to open and they kind of look around and see that there's 5 of them, they could be able and put in a team time trial And if those 5 riders just start swapping off and there's 10 bike links, it's going to be a really, really big effort to bring that back.
Thanks to one of our friends back home, that Mackenzie Milot is the rider with the Butcher Box blue jersey on this evening. Mackenzie Milot, your aggressive rider here in the blue jersey. She's the one currently on the front. She was the one who counterattacked up and around the outside. So thanks to our friends at home who have helped me out here with identifying our rider in the blue jersey.
Mackenzie's having a great ride. I really like her style. She's going out there, being punchy, putting herself forward, going and recovering, just enough to feel fresh enough to go again. I really like that tactic, and she's just hoping that somebody else is going to match that effort, get with her, and they can start rotating. So it seems, kind of by her riding style, tomorrow, maybe more course suited to her, where that punchy riding is going to pay a lot more than, of course, today.
Yeah, 4 laps to go now. 4 laps to go, and we now have InstaFun on the front right now, but with Yareli Salazar and Denver Disruptors now coming up and around, up onto the hips there. We also see Alexi Ramirez from Trinidad and Tobago representing the pink helmets of Miami Blazers, putting herself in a good position. Remember, Alexi races on the velodrome quite a lot. She has some Pan American hardware to show for it as well. And she's won, obviously, she's the current national champion of Trinidad and Tobago. So she knows how to race bikes. And now we're at 4 laps to go. We'll see if she's able to sort of freelance her way. She only has one teammate in the mix. So she's really going to have to surf these other organized trains to try to get herself a result. I think in the next half lap or so, we're going to start to see a lot of blue kits come to the front. We got a nice separation here off the front by Denver Disruptors. Very late in the game. You think this has any opportunity to get themselves to the finish line first?
Yeah, you never know. It depends how fresh they are, and if this was kind of their tactic, hey, throw a long one, at 4 to go. And this is a moment where Legion has to be careful in the energy they're going to expend, because if they go too early, they might, could have the chance of losing riders and leaving Kendall or Sam isolated too far from the line.
Okay.
But it's the finesse of being, okay, it's one rider. We've seen kind of the whole race, roughly how far one rider can get. It would give them that leash and then start to accelerate and keep control.
We're now seeing Legion move themselves to the front. We're going to get some ID on this Denver Disruptor as she comes through. But great move, great tactics here by Denver Disruptors to get themselves a nice, healthy advantage here very late in the game. This takes a lot of pressure off the rest of the Denver team, as Daniel was talking about in our other separations earlier in the contest. This rider is solo. As she comes by us here, we'll grab her number. As she comes by, we're now looking at 3 laps to go, 3 laps remaining in the contest, and it's Catherine Rupp. Erica Zavetta from my home state of Pennsylvania. Erica Zavetta racing very well right now to find herself off the front of this race in the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Second night of racing here for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough series of races. Last night we were at Blue Dome. Tonight we are in the Arts District, and we are seeing some great races. The gaps are opening. We are counting out exactly what she's got. Where's she at?
She's roughly 10 seconds, and it was really good time attack. The pace had been hard. Some of the girls from Legion had been racing. They couldn't immediately get on it. They're going to have to recover and slowly ramp up the pace. And I hope, likely to see that maybe Denver just may kind of counter their moves, all the way to the finish line, from here on out. But now we have Kim Lucci bringing Olivia Cummins up on the right side to just kind of get either behind or just kind of right next to the back of that Legion train. Yeah,
now is the time for the organization to begin as we see Legion start to wind it up. This is a very calculated move. Again, we have Kendall at the back of the train with Alexi Ramirez on that wheel, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of fighting and jockeying for that. Up on the hips of Legion, you have DNA and Miami Knights. So all the other teams are waiting. But look at the gap. It is just absolutely evaporated. She just lost about 8 seconds on that downhill.
Yeah, like I said, if it's a little bit of a headwind and you don't keep momentum, or you really start to feel fatigued, yeah, you can lose a lot of time there. And one rider by themselves on this course is a really, really big ask. 2 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. Harriet Owens tapping the hip, saying, get on my wheel. Here we go, ladies, because this is go time. 2 laps remaining, 2 laps to go as we get into the final aughts of this race. Legion is on the front. Yareli Salazar on the
front, full gas right now, and everybody else lining up behind her on the hips is going to be DNA Pro Cycling. They're going to try to do a bit of a drag race if they can. Harriet Owen fighting for that last wheel of that Legion train, which is Kendall Ryan.
Yeah, and they've just created a space for Olivia Cummins to ride up to. You know, like we were saying earlier, your friends, your teammates are very helpful, even if they may not be in the ideal position. It's a wheel where you can get up and say, hey, I'm here, and they just kind of open up the wheel in front of them, and you don't have to fight for the wheel from behind. Now you have Harriet Owen just coming up next to the train with Daphne and Olivia Cummins right on the wheel there. So
drag race.
And drag race up the hill.
Yeah, drag race up the hill with a lap and a half to go. Daniel, now we're in the final aughts of this race. And DNA only has 3. Legion looks to me like they have 4. And we may have some others getting in there. Where's the move? Have DNA gone too early?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like we saw, they just need to ride next to the train. You know, I don't love that Harriet's just on the front here pushing wind for the Legion train. She needs to be next to it, you know, again, turn for turn. Now Salazar got, you know,
yes.
5-10 seconds of respite. That's enough to get them 5-10 seconds further up the hill or over the top, you know, for Sam and Kendall.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree, even with my different experience, in that Harriet just gave Yareli a massive break there. And Yareli now with 1 lap to go, ladies and gentlemen, 1 lap remaining for our final lap of the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yareli Salazar on the front, really grinding it out, and she now will ease up as Skylar takes over the pace setting. Skylar Schneider on the front right now. Alexis Ryan will be second. You can see Alexis Ryan shouting to Skylar to stay or to go. That is the direction that it will be given, and their job right now, Daniel, is to keep their final rider safe and protected, prevent anybody else from coming up and around.
Yeah, from here to the finish line is an acceleration. You don't want to plateau at speed. You want to just slowly go faster and faster. So from the bottom of this hill to the top, as hard it is, you want to accelerate. You just don't want to go, boom, 30 miles an hour and hold it, because you're likely to fade, and you're giving a launch point to the people behind. You want to accelerate and go up the hill.
Wow, out of the saddle right now as they go by Sound Pony, and then they're going to make this left-hand turn. There's 2 more left-hand turns to go, and this field is single file. They are completely splitting. A lot of the best sprinters in the country here tonight, and they are doing what they can just to hold on to the Legion train as they come on down. Now we have the final lead-outs for a Legion of Los Angeles with Alexis Ryan on the front, really digging in. How is this going to go, Daniel? Looks to me like I see Olivia coming right on the inside.
Yeah, and as soon as Alexis gets through this corner, Sam's going to go.
And here we go. This is the final kick. There's the kick as we see Sam, and looks like Legion wants to go for a podium sweep to make up for last night. Kendall is there. Sam is there. As they come to the line, Kendall checks his shoulder one more time, and Kendall Ryan, ladies and gentlemen. And excuse me, it is Samantha Schneider. Foreshortening on the lens got me there. Sam Schneider is your winner here tonight at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium.
Yeah, that's what they tried to do yesterday, and Olivia, you know, they came up a little short, and that's why Olivia got in the position she did yesterday, but now they were able to rectify that really well.
1-2 there for Legion of Los Angeles, Samantha Schneider, and then Kendall Ryan going 1-2 here tonight. And race looks like Andrea Sear may have gotten herself on the podium, and I think the pink jersey of Olivia Cummins also may have been up there. Those are all unofficial results, of course, but Sam Schneider coming to us as your champion here tonight. Great racing by Legion of Los Angeles. And we saw a lot of patience by that team. I thought that they did a nice job sort of allowing other teams to race their race a little bit, but they always kept things in check throughout the night.
Yeah, you know, they just kind of rode us, you know, kind of 2 different teams, a pocket of 2, a pocket of 3, and you know, just only was active when they absolutely kind of needed to be going into the finish. And that was a really textbook lead out from Skylar to, you know, again, make the hill as hard as possible, lock everybody into place. And if somebody with bad legs is 5-6, you know, wheel and lets a gap open, it's, you know, it's steady. You can't move up, or you have to do your sprint down the hill, and then you have no sprint for the finish.
We're going to take a look at the finish one more time on replay here as we see just exactly how it played out. And there you have it, Kendall celebrating for Sam as they come across the line. It looks like we saw the pink jersey of Olivia coming across there for third. One more look at it as we are out of the saddle. Samantha Schneider had a perfect drop off there by Alexis Ryan as she comes to the front. And Samantha Schneider, your champion here tonight at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, second night of racing for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Yeah, and that was a really good example of showing how much an impact and how much of a gap you can create or maintain by carrying momentum through that final corner.
Textbook bike racing here tonight by Legion of Los Angeles. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We have our men's pro race coming up next. We have a lot more great bike racing on tap here tonight. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm joined by Daniel Holloway here in the broadcast booth. We hope you can come on down to the Arts District if you are here in Tulsa, and otherwise do stick around on the live feed. Get yourself a fresh drink and some fresh popcorn, because we got a whole lot of great bike racing.
May I say Red Bull, or if you are adults over 21, include some Tito's with that.
Of course. Tito's a official sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, as is Red Bull, so thank you all for coming out and being here. Now, Daniel, for our men's race here this evening, who do you think we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight?
Yeah, man, kind of the normal players, the Williams brothers, Legion, are ones to expect to, do what they do. This is a good course for Summerhill to really inject some pace, maybe create some space, away from that full train. That American cycling, really loves this type of course.
Last night we saw some great racing by the pro men as we had a lot of different dynamics occurring. Legion of Los Angeles on the front for a long time, but then late in the contest, the Legion lost a number of riders due to the increase in tempo, but it was Justin Williams who surfed the field like an expert and just really showed us a master class on how to freestyle sprint.
Yeah, his patience was incredible last night.
Absolutely. I mean, we were very excited to see how that played out. So we'll see how he races tonight. He will be wearing the pink jersey of the leader of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And we're going to have them all come up to the line right now.
Yeah, I mean, just watching Justin, a lot of in the race, a lot of guys are only seeing, the blue jerseys, and they don't see Justin, and they think that he's just out of the mix. But, watching the stream, we could just see that Red Bull helmet floating around 15th wheel, ever present, and just watching it kind of all play out in front of him. And he was just making really good decisions, corner after corner, lap after lap, those last 5 laps to set himself. And he was just watching other people's chests. And it was just really, just like, it's the best I've ever seen him race. And it was just amazing. And I know for so long he's been capable of that. And to really see that happen last night it was just, as a fan of the sport, watch somebody nail it that perfect was just amazing.
Yeah, if we have any recap of last night, we'll put it up on the screen for you at home here as we have our men being called up to the start line. A lot of national champions represented here in Tulsa tonight, so this will be a very exciting contest as we have a lot of our favorite riders. All right, here we go. A little recap from last night on the screen right now. We started off with Legion of Los Angeles up out the front, constantly being there, but we saw a lot of contribution by other teams to the pace setting by Tanner Ward there for Miami Blazers. As we got deeper into the contest, we started to see a lot of challenges, and then this late race crash sort of changed some of the dynamic in the field sprint as we saw a loss of Legion at the front, and now we had Miami Blazers with Brian Gomez and Clever Martinez, but at the end of the night, it was in fact the king, Justin Williams, coming to the line, freestyling his way to the front. Just an amazing ride by Justin Williams.
Yeah, and kind of like in our pre-race, talked about how much can change in that short of a sprint with the uphill. Because again, his patience, knowing that from laps and laps of experience that the front of the race was going to come to him and he was going to be able to go around.
We talked to Justin last night, and we're going to give you guys a little bit of an insight on his takeaway from the race.
We took the front because we figured it'd be safer in the middle of the race. This course is pretty hectic. It's a little bit longer now out of turn 2 to turn 3. And that makes it a little bit more technical because people have more time to run up on the side of you. So we were dealing with that all night. We're trying to be patient and let teams come around and then reform at the front together. Our team is really strong, man. Like, they're riding at the front without me. I love being in this, excuse my language, so I love it when it's really choppy and people are running into each other.
All right, great to hear what Justin's takeaway from last night was. He was very excited talking to Rassam Bahati, one of his mentors, now working for our broadcast team here in the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We are now racing bikes, a little bit of wind kicking up here, and give these guys a little bit of a breather here, but we'll see what the dynamics are. Brian Gomez and Michael Hernandez racing to turn 1, and maybe seeing American Cycling and Miami Knights taking the race to the hot seat initially.
Yeah, just from our broadcast booth, we're here corner 1. We could see, kind of look over our shoulder and see the peloton come through. And Sam Boardman, Tyler Williams from Legion, are probably in the back third of the race. So it's going to be interesting to see how long they take to get up to the front of the race to it's definitely those two guys' jobs to be, early protagonists or, keep control of the race. And, if I'm a team director that's racing against Legion, those are the things I'm looking for to communicate to my guys, saying, hey, there's 2-3 Legion guys out of position. Let's put some pace on.
We're going to take a look at our course one more time. For those of you that have just joined us, this is the FC Arts District Criterium. We have 6 turns that are on tap for us here tonight as we come down and around this L-shaped course. It's a lot of pedaling uphill out of turns 1 and 2. As you cut across to 3 and 4, you go past Sound Pony. A lot more pedaling there, where the after party is already on tap. And then you come around back down to the start-finish line.
Yeah, counterclockwise, left-hand turns. Corner 1 is tight, really tight exit. You can carry a lot of speed into it. So the front 10 guys, if they're single file, have no real issue getting through that cleanly and carrying momentum. Once you start getting 2 guys 3 wide and more brakes are applied, you slow down and then you have to re-accelerate into 2, potentially slow down depending, and then re-accelerate into the hill. So you've got to be mindful if you're in the, in the kind of scrum of it, 20, 30 wheels, to not fight too hard. Be really mindful with your energy, be willing to kind of give up a wheel or 2 for the sake of keeping momentum versus fighting, too hard just to hold your place, but hit the brakes.
There's so many nuances in this race. We're going to take a look at just how long these guys are going to be racing for, but I think that the tactics here tonight are going to be a lot different than what we saw last night. Last night we saw Legion of Los Angeles on the front, really controlling from lap number 1. Now we are seeing a very different approach tonight. We are seeing independent riders at this point getting themselves separated from the rest of the bunch, and we are seeing various teams also just sort of occupying the front sort of third of the race right now. We're going to try to pick out where some of our blue skin suits are for Legion of Los Angeles, as they are all racing in that. We noticed that Justin Williams actually took off the leader's jersey, so he is back in his traditional blue kit with his Red Bull helmet, and we'll keep an eye on him. I think I see the GoPro there of Corey Williams with the gold helmet in the mix, wearing his he's actually not wearing blue either. My goodness, what's going on out there?
Yeah, they're just giving playing a ruse, making you think about it. I think that's California jersey of some sort with that Corey's wearing. But yeah, this is for Legion. This is a course that they don't necessarily want to try to control or set that tone that they're going to control from start to finish. It's difficult. It's a lot of pedaling. Even a guy like Alec Cowan, who crashed yesterday, took on some damage. If he's not full power, you have to be mindful in your strategy and on how much you can use him, or what he's completely capable of. So asking him to do another race start to finish after crashing could be a big ask.
It looks to me like that's going to be one of our Primal Audi riders, Cyrus Peril, getting himself up. And then we have a $200 premium on the line, $200 premium for the winner of the next lap. This Primal Audi rider has been on the front now for 2 laps, so we will start to see him be reabsorbed, because we have the Austin Aviators bringing themselves up into the mix. And of course, you've got Brian Gomez for Miami Knights right there. And don't forget about the gold helmet of Corey Williams, wearing his California State Championship kit this evening. Always love to see those custom designed state championship jerseys being represented in these races. So we have champions from around the country and around the world coming to Tulsa for a chance. Looks like the DCC squad low over the handlebars there, sprinting downhill out of the saddle, Daniel.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's something you could totally do. It's, this is something very representative of what we may see, speed-wise, into the finish. And he's, this is always a good test, a good opportunity this early to kind of test what is that going to feel like, what is the finish going to feel like, what's possible.
He wins that $100 with Hussein from Anguilla. So we'll see, and it looks like it was, in fact, one of our top riders to the contest, Hassani Hennis from Anguilla. He's the Anguillan national champion. He is now $100 richer for his effort out sprinting one of our DCC riders,
Dario Raps. But yeah, I mean, that was a good example of somebody, that didn't carry as much momentum from first wheel, and Hassani did. And is able to carry that momentum, and it's just 2K an hour difference, 55, 57, or 58, 60, and then all of a sudden you get the slipstream. You get that effect where it's possible to catch, run a guy down. And we saw Dario look over his shoulder, thought he had it, lose momentum. You don't pedal, 2 pedal strokes. That's a big difference, and you can lose the race or lose a frame just like we saw.
Big thanks as always to Helmerich and Payne for the drone shots that have been helping us get a bird's eye view on these races. They are always so helpful in understanding the pack dynamic, as the ebbs and flows of the race can sometimes be challenging to see and appreciate from the foreshortening of the camera lenses that we have on our corner cams. So big thanks to Helmerich and Payne for supporting our drone shots at this year's St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is night number 2, our Saturday night racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Last night was Blue Dome Friday night. Tonight is Saturday night, and it is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. This is our professional men's race. We are about 6 minutes in, and we've already rung the bell for one preem. We're going to do it again. It sounds like another $100 preem on the line.
And here we are, 6:45, and Sam Boardman and Tyler Williams, basically the last 20 wheels going through the first corner of the first lap, are now 6th and 15th wheel respectively.
Wow. So it's amazing to me how these guys can float through these races so well. Some guys are at the back, and that's because they can't move up.
Yeah, and there's some guys that will probably be looking around and go, oh man, I'm next to Tyler Williams, Sam, and they're like, oh, I'm probably not that far away from him. And those guys aren't going to see the front of the race. And then at some point, they're going to hear their name over the loudspeaker and go, what? When did that happen? They were just here. What's going on? And that's just like experience, on this particular course, and just overall in general, and how to efficiently just get to the front of the field quickly to help your team.
I think the field shape right now is really indicative of just how hard this course is, right? I mean, I know this is my first time here. You've won this race a number of times, so many times you can't even remember. I wish I had that problem with bike races.
Crash on the barriers.
Crash on the barriers, but as we came into the top of the course, I'm going to try to get some more eyes on what was happening on that crash on the outside of the course there. DCC on the front for the moment. And looks like they're going to continue to set on. They have the German national champion joining us here, Jonas Schirmeiser. There's our crash on the outside.
Here's what I talk about in the pre-race. It's narrow, and there could be a pinch point, and as you can start.
How did that occur?
Oh, right, kind of right there in the middle.
Middle of the field.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a little overlapping of the wheels with an overlapping wheel. We'll see if the course is clear up at the top. I expect it to be, but we have the German national champion.
There's that two-up attack we were talking about last night.
That's right.
You have a buddy, he's going to rotate, the gap is going out. And they've also found some of these kind of middle-tier riders in the middle of themselves and the larger teams. This is exactly what you want to find yourself in. You'll be able to establish the gap and make it take longer for some of the bigger teams to get to the front to chase. It's a lot of hard work.
Jonas Schirmeiser and Andreas Meyer. Andreas Meyer, your winner at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic last weekend. So Meyer now on the front. He does not have the national championship jersey. The rider with the national championship jersey is Jonas Schirmeiser.
I believe that's Noah Granigan going across from Denver.
Noah Granigan of Denver Disruptors is one of the best riders here as far as his
Tyler
ability.
Williams and an American cycling rider. I believe that might be Summerhill.
Okay, so we're going to see a lot of teams represented in this split right now. We know the Germans will continue to commit. Do you think the other teams will continue to commit?
Yeah, there's no reason, Noah, should be really confident in that group that he could win. It's really interesting to see Sam Boardman continue kind of to ride the front there at a solid pace. You'd think that he'd kind of flick or just set a tempo, let that gap go out and let other teams that have missed it chase and take the ride. So for him to match that, a little bit strange to me. If I was in his position, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I agree. I find it strange that he would do that, but I think that these guys have come into the race with a specific tactic, and Boardman is most certainly chasing right now as we watch them come by the commentary booth. So Sam Boardman of Legion of Los Angeles chasing, even though he has representation in the split.
Yeah, but we're strung out, single file, probably at least 40, and then it's double wide from there, to the back of the field. So I think the Germans are going to go. Summerhill should ride this, blow this gap out. And at this moment in time, not worry about Tyler Williams. Get that gap established, and then you kind of look at your break mates and go, hey, let's just start 1-2 in this guy. Let's really start making him work.
Yeah.
But ignore him from now, get that gap established, then start to deal with Tyler.
I agree with that 100%. So we've got Noah Granigan on the front. He has won himself some jerseys at races like Tour of Turkey. He's a Tour of Somerville champion as well. So Granigan racing for Denver Disruptors. He is going to be one driving this pace in the black and brown kit. Now look at that. Did the gap already come back together?
Yeah, and that can happen so fast at the top of the climb in that plateau. If you don't, you have to commit. It's not to the top of the climb. It's almost all. You have to commit all the way to corner 5 to keep momentum into the downhill. And if you don't, if you just kind of soft pedal over the top, and there's people attacking over the top of the climb into the Red Bull Arch, the gap can just go whoop, back to zero really, really fast. But what I want to see is more counterattacks, keep that field strung out. And anybody that has, found themselves out of place are stuck there, or if they want to change their position, it's got to be really difficult. When the pace comes off like this, riders that have kind of mispositioned themselves can now float back to the front with ease and not necessarily be punished by that previous effort.
Interesting to watch the faces as they come by us here too. Like some of the guys who are in the middle of the bunch still look very comfortable, still light on the pedals as they come by, looking up. Their chins are up, their eyes are up. They're not really panicked right now. And so sometimes for me, I found that races where there's more uphill can afford some guys to just sort of find the flow and float a little bit. But the contrast to that becomes when it really gets going, you can't fake it. You got to pedal your way. You got to carry that speed yourself.
Yeah, once you take fatigue on a course like this, it's you really start to become in that deficit. It's hard to take on fatigue and recover unless you're really fit. But now, DCC is really taking these two-up attacks to these guys.
Maybe they listen to our podcast.
Very likely. It's a very well-informed, highly educational podcast that we have produced to everybody. But now we can really see that it's strung out. And what's really interesting is 2 DCC, 3 Legion, Summerhill, Roadhouse, Butcherbox Rider, and the Blazers. And then, the gap is going out. So it's going to be really interesting to see if this continues to go out, what Legion's going to do with 3 riders in that move, in this situation. And are the other riders immediately going to be deterred that there's 3 blue jerseys, in this split?
Yeah, I mean, DCC clearly employing some really favorable tactics here right now as far as we're concerned. When 2-up attacks happen, remember, a 2-up attack means that you are getting yourselves an immediate friend in the break. And another great thing for me to observe, I don't know if you're going to agree, but
sorry, we just have, Rodriguez has missed the move for Knights. They've been out of position and is, doing a really big effort to get across to this. This is not good for him going into the finish. A rider like him needs to rely on his teammates to do this big effort so he doesn't have to, because it's still warm out in Tulsa. These big of efforts in this temperature, you don't want to do these. He needs his teammates around him to do those large efforts instead of that. But now it's come back together. That front move split in half, and we have Michael Hernandez going across that. Read that really, really well. Used all that momentum to get himself about halfway up the field, or halfway up the climb, to get into that front move. And now Rodriguez, Rodriguez has been going hard for, almost going to be going on a lap because he's moved. This is a really, really big effort for him that he should not be doing. He should have teammates. He should have Clever Martinez at least doing his efforts. Now he's swung. He's taken on the fatigue, realizing, I can only do so much. I need a lot of help.
Wow. So interesting decision there by Alfredo Rodriguez not to call on Clever Martinez or Brian Gomez to actually do the work. And we're going to see Texas Roadhouse getting themselves into the mix there. That's nice to see.
I think that might be Fergus Arthur from those guys. He's, a guy that excelled really quickly last year, got himself to the front end of some bike races. He won, if that is Fergus, he won a race in, I believe, Spartanburg maybe, solo?
Okay.
Or one of the Speed Week races all by himself. It was a really impressive ride that caught the whole field off guard.
Yeah, when I talked to Mr. Kyle Perry a few weeks ago, he was talking to me about Fergus as a workhorse. I see even Lucas has also made that split for Austin Aviators.
Yeah, and this is, if this tempo keeps going, Van Rensburg made that.
Yeah.
That's a guy that you kind of want up there, but now we see Iman kind of countering attack. If these guys keep racing as aggressive as this, we're going to see some really exciting. This could be an exciting race, lap after lap, if they can kind of do this for this full race distance.
This is Iman Lucas off the front right now. So that was a really nice move there by Iman. He was at the back of the group just as it was about to get caught by the field, and Iman sort of anticipated that. He accelerated. He went open over to the other side of the course, and now Iman Lucas is off solo. He races for Austin Aviators, and we'll see if he gets any teammates. Number 55, that's another DCC rider. That is going to be Julian Kern. Excuse me, Reinhard Gies van Rensburg.
And that's a good ally for Iman. Iman's been in Europe, the UK, doing that kind of stuff. So he's found himself back in the US, racing this format. So we see the DCC rider coming across to Iman. It's two guys. And now we see Ty Mander kind of using his experience to kind of take control of Peloton, ride fast enough where people go, okay, hey, this is a really good tempo. It might be a little too difficult to attack, and allow his guys to recover, but also get back together, get their train back in 2s and 3s so they can kind of find themselves with better odds as moves develop.
$100 preem on the next lap. You got Iman Lucas and Julian Kern off the side, and we got ourselves some good bike racing here.
Yeah, so these guys are starting to work, really well together, find their rhythm. What's helpful for Iman, he's finally found somebody close to his size that he's going to be able to draft and build some recovery off of while they're doing this kind of move. And Legion has gone to the front with two guys to just kind of start setting some tempo, make their presence known, and they can kind of almost rely that if they put a couple bodies at the front of the race, after 15 minutes of hard racing, a lot of guys are just going to go, okay, hey, we're going to put the pressure on Legion to chase this back. And Ty's just using all his experience right now to, settle things down, take some of the tempo out of the race that's been difficult, as that's what his end goal of his team is. But now we have a Blazers rider who came over the top of that climb that wants to keep the race hard, get injected in this race. We really didn't see Blazers much in that first 15 minutes of racing.
We have, as we see the development in this race occur, as it starts to shake out a little bit, we actually have Alexi Ramirez from Miami Blazers joining us here in the broadcast booth to give us a little bit of a perspective on what occurred in the women's race. Alexi, thank you for joining us here, and talk to us a little bit about how your race went, but also help us understand what the race dynamic was like out there in the women's pro race.
So today it was pretty fast. Our plan was that we were just gonna maybe look for a break because we thought that maybe today had a potential for a break. But it was pretty controlled by the teams. They had a couple moves that went, but they came back. So me and Antonietta, we just sat in and decided to basically wait for the sprint. There was a crash with 18 laps to go, and they neutralized the race, and we restarted the race and they put it down to 15 laps to go, which, I mean, of course, with 15 laps to go, it's pretty chaotic. So we got to the front and we just kind of stayed up high because we didn't want to be in any danger. And with about 10 laps to go, it got super fast. It was every single lap I came around, I was like, God, it feels like it's 1 lap to go still. And then with 4 laps to go, there was a move that it seemed like it could have potentially stuck. So I made my effort and I tried to jump. But at the same time, they were sprinting and I had a gap and I was like, oh no, it's not going to work. So I just waited for the peloton to come back and I slotted back in. And I was in a pretty good position coming down until 1 lap to go. And I mean, I kind of blew up because of that move, and I mean that's fine. Antonietta came through and she finished off pretty well for us. So
yeah,
I'm
she
happy.
did. And when you put in an effort that late in the race, there's only so many things you can really do to recover at that speed.
Of
because
course.
what we saw was Legion of Los Angeles just like absolutely throttling it tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that's how cycling is, and I mean that's what happens. You know, when we have two girls on a team, sometimes that risk is you know, it's going to cost you. But, I mean, that's fine. That's racing, and I'm proud with how we rode tonight.
That's great. Yeah. Are you looking forward to tomorrow, Crybaby Hill?
I mean, I'm going to try my best. Climbing is not my forte, but...
But you're here. You're ready to race your bike here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Any final words for us? Any final insights?
I mean, Tulsa's the best race. It's the biggest race for our team. We really love being here. We love all the promoters, the sponsors, everything. This is one of the best races for the year, so I'm really happy to be here.
All right, Alexi. Well, thank you for joining us here in the broadcast booth, and get your legs up, and we'll see you tomorrow at Crybaby Hill.
Thank you so much.
And now we're seeing Blazers, you know, counterattack this move after Iman and the German rider from DCC has come back. It's Spencer from Blazers putting in his pace. He had just a really unfortunate event, you know, stream of events last night that kind of disrupted his flow in his race last night. It was a good course for him, but he's recovered well. We can kind of see that bandage on his knees. But Spencer's one of these young guys. He came from the Butcher Box program. Has been piecing it together, you know, piece by piece. From a small program, he's done really well to elevate himself to one of these larger teams. You know, I'm kind of really excited to see what he can, you know, do on a course like this. You know, it's one where, you know, we've seen riding solo by yourself for a long amount of time is really, really difficult. So he's really kind of hoping to draw some other riders out that want to kind of do this. But
okay, cool. Well, I mean, I think that there's a lot of parties that are happening on course right now. And of course, we're going to have parties afterwards because this is Tulsa Tough, the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. One of the most exciting races for everybody in America, not only for the racing that occurs on course, but also for the after parties. But tonight we've got got some great fun action that we're going to try to throw up here for us to see the Big Rod Ghostland Observatory with sports and DJ ECOG live EDM after party hosted by Hannah Bliss. That is tonight at Flywheel. My goodness, we got that going on. And then we also have our Sound Pony stuff, the Big Ride Ghostland Observatory with sports and DJ ECOG. You know, when every time you see skulls with stars flying out of the eyes, whew, that's where you need to be.
Gonna be a party. You know, one thing that being here in the booth on corner one that I've noticed while you were talking, you know, there was Alfredo Rodriguez is really far back in the field. That effort that he did to try to be in front of the bike race for that long has put him in a big hole, and he's found himself quite far back than he would, you know, really prefer, you know, or what his team would even want him to be. So it's something to be mindful. It's kind of look for that Miami Knights rider a little far back. He's got the GoPro on back there behind that white jersey, and that's really far back right now in the moment. So he's got to communicate with some of his riders to say, hey, you know, I'd like somebody come at least ride by me. You know, come close.
Yep.
That way, when he's recovered, he's got somebody to help him move back to the front of the field instead of trying to have to do it by himself. But kind of there is, he's the third GoPro. They're kind of the one that's moving around the most. It's Clever, Frank Travieso, and then Rodriguez is going to be, you know, right there coming into the frame.
Coming by us here, we have Wanarongo, your Olympian from Colombia.
And Johnny Clark here, maybe the oldest guy in the field from Australia. Talk about a guy with experience out the wazoo.
Yeah.
Still doing it, passing on his knowledge to these new programs and these younger riders. But he's a guy that, you know, if he's got one or two guys that are willing to work for him, he can really help that group establish a really solid gap.
Yeah, Johnny Clark, I mean, my goodness, he has been around. He raced on the UHC Blue train with his brother Hilton, and man, he's part of the legend of American bike racing. Great to see him continue to be here. We'll see if this move has any potential with Juan Arango and Mr. Johnny Clark.
And then we got some guys that, you know, up the inside, trying to bridge that gap up the hill and through that Red Bull arch. And we'll kind of see as through this drone footage, they've made it about halfway through the top. And that is one of the DCC German rider national champion with Noah Granigan, Alec Cowan, Brandon Fury from Blazers behind him, a Butcherbuck rider, Sam Boardman, back there just kind of covering, all their bases. And Legion does a really good job of that. It's like, hey, 1 out of every 4. For 1 out of every 4, that's really good odds for us. If that moves into a 16, we have, 4 out of 16 is really good.
So Jonas Schirmeiser is your German national champion. He is now kicked out across going left, and Schirmeiser is really driving the pace right now. And we're seeing single file bike racing. We are also now seeing some riders coming off course here next to our announcer's tent, showing us just how hard this race has become. And we are also starting to see a little bit more splits occurring in this single file field. I think this race is full gas, Daniel. I think that's what is occurring.
Yeah, I mean, we're really starting. I mean, Connor Solly's at the back with another Austin Aviators. Rodrigo, has not moved to his position in 7 laps. In the front of this bike race, being consistently hard is pinning those guys into position. It's eliminating from the race at this moment, and that's what you want to do. These guys, these really good riders that are race winners that have found themselves at the back of the race, if you're able to just kind of pin them there, they're stuck. They can't do anything. And if they want to partake, if they want to get back to the front of the race, it's another massive effort.
Yep.
It's not just one bullet. It's a couple bullets, out of their magazine that they can't use.
Tyler Williams was there on the front, sort of trying to slow it down, trying to show it a little bit of a control there. And as we saw that, the Germans were coming back around, and we're showing a little bit of a reshuffling. This will give some guys a little bit of a chance to recover a bit, or maybe we will see some more regional teams coming to the front and giving themselves an opportunity. Now, because it's been so hard for so long, this is the chance for some of these other riders who maybe are in the front third generally.
And I believe that's Andrew Duar from the Cliff Drifters program.
Okay.
That has kind of made himself. He's had a slow start to the year. A lot of things kind of happened to him. Really rough with some allergies and some illness, but it's good to kind of see him start to put the pieces together to get to the front of these bike races, where physically he's belonging and he's getting the experience.
So we are looking at our riders single file as they come around, and we see our riders come up and around by us here in the broadcast booth, single file racing.
It's something it's a nuance. It's something to see that if you're only watching the point of the end of the race, some subtleties that have been going on is Justin and Corey have found themselves 30-40 wheels back riding together. In the last 2 laps, I kind of saw Ty Magner hanging out with those guys, probably talking to Justin. How you feeling? How's everything going? What do you want us to do up there? And so if Justin's relaying, hey, I'm not feeling that great, help get control of the race, slow it down, give us a few laps to recover and get ourselves in a better position. Ty's just going to go up there, talk to Tyler, talk to Sam, talk to Alec, and say, hey, let's go start riding some tempo, smooth this race out, give Justin and Corey a chance to just kind of take a deep breath, find themselves in a little better position. Or Justin saying, dude, I'm super good right now. Go make this thing even harder, because I'm feeling really good, and I want to make this race as difficult as possible. So we'll see how that might play out in the next couple laps of some just small things that are happening towards the middle of the field as teams are starting to ride together, communicating. And, we're just seeing some riders kind of just move around back and forth, talking to each other.
Castillo on the front for the moment there for Denver Disruptors, and now we have Alec Cohen for Legion of Los Angeles. We saw him on the front quite a lot, and my goodness, we have here on Over Race Radio, we got ourselves a $1,000 premium coming up on lap 5.
5 to go?
I'm not sure.
But yeah, now we can see Legion start to get to the front of the race. And from what we can see behind is it's ballooning. The tempo has slowed down. If you're at home, if you want to get an idea of what the pace is doing, get the stopwatch out, pick a marker on the course, and start taking some lap splits in. You can really kind of understand when the race is going fast and going slow. And there's another crash.
One rider down. It looks like he'll be all right. He's up and he's going to be walking away. So we're seeing the front of the race right now as we see
Juan Arango.
Juan Arango. One more time. This is the second time that we talked about him. He's coming into this race pretty aggressively now. He's clearly showing himself. And number 29 is going to be Monk, maybe.
Yeah, Monk has got his trademarks American flag gloves. So if you see a blazer riders with those American gloves, you can basically count on that being Brandon Fury. And I got Tyler Williams from Legion with again, this is where I feel Monk and Arango just kind of have to ignore him, ride, establish that gap, get it out there, and then kind of figure out what to possibly do with Tyler, when that happens.
Is the operative move here when you have a rider like Tyler inserting himself to actually like force him off the wheel even? You'd be that aggressive about getting rid of him?
No, wait, just do 2-3 laps, really establish that gap, get yourself in a rhythm, don't play games. And then after 3 laps, if the gap is out there or growing, then you can start saying, hey, you be more vocal. Well, hey, contribute. Hey, participate. Hey, or start finding ways to make him spend energy. But don't waste your energy so early in a move when it's not even established to get a guy to work. You just really kind of have to. They're annoying as all get out. I mean, it's just so annoying. But you kind of just got to take a deep breath, race your race. And then start worrying about, those riders employing those tactics at a little bit later time.
So we're going to see now another counterattack here by the DCC squad. And one more time trying to rip this race apart. We're seeing some dynamics there where the riders are coming up and on the inside. And a little bit of separation there thanks to our American Payne drone shot here. We have 4 riders, maybe 5 riders separating themselves, being led at the front by DCC. And, of course, Legion of Los Angeles, 2 Legion of Los Angeles riders are responding to it. Looks like Tyler and Sam Boardman all called to duty. Angeles probably trying to protect Justin and Corey although Corey's now doing the chasing from the back as well, from the field.
Yeah, we saw, Alec really take a lot of the load yesterday. And, now it's probably Tyler Williams. Not that Tyler had an easy ride last night, but it was an easier ride last night than today. So, when you have a team like that, it's kind of you pick and choose your riders to, do their work on what day may suit them better.
So, I mean, clearly Legion of Los Angeles is trying to keep this thing together. I mean, anything that's gone away, the blue jerseys have been the ones that come to the front and try to soak it all back together. So we know that what their tactic is at this point in time, and I think it becomes the onus on the other teams out here to try to shake that up. And DCC is the one that's really been bringing it. Denver Disruptors have also countered a few times. Miami Knights have responded to some of those separations. And then
we were seeing a significantly different race than we saw yesterday, with a lot more teams, a lot more variety of riders, from all the teams participating and making the race, fast. And we can just see that on the stream of, if it's ballooned out, it's not for very long. And we're seeing a lot of single file, 2-wide riding, the whole time.
A little bit of a shift here, a little bit of washing machine effect on the front of the field as riders who were down and around 15th wheel now coming up to the front as they pass Sound Pony there on the uphill.
But anything behind that bubble is working. There's no recovery back here.
Right.
If you're in that bubble, you're able to find space to recover, take deep breaths, coast a little bit. If you're anything further back than that, you're pedaling the whole time. You're pedaling the whole lap. If gaps are open coming down the hill, you're having to pedal. And that, if you're just accumulating that fatigue 30 minutes in, you're just in for a longer 30 minutes. And we can really see kind of in the back third, larger gaps opening.
Yeah, I agree with that. As soon as you find yourself pedaling every meter of a course, you are in the wrong spot.
You're taking on water. So we have Castillo, Danny Estevez, Ty Magner for the first time at the front of the race, Hernandez, and I believe that's Benjamin Wolf.
Okay.
Who's a big motor that if he's taken, waiting 30 minutes to come to the front of the race when some fatigue is accumulated, he's a big motor that if he decides to really inject some pace, he could change the outcome.
20 laps to go now, 20 laps remaining. So now we're going to start to understand some of the tactical knowledge of these riders, because based on laps, they will start to arrange themselves up near the front in a way that allows us to understand when their organizations are going to start to take place. We have riders really strung out here, though. Riders at the back, gaps are opening. Guys are still on the stretch right next to us in the next to the announcer's booth. Meanwhile, riders are entering turn number 4.
And what I find really interesting, when we get that shot from the back, looking to the front of the field, you're going to see a GoPro on a helmet with a guy with long hair. That's Clever Martinez. We haven't seen him participate in the front of the race that much. He's been in that back 20 riders almost the whole race. I'm curious. I'm really curious. Is he just on a bad day and he's just surviving, hanging out? Or is he just playing this ultra patient game, using all his skill set to just float, not work that hard, and have his whole match book for the last 2 laps?
He's got to make these moves, though. Look at this. We got a big split here that is pretty dangerous, including getting
2 Germans,
3 Legion of Los Angeles riders in there.
That's 2.
I see 3.
Oh, Corey's jersey got me out.
There we go. Yeah. That's 3 jerseys for Legion of Los Angeles in this separation right now. They also have DCC. I believe Miami Knights are also in that mix. We're going to get that ID as they come by us here. But this has potential. And
yeah, this is one of those situations where if teams, aren't on it, and Legion goes, we're okay with Corey in the move. We want Corey in the move. And all of a sudden Sam and Alec or Tyler, whoever's with that, just start putting it on. That 8-man move can go with Corey, and that's the race.
Yeah,
you got to be really heads up right now that Corey's up the road with teammates that they may decide to put the gas on. It could be over.
Justin Williams shown there on the screen there momentarily, and Williams looking pretty comfortable to me. That is a comfortable Justin face. But now who we got there is
Ryan Gomez.
Ryan Gomez has bridged himself across to that separation. So now Miami Knights clearly have representation in about a 10-man move, although I'd say that American Cycling has pretty much brought that all back.
Summerhill bring that in, and I believe that is Juan Arango again.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Or that could be Heino.
Hard to tell. On the
yeah, that's Sergio Heino at the front for Disruptors, starting to put the pace on. And this is where a guy like Sergio on a course like this is really going to start to come alive, really make a larger impact when the legs start to get tired. He's not going to fatigue at the same rate as these other riders. But now Gomez is countering this attack, countering this move with 19 laps to go to see if he can't split some stuff up. But there's a gap. There's a gap forming, and you can see, in the top of the shot, the field is ballooning. There's nobody chasing, and I would surmise with a quick glance that pretty much everybody's representative of the major players.
Yeah.
And it's only going to be potentially left to small teams to chase. Now we have Butcher Box chasing Butcher Box. There's 2, Butcher Box guys in the move.
Yep.
3. They put 3 in that move, and they still got a guy chasing. Where's the communication? What are we doing here? This guy is potentially ruined.
And Dusan is in there. Dusan Calaba.
Yeah, but he's pulled Travieso with him for Miami Knights. Brandon Fury's missed the move, but American Cycling with Ben Wolf is, probably setting a tempo, waiting for some information from Craven.
Yep.
And being in a position to do something. If Craven's saying, hey, we like this, Ben's just going to ride a tempo. If you get news, if Craven's like, hey, we don't like it, Ben's in the right spot at the right time to pick up the tempo and bring this back.
Brendan Fury, number 29, was the last rider to start to bridge across there as the field, and looks like they sat up. We'll see if Fury can get himself a connect. You see that pink helmet right at the back.
Right there.
Noah Granigan on the front, I believe.
This is so hard. But now, again, why is Roadhouse chasing? They may not have the numbers they want, but you got guys up the road.
Yeah.
They've got better odds out of this move to do an outstanding result than just stringing this thing all back together and getting lost in the shuffle. It's why don't poke the bee's nest. It is what it is at this point. You just kind of have to go somebody else do it. And, he missed the move. He missed Brandon Fury, being on that wheel.
Yeah, now he's just the lily pad for the rest of the field to bridge themselves back
Yeah,
across.
it's that halfway mark for somebody to go, ooh, I can make that.
Yep.
And if he gets there, they go, ooh, I can make that. And then now it's all back together.
That's discouraging.
I don't like it.
I
What
can
are you
tell.
guys thinking?
You are fired up. You are fired up at the moment. My goodness.
But now we're really starting to see the guys at the front of this move. There's enough from everybody that they're going to work. There's somebody going to pick up the slack. And as long as there's no major detonation out of this group, this move has the potential to stick in some fashion. It may not be this large, but we're just going to wait for the cream of this crop to rise. But it could be too big, where a lot of guys are sitting on, and you know it just comes back.
$200 premium on the line. Spencer Mendoza on the front at the moment. A lot of the teams are represented in this separation. A number of Legion of Los Angeles, a number of Butcher Box, Miami Knights, Denver Disruptors, DCC. And we have Texas Roadhouse and Miami Blazers represented in this separation. So multiple members of each team are represented in this split. This has a lot of potential. We'll see who's going to be chasing from the field, as it will be most surely riders
Spencer.
who did not make it. Spencer's on this side of the road right now.
Keeping the pace high.
And just trying to keep it steady, I think. Like trying to keep this thing to survive. Maybe not interested in the $200 premium. But look at this. Is that
I know. Again, keeping that pace. This is the moment where a guy like him can make a real big impact. You know, he's not fatigued at the same rate as a lot of these guys with his World Tour background. Those miles and miles and miles in Europe racing, you know, you can just absorb a lot more workload. So he's a guy that can continue to keep the pace up. They're probably going to likely do that. They got Noah in the move. So if Sergio can keep that up, keep that breakaway, and Noah can just kind of start floating around or be ready for this, you know, split or counterattack, it's kind of what they want to set up.
Here comes the race for the preem, a $200 preem. This is going to be a good opportunity for Texas Roadhouse to try to get a little bit of pocket money. Is that Fergus, or is that a different rider from your alumni team here?
It's hard to tell from the front, but I believe that's Fergus Other. And now we're basically all back together.
Yeah, that's too bad. It had a lot of potential.
It did. But there's a point where it kind of starts to get too big, and a lot of guys can see 5-7 riders sitting up and coasting. That kind of kills the motivation out of the move.
And we are officially all back together right now. A lot of little panic at the disco for a few laps there, if you remember the riders in this field, as they thought that 20 riders had officially separated themselves from the rest. But look at this shot here as we see just single file racing. And now as we jump up to the drone shot, courtesy of Helmerich and Payne, that we continue to be single file. Just 2 riders separating themselves a little bit, and daylight starting to show between a number 3 riders back. But it all comes back together. As soon as we have to start pedaling again, that speed slows, and we're now at the point where the DCC riders are actually refueling. Noah Granigan coming up and around on the outside, it looks like, and we'll see if Noah gets himself any daylight with these Butcher Box and DCC riders.
And it looks like Sam Boardman is also going to be tagging on that. And there we go, right there, number 96 we saw in the middle of the screen. Clever Martinez is starting to move himself, you know, back up into, you know, the front of this race. You know, moving himself up, which is crazy. It's been super hard, and to see himself move up there, you know, that quick is kind of giving a tell that maybe he's better than what his earlier stuff has kind of maybe led us to believe. But also what I've seen is there's 3 Austin Aviator riders quite far back. Iman, Austin, Iman and Connor Saleh with another rider.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if they found themselves fatigue-wise, but you know they really got to get themselves in the front of the race, find those moments to relax and get ready for the finish.
Granigan here on the front as he comes by us, and we're looking at number 35 is right on his wheel. From Butcher Box, it's going to be Evan McCork. Evan had quite a good ride at Armed Forces last week, where he was off the front for about 30K. So he certainly comes into this race with a whole bunch of good fitness. Sam Boardman was in that move, but now we're all back together one more time. And we're going to reshuffle that deck yet again. These constant accelerations at the front, the changes in the speed are really what separate one rider caliber from the other. Riders who can recover at speed from these changes in acceleration can be very, very hard. Andrew Jeanette is on the front. No, that is actually Evan McQuirk for Butcher Box on the front. Evan having a really good ride as he looks through and sees the rest of the riders coming by him on the inside, and other riders going under the Red Bull arch.
Yeah, now we see Ulysses Castillo from the Disruptors continuing to keep the pace up, not letting anybody bunch up and get a chance to recover. But now if we kind of see on the left-hand screen, black helmet, Iman Lucas has found himself, you know, back up into that top 25.
Shuffling again. And this is the moment where another counterattack could start to split something off the front. With 15 laps to go, we have Ty Magner now up near the front with Granigan checking the shoulder. Alec Cohen, though, with cool, calm, collected Alec. Up near the front, he is just going to ride his speed, ride his tempo. Ty Magner looking very comfortable behind. These guys trying to set a little bit of control up near the front. They're going to start to ride hard enough that they control some of these counterattacks and start to ease up on the legs of the riders that they're trying to protect, namely Corey and Justin Williams in the middle of the field. Meanwhile, Denver, the DCC squad is going to try to disrupt that as well with Andreas Meyer. Remember Meyer being a very aggressive rider from Germany who has just come to the States 2 weeks ago. Now, and he is one to watch here. He is certainly up at the front. Boardman quickly responds to that. I believe McCourt has gotten himself there, and Jonas Scharmeiser from the German national champion has responded. It looks to me like Alec Cohen has also responded from the front, so we have 5 riders who have a little bit of daylight. 2 of them are Legion, 2 of them are DCC, and 1 is a Butcher Box rider.
And Sergio Heinau from Disruptors is taking a couple laps recovered and is going to get back into the mix of attacking, keeping the pace super high, and just having all these little micro gaps that guys are having to close spin energy on to really set up Van Rensburg and Noah probably for the finish. Yeah, but looks like this move is not quite have enough motivation from the front, and so we will be reabsorbed, and Alec and Boardman maybe will find themselves back, or Tyler maybe. Well, no, that is Sam Boardman. Yeah, the mustache tells you everything. The 2 mustache men for Legion are going to put themselves back on the front. We'll see if any counterattacks come their way. But now we can kind of see in the top of the screen there previously, we're seeing Gomez, Alfredo Rodriguez, and Clever Martinez starting to ride together, getting their trio, and they're going to start basically from here on out going everywhere together. They're not going to separate, at least not on purpose, that's for sure, but they're going to start getting together, kind of claiming their space, and they're going to start just hanging out, taking care of each other, and just slowly kind of, ones and twosies, up the field a little bit. But I doubt we're going to see, unless anything crazy happens, they're going to stay together and no big moves from here on out. Interesting move here, sort of a slow attack by Andreas Meyer to separate himself from the field, and Alec Cohen actually had to get out of the saddle and accelerate a little bit to try to get himself back on there. As he did that, Sergio Haneo was one to respond, and now Spencer Morvendoza is going to be the response here from Miami Blazers. Nice move. Or is that Tanner? No, that's Spencer. He's got the little bit of a bandage on his knee from the crash last night. Okay. But yeah, the German rider kind of do that in the saddle attack would be really unassuming. If you have that ability to just kind of really do an acceleration in the saddle, as we know from our track experience, that Razor, a lot of people don't see it as an attack, right? You're not out of the saddle being super violent. So if you're able to just kind of do that in the saddle acceleration, it's unassuming, and all of a sudden you have 10 bike links, 15 bike links. And you can get a physical response to them, but it's also emotional, right? If you see somebody out of the sprinting, you can visually go, okay, they're attacking, it's time to just close them in. But if you're just kind of casual and that guy's like, oh, he's in his saddle, and then all of a sudden it's 15 minutes, you have an emotional response of how'd that happen? Boom, get on it. Now you're kind of attacking the fatigue and then the central nervous system of, the neural panic, right? Yeah. If anybody's had a panic attack, they're not fun, and they're really hard to come back from. So if you can kind of, in a way, do that to people in races, once you kind of have that anxiety and panic in a bike race, it's there. It's really, really, really hard to come back from a moment like that in the race. Yeah, there are actually psychosomatic responses to having a panic attack that a lot of different types of hormones are released into the system and make it harder for the body to actually go full gas because it becomes into a responsive kind of protective mode for the body. So if you can actually inflict that upon other riders in the middle of a bike race. Yeah, it's the opposite of adrenaline. Yeah, so we're going to see if anybody's going to be able to inflict that. We are getting deep into psychology of bike racing here right now. But look at this. Castillo, I believe, coming out on the outside line. We'll see if he's going to get himself any separation. But look at this. No reaction from Ty Magner. I mean, not emotional, not anything. Just sees it, doesn't react. He can entrust it. He probably did 3 or 4 pedal strokes to swing off and get his teammate the momentum to start carrying it. Now we see Justin similar to what he was doing last night, but my experience reading Justin's body language, you can see those hips start to rock. Not only side to side, but kind of like his hips are swimming. That's a sign of fatigue. You know, doesn't mean that he's out of the race. It's just showing, hey, Justin's taking on, you know, he's not as fresh as, you know, he would want to be. The race has been hard. He's taking on some fatigue. I can read that in his body language a little bit.
That's a function of just having to pedal so much on this course. Last night, you could sort of float a little bit more. You can find more opportunities to allow the aerodynamic benefit of the peloton to sort of pull you through that course a bit and maybe just be easier on the pedals. Now our man, Justin Williams, is forced to actually pedal. Now, he's doing a great job riding within the bunch. He's got on some good wheels there. Brian Gomez in front of him, who's a nice safe wheel, but Justin now having to pedal a little bit more as he turns left here by us in the announcer's booth. Justin's going to have to really start to pedal uphill again, and then he'll have to pedal again as they go by the sound pony coming right up.
Yeah, and he knows how to take care of himself too. He knows every inch of this course, racing it so often, of where he can find micro breaks when he starts to carry fatigue or it's been super hard to rest. And it could be different places you'd never think, or definitely places where other guys aren't even thinking to recover. So it's just body language showing that he's carrying more fatigue than maybe some of his other riders. You know, and you can even look at, you know, some of his teammates doing the lead out, and even kind of looking at Corey. You know, Corey's kind of, again, a lot of body language into the bike versus, you know, guys like Sam, Alec, you know, that you can just, their shoulders are locked, their arms are locked, and it's just all legs moving.
We'll see what happens here. We're going about 5 wide at the moment in the middle of the field. I think that we're seeing fatigue pretty much through and through this entire move. Now, is this Iman?
Yep.
Iman Lucas, we saw him earlier in the contest off the front of the bike race. We have not seen him since, and now he is back. Iman spent a number of years in Europe racing in kermesses and other types of races over there. And now we have Corey Williams in the gold helmet doing the actual chasing. I think that's a big tell for the strategy of Legion of Los Angeles, that Corey Williams is the one actually responding to Iman Lucas at this point in time. Corey, generally one of the protected sprinters. He's a rider that wins a lot of bike races in Southern California, but now here we are in Tulsa, Oklahoma at Tulsa Tough, and Corey Williams is now put to work. Corey's the one that has to bring this back and make sure that we keep this bike race in check, most likely for his brother Justin, who's further back in the bunch.
Yep, and we're going to see Corey, you know, chase, you know, up to a point, and then he's going to go to the back of the train and kind of sweep. What the other teams need to be recognizing is Corey's starting to take turns. It means highly likely he's not sprinting, but he's going to tack back on the train as, you know, at some point and stay there as long as possible. And if Corey's on the back of that train going into the bottom of the hill on the final lap, they've done it before where Corey just sits up and the gap opens. For us old school guys, we know that as the Saturn sit-up. Old Saturn team way back when kind of first exposed that tactic, and it's used every so often. But so teams need to be, you know, really heads up that if Corey's still on the back of the train with that half lap to go, they need to be really attentive that, you know, Corey, you know, could, you know, sit up and open that gap. And again, we've seen it, full gas up the hill. If it's 5 bike lengths, that's your race. That's your sprint to close that gap.
Yeah, most certainly. It's just going to be interesting to see if Corey can actually maintain and protect that position, as you see Van Rieseberg, the South African national champion, putting himself into the mix there. You know, I think they're going to see a lot of challenges in riding up on the hips of the Legion train. That's going to really start to fight them for that dominant control. We see the DCC train now starting to wind up as we're going to be coming into single digits here in our second night of racing at St. Francis Tulsa Tough, as we have ourselves the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium on screen right now. This is our professional men's event. We have 9 laps remaining in the contest, and we are seeing our field is all together. There's no breakaway. The field is all together. Legion of Los Angeles on the front right now, starting to show some organization, getting themselves wound up for the finale of the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium.
Yeah, and we see Justin move himself back up closer to the back of his train, not necessarily sitting as far back as he was last night.
So starting to move themselves up, starting to see a lot of teams putting themselves together, including the blue helmets there of the American Cycling Group with Danny Summerhill. Summerhill on the podium, a little bit of a choppy inside line there by Texas Roadhouse on that inside line. So we'll see, there's a little bit of fighting for position on the inside of the field, and we'll start to see some accelerations taking place on the outside. Spencer Mavenza starting to put himself out and around, and starting to see some other pink helmets there, but not quite getting there yet.
Yeah, they're clearly not as organized as some of the other teams. You just see it's very clear with those pink helmets. They're they're basically solo riders, and they're saying, hey, let's all try to meet up at once in the back of the train. It's not necessarily the most efficient way to do it, but now we can see that those 3 pink helmets are getting closer and closer together at the front of the race. The other team we're seeing kind of organized further back is those black and white helmets of Butcher Box, black in the middle, white on the sides. They've got one guy on the right, but they've got 3 or 4 guys on the left side of our screen really starting to get together and look after their rider, Dusan Kalaba from yesterday's podium.
Yeah, Dusan Kalaba on the podium yesterday. And Summerhill on the podium behind Justin Williams. So again, last night at the Blue Dome Classic Friday night event here at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, Justin Williams takes the win. In second, we had Dusan Kalaba of the Butcher Box Cycling presented by Look, and in third was Danny Summerhill.
And now we can also see from the Miami Knights, we have Brian Gomez, Clever Martinez, and Alfredo Rodriguez also starting to get their trio together to keep each other safe and get ready for these final few laps.
I think Miami Knights are going to be one to watch here, though. We got Johnny Clark, we got Brian Gomez, Alfredo Rodriguez, Clever Martinez. I mean, that's a strong squad here.
Very, very strong squad. And we saw, like last night, Brian Gomez was kind of be able to bring Clever and Rodrigo over the top, into the front of the race, as we saw a little too early. But Brian knows this race well. He's won it. He won it last year. He knows what it takes to win here. So that's a guy that you kind of really want on the front of your train, driving that ship.
I think that we're also seeing, though, a realization by everybody in the bunch that a breakaway is not going to happen. Right? And we're not seeing a lot of aggressive tactics.
That's if you don't try.
Well, we saw earlier in the contest that the DCC squad was actually, being pretty aggressive. They're doing the nice 2-up attacks. They were then countering other moves later on. Denver Disruptors is doing something similar. But now here we are in single digits, and we are seeing the field all together, and nobody really trying to challenge the tempo being set by Legion of Los Angeles, notably Corey Williams on the front of this race with 8 laps to go.
And again, it's not that Legion's going easy right now, but they've had a chance to get together and control the race and recover. Some of those guys that were really matching attack for attack, their heart rate was creeping up, their fatigue level was creeping up. But now when they get to ride as a unit, they get to just even out their power. They get to just get their heart rate from 175 from constant attacks down to 165, and ride a tempo. And this is, when Corey's riding the front is saying, hey, he's not on the best legs. If the team starts injecting pace like we saw at the halfway point and those gaps start to open, that's a way to potentially pull Corey out of the lead out for the rest of the race. Now Tyler Williams, Alex Cowan, Sam Boardman have to take on more work. So just because they're riding, you still are able to pull guys out of that train by attacking them and make them work harder than they want. And we just, at some point, you still potentially have to try even though they're riding hard. And just like we were discussing last night, they set up the train. Some of these teams have to go up and ride next to them.
Yeah.
Make them uncomfortable. Make them ride 2, 3, 4K an hour faster than what they would ideally like. Elevate that heart rate back up and see how much fatigue they can take on, and their train might start to fall apart, sooner than you anticipate. Now we see Gomez kind of moving up there next to Corey. But we just need them. Those guys need to ride further up the train. They need to be up next to second, third wheel, really put the pressure on that they have to ride that tempo longer.
Right up on the hip and start to really push the pressure there and see if we get parallel trains occurring. Looks like DCC has got the right ideas. They're coming on around the outside right now. Butcher Box in their draft with, although some pink helmets are there as well. Let's see what happens. We're looking at 6 laps to go. Oh my goodness, this is a $1,000 preem, a $1,000 preem on the line right now. $1,000 for the winner of the next lap. We will see if that is going to shake anything up. A few riders coming off the back as you can see them go through the start-finish line, but $1,000 on the line right now. Do you think Legion of Los Angeles is going to go for $1,000? This
is one where you could potentially make a sacrifice. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
If it's somebody that's just on their ropes and it's like, a thousand, bucks versus like another lap and a half of work, it's that decision to make. Where if you're a guy that doesn't have a team, if you're a guy that's like, man, my goal is top 20, that for me, that $1,000 would be very enticing.
Well, let's look at who's second wheel. It's Denver Disruptors. Reinhard Jans van Riesberg from Denver Disruptors. He is the South African national champion. He has infiltrated the Legion of Los Angeles lead-out train to put himself. He's trying to use Legion to set himself up. Iman Lucas standing there on the outside of the course, giving a little race direction, I suppose. He's now become their DS.
And now we see, out of nowhere, Connor Saleh, show up to the front of the race.
Yeah, Connor's now put himself in the mix. He's a local Tulsa boy now. He's lived in a lot of different places, but he is now a local Tulsa resident. Let's see who's going to get this $1,000 premium, though, as we see American Cycling Group starting to organize themselves on the outside. Justin Williams also now at the back of the train. Maybe he heard the $1,000, and we'll see if Justin is going to put himself up near the front to get that money. There goes your South African national champion for $1,000 at the line, putting the head down. And it looks
the German rider.
So is that the German national champion from DCC getting himself $1,000?
Yeah, I think, Van Rensburg is just kind of placing himself in the middle of that train to get himself out of some scrum. Maybe it was just easy to take 3 pedal strokes, find himself second wheel, and he's got the world tour respect. That Legion's like, oh, that's you. Okay, we'll let you in the train.
Sure.
And he can just sit there as long as, he sits there until maybe it's his turn to, quote, pull, and then he just, swings off and then goes and finds himself, back around some teammates, that right behind that train or thereabouts.
The pace is certainly accelerating, as you can see at the back of the dynamic. These guys are single file at the back, and meanwhile at the front, you got yourself full single file. Alec Cohen on the front, trying to give everybody the, hey, this train is leaving. Make sure you're in the right spot and get your ticket punched, because here we go. We're looking at 5 laps to go right now. This is go time for everybody in this race. Alec is on the front on the radio, in fact, so Legion putting themselves in the mix, but American Cycling Group with the blue helmets, Miami Blazers with the pink helmets, and then you've got the Denver Disruptors also now organizing behind the Legion of Los Angeles train. Legion trying to work together, just going to try to keep this tempo fast, but they can't blow themselves up. Last night they came apart with about 3 laps to go. Williams was able to freelance his way there, but this is a different course, and they may need to stay together in order to protect Justin, who's at the back of their train right now.
Yeah, we can see Justin make that decision to move up quite a bit sooner. Again, like you said, that there's, it's a course where you have to be, it pays you to be a little further forward as the race picks up and you get closer to the finish line. Because again, with that uphill so close to the finish line, if you're caught out and gaps open, you're basically done.
4 laps to go. Daniel Holloway is in this race in this moment. What is he doing?
Yeah, I'm finding trains to float. I was fortunate, that I could probably find Justin's wheel and not have too much fight to be there. If I have a team, though, if I have 2 or 3 guys, I'm telling them, go right next to second wheel. That lead out, I want to be, if I've got 2 guys, I want to be right next to the 4th guy. That's where I want to be. Because if I'm up there, I'm also not, if anybody's fighting for my wheel, I'm not fighting anybody for the train. People are starting to fight for my wheel as much as they're starting to fight for Justin. And if I'm in front of Justin and people are fighting for my wheel, that means Justin's starting to fight people. Mm-hmm. And if he's not going to like that, he's telling his guys to go faster, right? And if this guy's going faster earlier, they're going to burn out sooner, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking if I've got teammates. If I'm a solo pirate in there, I'm just really trying to float, just be super cagey, kind of bounce around, rider to rider, team to team, at this moment 4 to go. At some point, probably with a lap and a half to go, I'm going to have to pick a horse and ride it. And I've just got to make the best educated decision I can in that moment to be like, you know what? I don't like Justin's body language. I don't think he's going to do it today. And go find Noah, or go find Alfredo Rodriguez. Those are some other horses to bet on if you're a solo guy, looking to follow. And then you just have to be super malleable going up that hill with a half lap to go that plan can fall apart. And you've got to make an instantaneous decision, because if you hesitate in that situation and you lose a bike length, half bike length, game over for a solo guy.
You're gone. 3 laps to go right now. Sam Bortman is on the front. Alec Cohen second wheel. Legion trying to maintain some control, and it looks like DCC taking some educational lessons here from Daniel Holloway in the commentary booth, as they're now riding up onto the hips of the rest of the Legion train. That is going to be Andreas Meyer, who is forcing himself up onto the hips there of Legion, and Legion hates that. They do not like that type of tactic, and that is why Daniel would have employed it, and it looks like that is why Meyer is also employing it. Now, my question becomes, who is DCC riding for right now? Because they only have 2 guys up near the front, and they're not really that organized. So Meyer being in the wind as he is up on the hips and the train, I'm trying to figure out who that's. Looks like they only have one other rider right behind trying to stay protected.
So it's that guy. He's playing the role that Aldo used to play for me. The third option in this, if you're a solo rider, is you kind of have to bounce around and preemptively jump the final acceleration that Legion's going to do.
Okay.
And you have to be 1 second ahead of within a 1 second acceleration, that you're going to accelerate 1 second before they're going to accelerate, get on the wheel, and then it's going to string out and everybody's pinned in position and you find yourself on the wheel you want to be on with nobody fighting because it's full gas.
I agree with that. Let's see what happens with 3 laps to go. The screen's a little blown out. There we go. And we're going to see in the front of the field, we have Legion still relatively together. We're now going to be looking at 2 laps to go. We see these trains starting to come around, and Legion's train is now departing.
And that's Corey Williams gone and Sam Boardman gone from that train with 2 to go. So Justin has 3 guys left to cover these 2 laps.
Justin's looking pretty comfortable as we come out and around this turn number 1. These guys are going full gas. Riders further back in the field are out of the saddle just to maintain the speed that we see up at the front of the field as Legion is now full gas. They have to fully commit. Other riders trying to get up and around. Dusan Kalaba from Butcherbox trying to put himself into position. One rider, look at that, this flyer very late in the race, but it may be too early for my liking with a lap and a half to go.
I don't like Butcherbox taking on this workload. You have to let Legion do it. This effort's to be moving your 3 teammates next to the train of Legion.
Yeah.
You know, if you extend Legion's lead out by 10 meters, then that only helps them. You want to shorten their lead out time.
That looked like it was an attempt to join a lead up, but then they thought better of it. So an interesting move there by Butcherbox to put themselves in the front for a moment and give Legion a little bit of a draft there to just help them stay up at the front. As we look at the dynamic, we are single file thanks to this drone shot here, but here comes American Cycling with those blue helmets up on the lower portion of what we're seeing right now. We're seeing them getting themselves into position, checking the shoulders, and here we have Alec Cohen on the front, looking at Hernandez, trying to get himself into the mix there. Pink helmets are also in the mix from Miami Blazers. We're going to be coming into 1 lap to go, 1 lap remaining here in this contest. Photographers in the street there, we're going to clear them out because we have 1 lap remaining here in the contest, 1 lap to go as we have the Denver Disruptors with Noah Granigan now trying to fight for position up near the front. This is the final lap of this contest. Ty Williams is there. Justin Williams has 2 riders remaining. He is fighting for positions right now. Williams wants to take this ride. Daniel, do you think he's got the chance to get his win today?
It's a long way to go even for 2 guys. I mean, Tyler Williams is going to get him maybe to the top of the hill, and Magner's got to go. And a lot can happen for 1 guy. You almost need 2 guys down the backstretch to go full gas to really kind of survive any kind of swarm. So, I mean, Tyler's an exceptional rider. Ty's an exceptional rider, but you know, now we have Miami Knights coming around the outside.
Yeah, Knights, they're coming. The Miami Knights, that was Brian Gomez, and there goes Michael Hernandez, your U.S. Amateur National Champion. He's trying to get Danny Summerhill in the right spot, but it looks like they're a little far back. Ty Williams on the front, and now Ty Magner is doing the final tempo setting. Where is Williams? He's pretty far back. I think Ty Magner may have to be one to pull this out. We're looking around. We're looking to see where Justin Williams might be. Going back up to the drone shot as we come down the final stretch. We're going downhill, but we're pushing full watts. Ty checks the shoulder. He says, oh my goodness, where did everybody go? We have lost the station. Williams is now soft pedaling way far back. Legion of Los Angeles has sacrificed their entire train. Magner tries to jump back in, but
somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go. He's all in. He's all in.
Here's the jump, and it's going to be Summerhill. Summerhill's got the first wheel out of the turn. Can Danny Summerhill come to the line? Summerhill checks through the shoulder. Summerhill coming to the line, and Danny Summerhill, ladies and gentlemen, will take tonight. Here, the state train Tulsa Tough.
There we go. Summerhill finally cracks the code. He's been on the podium almost every race last year, and he finally cracks the code. And we saw Hernandez do a brilliant job up the hill to drop him off in the position he needed to be. Noah Granigan unfortunately caught himself a little too far forward, or you know, him and Ben Rinsberg just didn't link up in the right spot to drop him off in the right moment. And Danny just cracked the code tonight. We were talking about that he was just thereabouts, and he was able to do it.
That was great racing there by Danny Summerhill, timing it perfectly, and he is the winner here tonight for our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium here, the 2nd night of racing for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Tough night here for Justin Williams and the Legion of Los Angeles train. The pace setting being done by everybody very late in the contest, just becoming too much for that organized train. We're going to have a replay here. Let's take another look at what we have at the final, and it is Danny Summerhill coming across the line. We'll try to get a little bit more time. There it is, coming out of the final turn. Gomez behind him, but Summerhill with clean set of wheels. Checks through the elbow one last time, and twice, in fact, and Summerhill getting to celebrate his win here tonight. A great moment for Danny Summerhill.
Yeah, and like we saw, if you're able to watch the replay from the top of the corner and the line he took, it was all about momentum. He was able to keep the most momentum going through that corner. And if you're able to, you can do that from the front as long as you don't have to touch the brakes, fight too much and be able to be the first. If you're the first guy on the pedals, you have that half bike length advantage. And at the speed they're going, it's exponential to make that up. It's so difficult. So
what speeds are we even talking about?
Out of that corner, you're going 40 plus
miles per hour. Yeah. That's amazing. Looks like we're maybe get another perspective of our finishing kick to the line, but just to see which lines we took. And there it is. One more look of Danny checking through the elbow. Great moment here. He's your leader of the ACC, so he certainly has the caliber, but as Daniel has been talking about, he's yet to actually win a race here. And so now he has finally done it. Great to see. And what Daniel was talking about with cracking the code, oftentimes when riders start to win, it comes more easily, right? They've really not only have figured it out, but they've gained that confidence in order to start to rack up those wins. And a rider like Summerhill certainly deserving of those victories, as he's been riding in our peloton for a number of years.
Yeah, if you get second and third so often, this pressure, this monkey on your back just gets bigger and bigger, and you become more and more frustrated. You start making sillier and sillier mistakes because you're desperate to get that result. And so the sooner you're able to kind of clear that, get that off your back, and get this win, now you're relaxed. Now you start hitting that flow state earlier. You've got that win, and you just kind of start to flow. You're comfortable. You're taking these more calculated risks to get yourself in the position he's going to get in. So he's going to only build confidence. And if you guys don't know Summerhill, his backstory, a guy that has dealt with depression and anxiety for a long portion of his career, and he didn't take care of, he didn't look after himself, and he made the decision around COVID that, hey, this is important to me. I'm going to start taking medicine. I'm going to start taking care of myself. And this is the result of, a grown man realizing it, taking care of himself, and now he's winning bike races. He was always the consummate domestique. You could rely this guy to ride on the front of these bike races full stop, but he never had the confidence to win for himself. But now that he's taken care of that, he's now the guy winning races, and I'm so happy. He's a buddy of mine. See him go through the journey. I've gone through a similar journey myself with that. So you're seeing a guy come through the other end of depression, taking care of himself.
I think that emotion is coming to the forefront there for Danny as he starts to realize and let the moment sink in a little bit. Yeah. Frankie Andrea is going to have some words
more
here with
importantly,
Danny
what does it mean for you to be able to take a huge win here on day number 2 at Tulsa?
Currently without words. This means a whole lot for a lot of reasons. Wow. Pretty cool.
One of those reasons I believe is your mom, right? And dad. One of those reasons I believe is because your mom and dad are having health problems, and so you've been balancing taking care of your parents, balancing training, your love of cycling. No one can question that, but try to put into words what this win means for you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's just so crazy because I didn't even know how much of the season I'd be able to participate in. My dad has Alzheimer's, and I take care of him. So it's been a blessing to have a team as supportive as this that can let me come in and out of races, and to actually have a good season with all that we have going on behind the scenes at home is obviously special and something I did not anticipate going into this year.
Something a lot of people don't realize, as professionals in any sport, there's a family life, there's a separate life that a lot of people have to be able to balance. You did an incredible ride today. Yesterday, a lot of people talked about how hectic, how crazy the race was. What was the race like today in a general sense?
I'd say it was definitely hectic, but with different riders. This course, I think, pulls out a lot more horsepower versus sort of the speed and chaos that yesterday saw. But this is my first time being here since 2019. Yesterday was probably the most unreal racing I've ever seen.
Unreal in a good way or unreal in a bad way?
I mean, we survived, so.
That's what it's about. But guess what? He survived crossing the line first. Congratulations, Danny Summerhill. Big round of applause. Your champion here today.
Great to see Danny Summerhill getting an opportunity to talk about his race victory here tonight. We've had a great day of racing here at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, night number 2, the FC Arts District Criterium. We're going to take a look at our women's highlights, where we started off the evening with our professional women here in St. Francis Tulsa Tough, night number 2. We started off very well and very aggressive as we came around. We've had some beautiful moments of courtesy of our drone shots, and then Rachel Langdon going down early in the contest. Langdon staying on the ground, unable to get up, and so that neutralized the race. It changed the dynamic a little bit as well, because it knocked a few laps off the overall. We went from 18 to 15 laps to go, and when we got to 15 laps to go, as we talked to Alexi Ramirez about in the booth, that changed the lead-out tactics and the overall approach by many of the women in the field. Legion of Los Angeles proactive at the front throughout the night, but we saw a lot of counterattacks, very aggressive racing by our women. DNA Pro Cycling looking to rehash their success here in this evening, but it was Legion of Los Angeles going 1-2 with Samantha Schneider and Kendall Ryan unequivocally getting first and second here tonight. Last night's winner, Olivia Cummin from DNA Cycling, coming across the line in third. Great racing by all 3 of those women and everybody in that race tonight, where we had very great aggressive riding. We're now going to go to our men's recap, as we had another great night of racing by our men as we went across the line. A lot of good moments by everybody. A number of breakaways that seemed like they had potential throughout the night, but nothing was really able to stick. A little bit of frustration by some of the athletes out there who were trying to get a little bit of daylight between themselves and Legion of Los Angeles, but Legion of Los Angeles was committed to keeping this thing together. Throughout the night, we routinely saw them putting themselves on the front, stomping down disruptors from Denver and everybody else in between, as we saw DCC, Miami Blazers, American Cycling Group, and Miami Blazers also always trying to come around and get themselves into great position. Aggressive racing throughout the night, though, saw Danny Summerhill take his victory in front of a great crowd here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as Danny Summerhill cracking the code and getting himself a victory tonight. Daniel Holloway, we're going to go to do some podiums here, but what's your quick thoughts on both of those races tonight?
As a fan, I love today. I mean, that was amazing. Both women and men raced tactically aggressive, physically respective, and as a fan, that's what I like to see. You know, both on the men's side, they really kind of cracked the code, putting the pressure on Legion.
We're going to look at our podiums right now. Olivia coming in third tonight. Kendall Ryan now getting herself onto the podium in second place this evening. And your winner tonight will be Samantha Schneider, young mother and also a baker who has been putting in a lot of work off the bike for a number of reasons. There she is with her child, putting him up on the podium tonight. Samantha Schneider is your winner tonight for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Again, this is the second night of racing for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Great to see Samantha Schneider back on the top step one more time. She's been racing about as long as you have, Daniel.
Yeah, so much. And I mean, it's so amazing to see Sam bring her little one on the podium. You know, we're both fathers. We both have women in our lives that raced and were high-level athletes as well, and have gone through the journey of having a kid. And we know as people that have been there intimately how difficult that is. And so to see Sam, you know, go through that, have the support of a team and a husband and everything else, to come back and be on the top step of these races, like, it's just nothing but kudos, nothing but respect for her to come do that. And I mean, she's just got a love sharing that experience with her child.
It's amazing to be able to come back to the sport and doing something that she loves to do. It looks like we have some additional winners jerseys, or no, those are party jerseys. Look at that.
That's a party shirt. That is a party shirt.
That's
Crybaby, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, how do I get one? How do I?
That's FC Tulsa for all Arts District victory shirts. I'm sure they'll be wearing those at Sound Pony and at the at the after party here tonight. Sam Schneider trying to get the champagne to come out, but she's saving a little bit for herself.
If I have to unretire to get one of those, that might be the factor. That shirt was so cool.
Maybe we can get them to let us borrow it here
Yeah.
for an evening.
You have to sleep, we have to party. Let's make a deal.
There we go. We're going to be taking a look at some men's podiums coming up. Again, Danny Summerhill will be on the top step. That is so cool to see. A lot of great racing throughout the night, though. What do you think we're forecasted to look at for tomorrow, Crybaby Hill?
I think from Friday night we saw something tame, highly, highly calculated. Today we saw something thoughtful, right, but chaotic, right? A lot more people playing the game, putting their pieces on the board, seeing what's going to shake out. Sunday's the Wild Wild West. I mean, literally anything can happen. That race is so hard. You can feel amazing today and absolutely fall apart tomorrow. I mean, so much can change, physically, emotionally, so much. The course is technical. The last corner is tricky. The uphill just wears and wears and wears on you. We have the hill, but there's a dip and another hill that I think catches a lot of guys off guard.
Well, tonight, though, before we get to Crybaby Hill, we're going to have the party over at Ghostland. It's going to be awesome. And if you're not at Ghostland, go to Sound Boney. So we got a lot of great opportunities to have a lot of fun. But Ghostland is going to be tonight. There we go. Big ride. Ghostland Observatory with sports and DJ E-Cog Live. After party with the Cannabis. Then we're going to go to the podium as soon as they're ready. There we are. It looks like Olivia is back on the podium. This must be the overall Omnium podium. So Olivia Cummins losing the overall lead as Samantha Schneider comes up to the top. And
so the Omnium is, points collected every day. I'm not sure the structure here, but it could be 50, 45, 35, all the way down to 0. And the teams are trying to collect as much points as possible. So at the end of night 3, there's an overall winner, kind of who did the best over 3 races to get that final jersey.
All right. Well, looks like Catherine Sarkisov is now into 3rd. She unfortunately unable to join us here for the podium, but Samantha Schneider the top step. Olivia Cummins in 2nd, and Catherine Sarkisov in 3rd. Notably, that 2 of the top 3 in our Tulsa overall are 19. Or under 20, we'll say. Because Catherine might actually be like 17.
Yeah, it's so amazing. And I mean, like, Sam, Skylar, Kendall, were those same ladies. They were doing the same thing at that age. So, as much as they hate competition, right? They also have to reflect and be like, I was that person. It's so great to see that there's going to be, a second generation to replace me. And that's got to be great to see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, with that, we're going to wrap up our broadcast. The men's podium taking a little bit longer than we anticipated. So with that, I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. Thank you so much for joining us here for the second night of racing. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow afternoon, I should say, for the infamous Crybaby Hill. This has been the FC Arts District Tulsa Tough Criterium. Please thank all of our sponsors, and thank you for joining us here tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
So I think we got Dante Young right here at the edge of the booth. We're going to get his POV from a racing experience today. And, he didn't quite finish, so we're going to check in, get his feedback from his place in the Peloton, kind of give us some really rider insight on, what happened today.
While we're getting Dante here, we are going to actually do our men's podium. Originally thought that they were taking too long. All right, we're doing it. Here's Dante Young. Dante, welcome to the booth.
How you guys doing?
You're doing well. So how was that out there for you this evening?
For me, not too great. It was pretty hard from the jump, and you know, the goal was to for us to just ride a little bit forward and you know, keep me in the field in case it came down to a sprint, which it did, but we wanted to kind of ride forward in case it did separate.
Different dynamic than last night, you think?
Yeah. I mean, last night's race was a little bit more flowy and a bit easier to maintain and stay within the field. And today, you know, with the fact that the race is an hour earlier, and then you know, it's a little bit uphill, it's a little bit more fitness and nutrition that plays into it. So, and with the caliber of riders that we have here in the race, we felt that they would probably wanted to split apart, and at least also separate. You know. Make the field a little bit smaller, so a little more dynamic.
All right, so what's your strategy? You're thinking you've now done 2 nights of racing here in Tulsa Tough. You're now going to Crybaby Hill. What are you thinking?
Well, we got some guys that are really excited for Crybaby Hill, and they're, you know, primarily that's why they've come. You know, we have, you know, Johnny Brown, Tanner Ward, Spencer Montezeva, and even like Brandon Fury, like those guys really like Crybaby Hill, and I think a guy like, you know, Johnny and Spencer and Tanner are really gonna ride for the win tomorrow. Johnny finished 8th last year by himself, so I think with a little bit of help, tomorrow is gonna be a day where those guys will be able to shine.
All right, Daniel, any final questions?
You've been thereabouts, you know, top 10, top 5s. You've not been there. What do you need to click? Like, what needs to click for you to be more consistent force at the top of this peloton?
It's a bit different because, you know, like, you know, back, you know, in the Legion days, it was more like, you know, setting up, you know, Justin and Corey for these sprints, and now it's like I am one of those guys that my team is setting up, but also we're still dialing in our team dynamic. This is one of our first real big crits where we are all together. And we have a big 3-month block ahead of us of just lots of racing. So, you know, the first night we planned, we executed, and we made some mistakes that, you know, cost us the win that we were confident that we can get. But it showed how quickly we can click together, and we're literally taking these wins and losses this weekend. And it's the biggest weekend. Obviously, we want to win, but we know that, like, we're going to take everything. We're going to, you know, go back tonight, see what we did wrong, and we're going to carry this momentum and this learning curve into the next big races that we got coming up.
Great. I mean, like, I've totally been there. You're young riders still figuring out. And as a fan of you, you know, I hope that you guys can get it together, and you know, I really want to see you at the top of the front of these races.
That's the plan. That's the plan. I still have some big goals. There's some races that I definitely want to win. That's on my list. So, you know, I'm bummed, you know, for about yesterday and you know, today, but more than yesterday is the day that I really wanted to go at it. So I'm bummed about it, but you know, it's all part of the game, and you know, it's a long season.
Yeah, it certainly is. What's the end of your season? You said a 3-month block coming up here.
Yeah. So we got you know, we go from here to nationals, and then Boise is definitely on my list, and then we have Intelligentsia Cup, Gateway, Indy, and then finish off with the Lions Den race that Justin Williams will be hosting.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us up here, Dante. It's been a pleasure to have you up here and get your insights into tonight and this whole weekend of racing. Best of luck tomorrow, and to you and the whole team.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
We're
going to jump over to the Omnium podium for our men here tonight and see who we've got up on there. The Omnium podium now taking place with one of our DCC riders. I believe that DCC rider is
Dario Raps.
Dario Raps. There it is. Oh, it's easy. And Danny Summerhill up on the top step, of course, after taking the win and being on the podium last night. Dusan Kalaba unable to join us for the podium, unfortunately, but he was second last night, so consistent riding by him, I think, overall. But Danny Summerhill now clearly in the lead with 55 points. Dario Raps with 47 and Dusan Kalaba 46.
Yeah, and Danny's got 55 points. Second place, Dario has 47, and Dusan has 46. So that 1 point difference can swing very fast. 8 points. Danny potentially has a little bit of a buffer if he's having a bad day. If he's, he's got a little bit of buffer that he's kind of following Dario Raps around, and is, can be very calculated and say, oh, I can lose 1, maybe 2 places from him. and still retain this overall. You know, we're going to look at our sheet, see who's 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, look at who those players might be that could really upset the apple cart, especially if Danny has a bad day.
All right, well, we're going to look forward to more racing tomorrow at Crybaby Hill. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in and joining us. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and we've had the pleasure of talking about one of America's most exciting nights of bike racing. Tune in tomorrow night, TulsaTough.com/live. You will see Crybaby Hill and maybe even see some riders crying as well. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow for the final race of St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Let's go party.